Hello and welcome to the Australian leg of the Higher Self Expo. I'm Karen Swain, one of your co-hosts, and this is my other fabulous co-host, Nicolas Perrin. Hey, Nick.
Hi, Karen. Hello, everyone. Lovely to be with you all today.
We've got comments already. What an amazing 8 hours the American, I was up since, as I said to you guys before, 4 o'clock, watching some of them, got up at 4, watched, went back to bed, got up at 5:45, watched, but I've watched since about 5:45 this morning, Australian time. Incredible speakers. And we've got some amazing speakers coming up for you too. Nicolas is going to introduce Darshana Patel, who is also an American she's an American, but she's slipped over to the Aussie time slot, and then Tanis Helliwell, who's in Canada after that, and then we've got Aussies after that. But I want to do a recognition of, I'm going to have to read this, recognition of country. I recognise the continuous and deep connection to country of the original people and the First Nation people of this nation and all other nations. In this way, I respectfully acknowledge all the Indigenous peoples across our lands. I'm going to get teary. Our land, sea and sky. I pay tribute to the elders past and present, and also respect the collective ancestry that has brought us all here today in this land and all over the world. Woo, I'm getting teary. So, Nick, I'm going to leave you to introduce Darshana, and I look forward to the next 8 hours.
Thanks, Karen. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us as we introduce our first speaker of the Australian segment, who will be sharing with us the key principles of zero-point conversational technology called ionation. This first segment intends to activate your multidimensional potential through the vector of language and vibrational intelligence. Darshana intends to activate a new depth of perception, having transcended her own personal life challenges, including oppressive cultural conditioning, including an arranged marriage at the age of 19. These highly restricted conditions guided her to becoming a spiritual teacher and energy healer, and now supports clients from all around the world to realize their potential through the understanding of how this universe works, marrying metaphysical principles with spirituality. Please welcome onto the virtual stage Darshana Patel, all the way from Atlanta, United States of America, who will be exploring the theme called How to Change the Way We Change. Welcome, Darshana. Many.
Thank you so much. What an amazing intro. And I just got to stop and say, I just rolled off of watching the 8 hours of the Americas, and thank you to the amazing presenters. Like the conversation, which is what reality is. It's a web of conversation. So Nicolas, thank you for seeding this handoff. It seems like the sun is setting here in Atlanta. You guys are just rising there. So what a beautiful way to literally do this torch handoff from one continent to another. Zane, thank you for organizing this and holding space for this amazing collective global conversation. I've really just felt the resonance of the elevation and the acceleration of this collective intelligence. So thank you, Zane, for what you're doing. Geraldine, thank you so much. It was an honor and delight to watch both of you facilitate this morning. And so I'm so excited, Karen and Nicolas, to be with both of you this morning for you, evening here in the Americas as we close things out. Thank you again to all the presenters, and most of all to all the people who have joined in and watched this on playback later, because you know we're at the precipice of this beautiful time of human evolution. So I am delighted. I'm not going to be sharing a screen. You're going to get me and this thing behind me. And I'm a show and tell kind of person. So we're going to jump in anytime you guys are ready. All right, strap in, but feel free to move about the cabin. Thank you so much again, y'all. I saw some y'alls in there. So I am in Atlanta right now. And again, if there's any sound issues, please do let me know. I do like to just be unscripted, so I can invite you to turn your eye on. Anytime you hear an ION word, actually pause, and if you have another device in front of you, I would encourage you to actually look up the etymology and go back as far as you can of any word containing ion, like meditation. Meditate ion is one to explore. And you'll notice these ION words. If you turn your eye on and you look at the root etymology, if everything is simply vibration, which we learned about from the awesome speakers from the first 8-hour segment, if everything is vibrate ion, we can pretend, let's turn our imagination on and imagine that everything is then in format ion. Vibrate ion distills down to in format ion. So if reality is this conversational, look up the etymology of conversant ion, conversation is the tapestry of our space-time illusion. The fabric, the essence literally is the associations, associate ions that we generate with our interconnected, calibrated resonance of information sharing. I have an information systems background. I'm an information systems engineer and a vibrational alchemist. So what I realized was if everything simply is information, we can create structure. And the overarching theme of this amazing expo is where science meets spirituality. Where does science meet spirituality, and why did we create a distinction between the two aspects anyway? We constantly create polarization in order to experience ourselves, experiencing ourselves, only to realize the oneness in all of existence. So when we turn our eye on, we recognize the yin-yang, the un-ion, from which all manifestation emerges and arises. Emergence, in fact, if we look at the word, see, there were lots of slides I could have shown you, but then what happens when we grasp onto the form, the reason I like to go unscripted, form, or how science works, when we lock in to cognition, cognate ion, how we know the light. Look at the etymology, cognate ion. If you want to play a game, every time you hear an ION word, look up the etymology, and if it awes you in some way, or you go, hadn't thought of it that way. What am I doing with the energy, the resonance in this quantum flux, this field, this absolute equation that really isn't absolute at all. It's constantly emerging and evolving based on our resonance. So our informational construct is literally generating our ability to perceive the emptiness or the allness of all of creation. As we learned earlier, it's a hologram. Hologram, the root of hologram, look that up too, means whole message. So if hologram means whole message, what we're experiencing as each an individual construct of reality, we're each our own weaver of this tapestry of space-time. We're a configuration of energy, and every time we hold an intention, intent ion is literally intender, to stretch. We're stretching the configuration of our energetic essence, our construct of how we experience this holographic field of reality generated by the mind, the electric charge, put in motion with the heart, the directional momentum at the quantum level of that impression that we just generated, the bias, again, lots of charts if you want them. We generate a charge and a spin, a charge and a spin through a gradient of form and essence. Essence and form is simply a tension of creation. When we generate an intention, intender is to stretch, we've now created a resonance. We are now holders of creative tension. So if you imagine, there's always a resolution to every question, quest ion. The light particles are on a quest, seeking resolution, re-solution. You see how that works? Simple, right? Quest in, quest ion, re-solution, the resolution. So every time we have an intention, there's an ability to recognize the recognition of that impression that we're hoping to remember, because it's all there. And we're experiencing a subset of the allness, eventually returning to the oneness, the un-ion, the union vibration of which the striations and manifestations emerge. Manifested ion is simply a configuration, configurate ion, of these individual light particles. So what is an ion? If you turn your eye on, turn your imagination on, imagine you're in outer space. Does So you can close your eyes because you're just going to look at me this whole time otherwise. Feel free to really engage your imagination. Visualize at Ion, as you learned all day today in the 8 hours preceding this one. Imagination and vision is the first step in the realization, the resolution, the recognition, the intersection point of that pattern that you're wishing to emerge in your coherent lattice structure. Remember, it's a configuration of energy generating a subset of the allness. And if you think in terms of multi-dimensional reality, there is a light source creating a shadow, and we're actually experiencing the shadow. Let me see if I can do this. I'm so not a weatherman. But if you imagine the shadow, I have no spatial reasoning. If you imagine the shadow, gosh, I really suck at this. If you imagine the shadow of this shape, that really is what we're experiencing, is the hologram of a whole message that we literally are weaving. There is a light source that is emanating the distortion. And if you heard the Law of One talk earlier, it was fantastic because it was a wonderful summary that if everything is one, we literally are each on a hero's journey, a quest to resolve the tension, the creative tension that we've created based on our own divine expression and desire to have this experience in this particular Earth School plane, where we now get to be the coherent anchor and the transcendent seer of the puzzle pieces. The tapestry itself now becomes something that we can construct. The construct itself is now more accessible for us to play with. That's why I like to go unscripted, as I realized when we play is where the divine likes to be. You know, in the Vedic tradition, Krishna plays a flute, and I'm a percussionist. I just love to be in an improv group playing percussion, because in that sense of flow state, which is what we're talking about with 0 point technology. If you look at the shape of this, it is 0 point, and I'll give you a couple of things as you're just sitting there. If you do have your eyes open, if you focus on the center point of this image, and by the way, if you do want the image on YouTube, it's turn your eye on all together, and you'll find also on turnyoureion.com, there's a link to the community page, and once you're in the community, it's all free. You'll get access to basically this card right here and all the details. There is a guide and a book, but I actually reserve that. I'll be touring the earth in groups of 3 or more and delivering this information. It's basically just a distillation of everything I know about consciousness, conflict, change, communication, and information engineering all in one construct. It's basically the algorithm. It's a new software algorithm as we're awakening and realizing if everything is vibration, just informational constructs. Literally, we have new Lego pieces that we are learning to play with in a new way together. So when we play is when emergence happens. I mean, how beautiful is that? So I'm a master innovator. I used to innovate change for the most innovative companies on the planet. So I do have a corporate background, but then I spent 8 years, and the reason I keep holding emergence down is that last sentence. In the present moment, when we shift vibration, we shift the format of the information expressed. You know, cymatics, right? Where they have the sand on the vibrational plates, you play a frequency, and these beautiful things start to emerge. The shapes, the sacred geometry, which is what everything is, will distill down to a triangle, because that's the tensegrity structure of all of reality, is a triangle, as far as at least I can see. But there may be more beyond that. But the triangles hold it together. 1 + 1 = 3, because association creates that entangled vibration of one thing being correlated, co-related. The co-relationship, which is what relativity is one thing in relationship to another. So as you start to allow new informational patterns to emerge in your reality, you literally are creating a new mainstream current of reality. So to distill it down, in a system of entangled vibration, we exchange information. It's all a process. It's all a flow. Encode, decode, transmutation. And I believe if we can understand that literally we are algorithms, we're like metronomes, each singing a frequency that is in alignment with some divine I am pulse, impulse. And when we are synchronized at the top of the framework, when we are synchronized and coherent in that flow state, we as a human cell on the cell of Gaia and the cell of the collective cosmic equation are then allowing ourselves to be this expressive, divine beacon of possibility and potential. So to change the way we change, what if we looked at a system not simply as the sum of its parts, but the sum of its parts interactions, interact ions, every single interaction. And I learned this in information engineering. There's data, structure, and function. Data, structure, function. Data, which at the quantum level, quantum is simply the 0 or 1. At some point, the probability matrix has to collapse. It's all a big waveform or spiral. It's actually a big spiral, which then we can see as waveform. And when we observe, when science takes a measurement, we're literally creating matter. Because what we measure matters, because that thought then becomes a thought form. And then if we become entangled with it with emotional energy, we're giving it a directional spin and a gravity. So gravity then emerges and that thought form becomes more dense. That density then creates the time tensor function. So time is actually a function. It's a tensor function, which is what everything is just a measure of tension, which is what we consider a second order tensegrity structure. That's advanced, but just know we do indeed create time. It's a state of synchronization. It's a state of synchronization with some version of this collective illusion, which is a song we're singing. It's a narration. Narrate, look at the etymology, is to tell. Narration is to tell the light particles how to sing. So we're each singing a song, which means when we talk about systemic change, when we talk about evolution, I like to think of it as, I used to be a root cause analysis person, you know, for the biggest companies of the world. And what I realized is we love to separate the people from the problem. You might do this in your organizations or even in your family structures. Let's separate the people from the problem. And I realized if there weren't the people, typically there isn't a problem. So that had me go down the route of, in all of these information system technology projects, how come we were still failing in execution? It ended up being because we don't know how to manage conflict. So then I got a master's in conflict, and that's when I realized we are all the system. Because in conflict, it's new information coming together for the first time in a new way. Basically, light particles dancing in some new way for the first time, and they're trying to figure and sift and sort their way out. So diversity allows for integration of new information, which is what reality is simply how much information are we going to integrate? So if we are the system, it is not separate from us when we talk about change. It is projected by us. Look at the word, the mainstream current. Again, all ions. It's a transmission of energy. It's a current of energy, a probability matrix that when we observe with measurement, we're collapsing. The wave function collapses into the binary 1 or 0 expression at the quantum level. But then with a third non-evaluative structure, through non-evaluation, we open polarization up again. And what was there before and not there can be there again. Let me say that again. A third point of polarization actually creates a point of neutralization. And you'll see this in studies with quantum particles, that a third lens of polarization, you might even see this when you have your sunglasses on and you're driving and you look in your rear view mirror, you might notice the polarization on the back window. When you have your glasses off, you can't see it. When you put your glasses on, you can see it. Same kind of thing. A third layer of information. Imagine if there's no evaluation structure, you get to allow the wave function to resume where it was blocked before. So what I'm referring to is deliberate neutralization because you're not persisting default polarization, which is what cognition is. So I'm going to back up for a second. It's important to understand why what we think matters, because cognition is creating the persistence of the patterns that we're perceiving as reality. If reality is all vibration, it's all in motion, what creates the persistence of patterns? That's the quest I was on, is as a child, I could see the vibrational field. I felt the vibrational field. And the question then became, if everything is vibration, how do we change reality? And so I set on that quest, and then I realized the deeper question was, what holds reality in place? Instead of what changes it, what holds it all in place? If it's a moment of motion, I found that it means that it's a persistence of patterns. And being an information engineer, it went, my brain just went, oh, then we're generating the persistence of patterns because we are the motion, the causation, the oscillation, which is what frequency is, which is our metronome, which is then creating the form with our gravitational pull based on our emotional magnetism tied to a particular thought form, electromagnetic field. So the work does get into the quantum level of charge, spin, space-time. You'll see in this framework behind me 4 quadrants. They are related to Ken Wilber's integral theory. Without getting too far into it, basically, we have 4 quadrants. And if there's one takeaway from today, it's turn your eye on and get in touch with the ION words that you hear. And then at any moment, when you're just sitting there, you're like, what am I doing? There's a function at work. Relaxing. Relax at ION. And then actually lean into that as a function of what you're engaging in the field of information. Relax at ION, I found, was really the key to restoration. And when we restore, when we relax, we allow intuition, the open source door, to open and allow notions, not ions. Look at the beautiful word, not ion, a notion, an idea that transcends the limitations of cognition. So you'll see cognition, notion, emotion. Real quickly, I want to just point out how the triangles work. So cognition, emotion, and notion form a triangle. So the minute you get a little more synchronized up at the top there, you're feeling your flow, you're calibrated, new idea hits, right? You get your idea, you get that intuitive, ooh, that's a good idea. And you get a feeling that comes with it, that elation. So notice the emotion gets emitted. It's the feedback loop of the system. How cool is that? Because the heart coherence is where it's at. Someone said earlier, we can think all day. And what I realized as someone who likes to think, I was a pretty dissociated child, in fact, coming from a traumatic background, that I got to play in the mind. I didn't have stuff to play with except little things. So I created worlds in my mind just through, I was meditating by 8, I was scripting information at the same time. So, you know, my life basically looks like cards like this, where the fabric of space-time, the tapestry of how the wave function works starts to make sense. So when we get synchronized, we are literally allowing our cells to become attuned with that resonance. So then we open the door of information beyond our local mind. Cognition is the scripted mind. Scripted by what? Culture. Cult. You are. Culture is the lower left quadrant of this framework. The lower right, the upper left is the individual. It's the individual interior experience of reality. It's how we make sense of the world. It is the topology that's then casting the illusion, the objective reality on the right side. So when we talk about science and spirituality, you can think about context being on the left side of this, which is all the essence, the subjective experience of reality. The right side is the objective, measurable, quantifiable reality. We take behaviors and actions within an organized system. Very, very simple. So you have context on the left and content on the right, the thought and the thing. And the correlation of the two based in language and communication. The communing and the conversation literally weaves the tapestry of our space-time illusion. We subscribe to a particular version of reality based on our resonance and then our participation with our active engagement in that essence of the song that's being sung. Earlier, there were talks about the multiple parallel timelines. If it is in fact a big hologram, then the timelines are simply spirals of possibility. It literally is a wave function set in motion with a probability that only materializes if we attune with that particular resonance and then have the emotional association with it. So what happens is you begin to open a multidimensional perspective, recognizing that we are the system. It's not separate from us. It is projected by us. And now we're in a dance then of essence and form, of immaterial and material, of science and spirituality, which truly are the same thing. It's the idea that to be rational, the scientific rational, look at the word ratio. Again, there's an ION word. The ratio creates dimensions. And in that dimension, we have a position, a posit ion. We position ourselves within ratios, some dimensional reality of limitation. That's the box here in the middle, is our agreed upon shared 3D construct of reality with our interior experience that we're projecting on the outside, just a subset of information based on our construct. So when you turn your eye on and you begin to recognize we have the interior experience that we're projecting as outward with some striations, some configurations of what we're allowing in the flow of information. By not grasping, by not trying to make sense, we allow the intuition to simply do its magic. So I'll invite us right now, if you want to integrate, just take a moment to breathe and integrate. What I'm talking to and who I'm talking to is a higher version of ourselves that understands that if everything is vibration, it's information. We can communicate in a very unique way, in a very easy way, because there's less viscosity of emotional entanglement with particular conceptual words. See, language, and we learned earlier, as someone who was in corporate for a long time and then became disillusioned with the way it was working, hence became full-time energy healer, and now recognizing that we actually need to take this intelligence back in to the corporate realms, into the organizations that are generating this version of our constructed reality. Thought and emotion together generate our reality. Image and emotion, a meme, mimetic phenomenon, is one of the most useful yet dangerous things we can ever come across. The book that I learned, the core of mimetic phenomenon, was From Violence to Blessing. This was something I learned in my master's program. So I'm just putting this out there. If you really want to get to the core constructs of even scapegoat function, if you're one of those in the family too, where when you break out of the system, you really do take on the projections of the collective. So if you're feeling that, really understanding how conflict is a structure that becomes propagated through the transmission of cultural scripts, which is where cognition comes from. It's the indoctrination of cognition scripts. In my body of work, we talk about culture becomes a permission. We are subscribing to a download of information. Literally, we are we are subscribing to a morphic field of information. And we're saying my construct subscribes, gives permission. We work based on permission. Another thing I loved hearing about through all the speakers is the idea of self-healing. If you're a practitioner, as a practitioner, we are just tuning forks, holding resonance. We set the conditions, the context for new possibilities to emerge. Again, there's that word. Emergence is something that's already there. It's arising out of. It's literally letting go of the cognition that's creating the tension and the persistence of the resistance to something more to flow. Just take a moment to breathe. Just integrate and allow some new space. There's a meditation that I have. It's about 6 minutes long, but you can find that on the YouTube. That it goes through. It's one of those, like, if I wrote this book, actually, it was dedicated to my daughter, because I do believe I loved how we opened the Australian segment with honoring the indigenous wisdom and the information that comes before us, because I believe, you see, in these ancient cultures and traditions, we plan for future generations. You never think about just you or in your current generation. This is dedicated to my daughter and the future generations, so they can self-actualize. To me, reality should be one where we are creating possibilities to self-actualize. And that's how I think we change the way we change. It's not about tinkering with the parts. It's about allowing, again, breathe. It's about allowing greater flow and ease and the emergence of new ideas and notions that are already there, that are seeking to resolve the creative tension that right now, on this precipice time, in this threshold that we're in, we're literally holding that collective contextual container for a new vibration. Just as the cymatic plate vibrates at a consistent, with the sacred geometry being consistent at particular bandwidth frequencies, right now, we can invite in a new coherence together, and we elevate the quantum equation, the whole overall flux equation. The quantum flux equation literally is an emanation, look at the word, emanate ion, of our individual algorithms, the frequencies we are emitting. So imagine, just like the plate, the cymatic plate, if we collectively resonate as individual cells, as human cells, now on the back of Gaia, who is evolving herself, we each become an individual who's operating now in coherence with full potential. We change the way we change through the interaction with self, now interacting with other, now recognizing the entirety of the interconnection of the oneness of the system. We are the system. It is not separate from us. We are multi-dimensional beings opening to the capacities that we've always had and held, but now the coherent state now nurtures the emergence of more of this divine potential to emerge and be recognized, recognized, and integrated into the tapestry of our current space-time continuum. So the idea is to change the way we change, is to allow more to unravel, to actually not worry about analyzing, because information creates the persistence of the patterns we experience. Past, future, it's literally only segments of a now time slice of attention, a position of consciousness. Your attention literally creates a positional relationship with other orbits of information that then you are interacting with. So together we can invite in a greater coherence, and like the cymatic plate, we can now create a new geometric expression, one of 0 point. If you look at the center of this, if you go to the community page or even on YouTube and you get the image, if you look at the center point with a soft gaze, what happens is the 0 point technology, it is the Merkaba or the star tetrahedron, it will begin to show different aspects of how you can unravel more of your potential simply through visualization. You see, with gaze is one way to rewire the left and right hemispheres of the brain. So as you're rewiring the left and right hemispheres of the brain, you're allowing new information to be perceived and received into your emergent state. And you could do it without the eyes as well when you recognize, again, third point, there's the third eye of information that perceives beyond the 5 physical senses on that bandwidth. So intuition becomes a way for us to reorganize, to be self-adaptive and not artificially intelligent. Right now, the system is designed to generate noise, to keep us persisting patterns that don't make sense. As an information engineer, I realized that information is meant to flow. There is no past or future. There is the now. And we tell a story of the now based on our relationship with how we want to relate to reality now. History really only has matter if we continue to entangle with it. Self-healing allows for the 14 generations that we know of, scientifically proven, of epigenetic information stored in our DNA, then to me, I think held by the entangled tension in the myofascial tissue. When we learn to relax and restore greater ease and fluidity in the body, we open up new degrees of informational perception because our resonance then allows it. So on this precipice of this threshold of this new resonance that's literally creating a new sacred geometric pattern that we can dance in now in 0-point flow state technology. You know your flow. Do you know when you're in your Zen state, your jam, when maybe you're an athlete or a runner or someone who loves to cook or garden, or someone who just loves to be in love with someone, or someone who has a baby? When I look at my child, you just feel the love. You know that inner connection. You know that peace. When I play my drums, when I'm in my flow state, when I'm doing work like this, when I'm doing vibrational healing, you know when it's the thing that you do where you lose time and space. That's when the magic happens. That's 0-point oscillation. When you're in 0-point oscillation now, the invitation becomes, how do we engage interactions in a more empowered and fluid way by unraveling the potential that's present in that moment? Remember, conflict is an opportunity for greater expansion and change when we realize it's just information coming together in a new way for the first time. Sometimes that information, that organization, that person may not belong in your garden anymore. Right now, there's disentangling happening. You're shoring up your garden. You're getting things cleared out so that you can be illuminated in the ways that make sense to you now. It's a detoxification of persistence of patterns that no longer make sense. I ask myself now that I understand everything is vibration, it's not about tinkering with the parts. I took a clock apart when I was a child. Again, no toys, and that very limited toys. So if something broke, I took it apart. It's the old wind up clock with all the intricate pieces. And when I took it all apart, I was like, wow, so many pieces, and they're meaningless. They don't come to life unless they're put together in a certain way. And even then, it was the interaction of the parts that brought it to life. It literally became a new thing with the parts and the energy coming together. Science and spirituality come together. What is the motion behind the wheel of creation? What is the motion that generates the persistence of patterns? Is us. Is emotion. We are the transmitter and the receiver of this information, weaving the tapestry of space and time. And when we remember, we're simply these beautiful divine configurations of energy. We can play in a new way. When we release the entanglement, the association, the emotional charge, the spin that we're putting to a particular impression of a thought and a thought form. So coming out of corporate, recognizing that mimetic phenomenon literally was scripting and programming reality. Every time you see an image or think a thought and you have an emotion, you are creating a layer of abstraction in your reality. It's like the koala in a cup. Imagine this is us, Mr. Koala, in a conditional container that you're born into. When you're born into it, we'll have him standing up. It's a little more pleasant. When you're in your own conditional context, you don't know that you can't see out of the cup. You don't know you're in a cup. You're subject to it, but you're experiencing the object of it. You're subject to it, but experiencing the object of it. So the key is to step back and recognize we're generating the persistence of patterns. What is it in this moment where you can recognize what emotion are you having? What thought are you thinking? So subject object, what do I mean by that? It's the separation of having the thought versus the thought having you, or having the emotion versus the emotion having you. Because what happens is then you get the unified view of how you're constructing that present moment of reality. So I know my time is about to end. if you really want to go down the rabbit hole, turn your eye on YouTube. I'm going to be hitting the road, and I'd love to do one-on-one sessions, but now I'm evolving my work, more groups of 3 or more. If you have an organization that wants to get into really blowing the lid off of innovation, that's really my sweet spot, is innovation by allowing individuals to nourish and unleash their multidimensional potential. And any questions, anything coming up?
Darshana, thank you so much. Such a beautiful presentation. And I've just been reading through the comments, and people have been sharing how poetic the words that you've used, and you've really given science quite an elegant nuance, that really the transmission that you were also pulsing through the internet was very beautiful. And I'm going to have to listen to your presentation again to understand some of it, but I received the energy and loved your enthusiasm and all that you bring. So much appreciation and gratitude for your work and everything that you represent.
I appreciate that. Thank you again for this event and the opportunity to connect with just a wonderful global audience, because we are spreading a wildfire, my friends, right? Step in, I call it the rebel ion, the rebellion, right? Literally, it's the time of the rebellion. And we are now invited to be our full, brilliant, divine selves. Don't hide out. Don't be afraid. You guys are freaking amazing and brilliant. And I know it because I've worked with so many of you. And I know who we are as divine beings when we just allow ourselves to love unconditionally. Like, I used to bend spoons, and I thought, you know, when it started to catch on and people saw how possible and potent we are, we just have to not hide out. Don't be afraid of your superpowers. Don't be afraid of your gifts. The world needs us now more than ever. Like the land of the misfit toys. Come, you know, join the uprising. And I'm just delighted. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like, I feel the energy.
You do. One question one of the viewers asked was, what was the name of the book again? Could we just repeat the name of the book?
Yeah. So the book I've created is Ionation, the Field Guide to Vibrational Logic. So it's the lens, language, and logic of vibrational intelligence. So I've created basically an algorithm, a syntax, and a model, a framework to give us the 10 Segretti structures. It's like reverse engineering the field. I basically deconstructed the multidimensional field in the way that I perceive it and captured it. So I don't sell the book directly. It'll be available through these in-person immersions that I'd love to hit the road and begin doing more and more of. To get in touch with me, turnyouron.com, send me a note, and we'll make sure someone gets back in touch with you. But I'm kind of expanding my services, but I would love to share the work. It's really meant to be a dialogue and an emergent conversation. Lots of ways to pick it apart, but I really love the face-to-face engagement.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Darshana, amazing. I have to go back and listen to that again too. Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thanks again, Karen. Can I throw one more thing in it? To get the little secret Orphan Annie decoder card, if you know the reference, you can, if you go to the community, and then when you watch my stuff, it'll make more sense. But if you can get the card, and all the videos start to make a lot more sense. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say that, you know, the reason that Darshana and Tanis, who's coming up, are on the Australian leg, why them and not the others, is because I connected with them and had them both on my show, ATP Media. And so when we were choosing, like, who are we going to get over to the other side, you know, on the other stream, it was because I had connected with both of them. And I'm so excited to introduce you to Tanis Helliwell. Tanis is a leading edge psychotherapist, well known for working to heal physical, emotional, and mental traumas and patterns. Tanis teaches her techniques internationally to groups of psychiatrists, physicians, psychotherapists, as well as the general public. And in 2000, she founded the International Institute for Transformation, IIT, which offers programs to assist individuals to become conscious creators working with the spiritual laws that govern our world. Her 8 books have been translated into 7 different languages, and she's committed to helping individuals develop right relationships with themselves, others, and the earth. Tanis's talk today is called the body's elemental role in ancestor and family healing. And it's a experience and a journey today. We're going to go on a journey and an experience, Tanis. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Oh, Karen, thank you for having me. I'm so glad you put me in the Australian leg. Yes, it's a good time for me. I'm in British Columbia, Canada. It's 5:45, and I've been able to be in the garden.
Nice, beautiful. I know it's nighttime. I think it was Darshana was in Eastern, so it was like 8 p.m. for her, and it's about 4 p.m. for you right now, isn't it?
5:45.
5:45. That's right, 5:45. I should remember that. So, darling one, I so look forward to your presentation. Have you got your video ready to go?
I have it, but we won't be using that until later on. Is that okay? I'm going to chat for 20 minutes, and then we'll do the video, and then we'll come back for Q&A for about 5. How's that?
Perfect.
Okay. Hello, folks. Hello, hello, hello. I was on for these last 15 minutes with Darshana. Oh boy, that was fantastic information that she was conveying to us. And like you, I am going to have to rest and take that in again. So I'm really glad all this is being recorded. So we're going to have that opportunity. Now, before starting, because as Karen said, I'm going to be talking about the body elemental, which I call the body intelligence or the body spirit. Eckhart Tolle calls it the inner body. But I'm going to talk about what that is and its role in ancestor and family healing and how important that is for us. However, in order to kind of create a bridge, which I think is really important from what Darshana is talking about and what I'm talking about. She was giving us a lot of important information, but I want us to settle back into our body. Would that be all right? So one of the words that I picked up that Darshana used was allow, that we need to learn to allow. And how are we going to do it? We can't just say to ourselves, well, allow. We're going to do a little chant right this minute, which of course I did not plan on doing. And we'll do it together, okay? And I want you to do allow resonating, especially in your heart. And as we do this, it moves us into the vibration, the frequency, which is a link between being and doing. And this is how we deprogram old programs that are no longer necessary for us to have in this new age. So, just taking a deep breath. And as I do that, and as I hope you do that, you can actually feel your heart vibrating. And as it vibrates, this moves through all the cells of your body, giving it the programming of allowing, to be receptive. I don't mean to be hypnotized. We are, in all of us, a state of mass hypnosis anyway, because we are bombarded by media all the time, focusing on 90% of the negative that is happening in the world. And so that is what we have to deprogram ourselves from. And let's talk a bit about body elemental. That is what Rudolf Steiner, the anthroposophist, called it. I like to think of it as the body spirit, because although it is working with us, it is spirit in form. And where does it come from? It comes into us as soon as conception happens. So when conception happens, the body elemental, body intelligence, body consciousness brings the program into our body that we are going to need in order to fulfill our destiny in this life. And when I talk about the program, I mean the physical program of all the genetic material that is needed, the emotional program of our temperament. How come some of us are introverts and some of us are extroverts, and some of us are chatty and others of us are not? It also brings in the mental program of what are our mental gifts. Darshana, for example, has such clear mental scientific thinking. I am a high intuitive. I'm a mystic by nature. So this is how I receive my mental gifts. And above all this, the body elemental, the body intelligence brings in our soul. And all of this is programmed in every cell of our body. And it is able to bring in not just material that is from this life, but I found in working with ancestor and family healing that often we are our own ancestors. So it brings in material from past lives that we also have to learn about so that we can deprogram ourselves from this. And you may be thinking, what is the importance of ancestors right now in this day and age? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? It is, as all Indigenous peoples know, and here we're talking about the Indigenous peoples of Africa, North and South America, Australia and New Zealand, Mongolia and Tibet. And they all talk about the importance of the ancestors. And we know now from our work with epigenetics that we bring down not just the genetic material that we know about at this moment, but also these wounds and traumas that are more emotional, that are programmed into us. And where do they all come from? They come from erroneous thoughts, because everything ultimately starts with our thoughts. So our thoughts are causal. The causal reality determines our emotions, determines our physical programming. So if we're to look at erasing past traumas and pains, things that we no longer need because they are self-limiting, these are the fears, these are the things that come down through the family. Perhaps in your family, you have alcoholism. I know that. I have this in mine. Perhaps you have violent patterns, angry outbursts, perhaps even, unfortunately, incest. You could have lots of wounds that have come down through your ancestors. And so when we become aware of this, and this is the first step, when we work with ancestor and family healing, we have to bring the subconscious to consciousness. And this isn't nearly as hard to do as you think it is. Because right now, with our vibration coming up in the world, we're moving to the Aquarian age. Our whole earth is moving up a frequency. We know this. And we being cells in the body of the earth, each one of us being a cell in the body of the earth, we are all moving up into a higher frequency. And as this happens, we become more aware of what are our fears? Where did they come from? What do we have to examine? What do we have to erase to be healed? And not just to heal ourselves. Yes, this is where it starts, of course, to heal ourselves. And I've been a meditator for several decades, and I think that this is part of the process. Why? Because it teaches us to listen more deeply, to become more intuitive. Prayer can help as well. Psychoanalysis can help as well. But ultimately, working with our body consciousness, as Eckhart Tolle said in one of his books, the very first book, The Power of Now, actually, he said, until you work with the inner body, you will not become fully conscious. And I believe this. It has been my experience. And so this is our destiny in this particular bridge time that we're in between the Piscean and the Aquarian age, to be able to do this. And how lucky we are. And we have all the right tools. We have a time where science and spirituality is coming together. So it doesn't matter what your framework is. You're getting the material, the information that you need right now. And the people are coming into your life. They are the allies that are in your life to help you. Here on the Higher Self Expo, we have these wonderful 30-some co-presenters who are doing this, who are giving many different frameworks. And some will resonate with you, others not so much. That is fine. There is so many different entry points. There is no more error. We've got to get past the good, bad, right, wrong, that, you're not doing it right. Oh God, it is so old. There is no such thing as an error. Any path we take will ultimately lead us on the journey. And it is the journey that will help us unravel the cellular memory and these locked patterns. It is an organic, transformative process. And the ancestors give us pieces of information as we go along. And you may say, well, where the heck are these ancestors? Well, the ancestors are alive and well. They're not dead. They're alive and well in higher realms. And they want us to be able to erase these patterns. Why? Because they are frozen in certain realms until we do it. So when we become aware of what they are, we heal not only ourselves, we are able to heal the ancestors back in time, because in higher realms, as you know, there is no such thing as space and time. So we heal them back in these other frequencies, and doing ancestor and family healing, we also heal them forward in time, because there is no such thing as time in other realities. So we erase the patterns in the time-space continuum as we're moving from this three-dimensional reality that we call reality, but this isn't true either. We are living in the fourth dimension, the fifth, the eighth dimension, the astral world, the causal world, the soul. We are living and alive in all these realities. And when you work with the body intelligence, you erase it in the cellular, which is the most dense form. It is the hardest place to erase it. So you erase it, and it's like a zipper. It erases it up through the astral and all your emotions, and up through your thoughts, and up through right to your soul. And we become a soul-infused personality. And everybody has their own personality. And this is unique, just as a snowflake is unique. And how wonderful that we all have it. But we all can be a vessel for the soul so that we can achieve our destiny in physical form. I love the physical reality that we're in. I love our world. I love all the beings that we share this world with. And we're helping not only humankind in doing this, and not only our personal ancestors, we're helping the collective unconscious of all humanity. And when you think that human beings share 98% of the same DNA as animals, what? Only 2% difference? Yes, yes. So we are doing this not just for human beings, we're doing it for the collective unconscious of all beings on this planet and for our Earth itself. I was doing a conference earlier today, and it was for youth. It was lovely. It was for anthroposophical youth in the Netherlands. It was their annual conference. And it was very important to talk to them about the time that we're in. This is a challenging time. The unraveling period that we are in right now has only just started. Whether we have our inoculations or not our inoculations is quite beside the point. This is only one little item that is happening that we have to deal with. And in some cases, I would say it gets us off the track of the most important things that we have to deal with, which is the healing of our Earth currently, the healing of ourselves, the healing of humanity, and the healing of the Earth. And this doesn't happen just through an inoculation. No, it happens from the inside out, not the outside in. There isn't a needle that can change that. And this is the reality we're entering, that it is our thoughts that change the reality, not starting at the needle. So that's probably a controversial point right there. So we have, when we're talking about ancestors, it's not just physical ancestors. It's not just past life ancestors. It's spiritual ancestors. They also are helping us. They are the Buddhas and the Jesus and the Paramahansa Yoganandas, all different traditions. They're the white eagles, all the different spiritual masters from all traditions are giving us a leg up right now. We are getting assistance from the great central sun, which is also called the galactic center. A massive amount of energy is coming down into our solar system and our planet that we are responding to, which is helping with this transformation. So let's all of us rise to meet this energy. We are either living in love or we're living in fear. And let's live in love. It's a much higher frequency than fear. So I don't want to talk at you anymore. I would like you to have an experience. And so I've prepared a slideshow for you, a guided visualization, which is about 19 minutes long. And you're going to go on a journey and you're going to experience your body consciousness and start the first steps in encountering your ancestors and your family healing. So I'm going to ask if we can just put that on now, or I'll do it if it's not. And is it not on? Okay, hold on. You've got it? You want me to do it?
Yeah, you have to share your screen to get the presentation up.
Okay,
Sorry,
we are.
listening to you. It was beautiful. Thank you so much, Tanis. I've checked this out beforehand. This is an amazing presentation that Tanis has prepared for you all.
Now, do you want to do it, Karen, or do you want me to?
Nope. When you share your screen.
It should be on now.
Not on yet.
Not on yet? Okay, hold on. Share video file. There you go. I'm putting it on for you, Karen. You're going to go on a wonderful journey to meet your body intelligence, your body consciousness, and to learn how to heal your biological and spiritual ancestral inherited patterns in your blood and in your body. You're going to learn how your ancestors influence you today and how you can contact them to heal family issues such as addictions, abuse, abandonment. And how do you do this? You do this through working with your body intelligence. Your body intelligence has been with you through all lifetimes, through all this life, and it is programmed into you what your purpose is in this life and how to fulfill it. And you have all the tools you need to do this. So let's start. Start taking a deep breath and completely relaxing while you listen to the lovely music. And the secret of deep breathing is all in the exhalation. The more air you exhale, the more air you'll inhale with your next breath. And as you do this, feel yourself embracing your body from the inside out. How wonderful it is that it keeps you healthy, physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. You have the exact perfect toolkit to manifest your destiny in this life. And in working with your body consciousness and its intelligence, you can do this. So befriend it. Just give it an internal and external hug. And just fill your heart with appreciation and gratitude for everything that it does for you. It never takes a holiday. It is with you all the time, listening to your thoughts, listening to your conscious thoughts, and listening to your subconscious thoughts. And it programs both. So just love it and realize that this intelligence is your nearest friend. And feel this warmth circulating through your entire body. This gratitude. For its unconditional support and love. Your body consciousness is the same as universal consciousness. It is prana, life energy. It is the quantum field that infiltrates you and every cell of your body. There is no separation between you and your body intelligence and universal consciousness. These are the same. And you are physically what you are emotionally, what you are mentally, and what you are spiritually. There is no separation. And just feel this. Feel yourself expanding into the entire field of what you are. Way beyond your physical body, into your emotional body, your mental body, and your spiritual body, your soul. And feel this merging with universal consciousness. Merging with the universal consciousness and intelligence that creates all form of all beings on this earth. The form of the earth itself, the form of the solar system. Feel yourself merging with the consciousness that expands through your body out into the entire solar system and back further along this wonderful journey to the great central sun, the black hole that manifests all things into form at the exact center of our galaxy, our Creator. And you are this. You are this same consciousness. And even as you are a child of this universal intelligence that has birthed you again and again into the world of form, so you are a part of this. There is no separation. And your body consciousness is the same as this universal consciousness. It only depends on what frequency you listen to. So now we're going to listen to a frequency of love. Just imagine that you feel the unconditional love that has birthed you into the beautiful form you have in this life. And feel this in every cell of your body. This universal love infiltrating your body is at such a high frequency that it is able to erase any negative thoughts or traumas that you have from your family in this life and from your ancestors. You are a child of the divine. A child that is loved unconditionally. And feel this in every cell of your body. Feel that you are perfect as you are. You chose the perfect family, genetically, emotionally, with all of the intellectual gifts and spiritual gifts that you need to manifest your purpose in this life. It is perfect. There is nothing to forgive and nothing to erase. There is no error. Just feel that all is perfect. Everything that you have done, everything that you have left undone is perfect. And just see any resistance in yourself completely evaporating and deeply surrendering to the underlying frequency of unconditional love that is you. And this unconditional love extends backward in time to erase any difficult traumas within your family and ancestors as you heal yourself through love. You heal them. You heal the entire ancestral line. This is a healing journey. This is your purpose. And because there is no such thing as time in higher frequencies or space in higher frequencies all exists in the present moment. So not only are you healing your ancestral wounds yourself and for your ancestors, you also heal forward in time, erasing any patterns that may come forward through your children, through your nephews and nieces. And because there is no such thing as separation on this higher frequency of divine love, you are also erasing any traumas in the collective unconscious of humanity through your deep love and deep acceptance of yourself. In your union with universal consciousness. And just take a deep breath and embrace this wonderful love. And just resting in this for a moment. Breathing this wonderful love into your physical body, emotional, mental, and spiritual bodies that we call the soul. And just placing your hands on your heart, feel this love resonating within you as you bless your body, as you are blessed by this body you have, this life. And know deeply that your body consciousness, your body intelligence is so grateful to you for the gift you are giving it of love. And just listening to the music and doing your deep breathing. When you're ready, you will feel yourself coming slowly back to consciousness, feeling loved and loving of yourself, of your body, of others, and of the divine. Well, hello, welcome back. It's too bad I have to interrupt your nice relaxed state by bringing you back. But I wanted to give you 5 minutes. We still have 5 minutes left in this presentation, and you may have some questions, something that came up for you, something you want to share. And so I thought, I'll give you a little bit longer to do that today. So
Amazing. I loved that. That was just amazing, Tanis. Thank you so much. You know, because this is a speaker's presentation, it's so nice to have the music and the visuals interacting with all the talking heads too. So I really honor you for doing that. That was just absolutely beautiful. There aren't any questions thus far. Has anyone got any questions? I suppose everyone is, look at this. Everyone's kind of blissed out. People go,
and maybe some folks went to sleep as well. I think it's a possibility. And that's not the worst thing that could happen.
Absolutely. So maybe you want to just tell people about some programs that you've got going on at the moment.
Sure. Yeah. So in September, I am launching an online program on, guess what topic? Ancestor and family healing. And so that's going to be, we're going to be doing our physical ancestors and our tribe and our nation, because our nation and our tribe are part of our physical. And this is, you know, mostly when we think of physical ancestors, we just think of our own family or our own linear line. But we have a tribe. Obviously, I'm Celtic. You can see by my coloring. Other people could be so many different kinds of ancestry. And we have a national karma that we also have to erase. It's not by accident which country we ended up in. So that also is an ancestral part that we do in the physical ancestry. And then starting, that goes on for 10 weeks. And we have community groups that will be international community groups and hosts. I'll be part of it. I'll be actually participating in some of it myself. And then starting in January, we're doing all the spiritual ancestors. So it will be, here we're talking about your past lives and who are your spiritual ancestors. Is it Buddha? Is it Jesus? Is it Krishna? Who is it? And also your hybrid ancestors, which relates to one of my books, which is called Hybrid. So you think you're human, because some of us are star beings, other of us are earth beings. And this ancestry is very important as well, that we need to pay attention to. So you can just go to my newsletter, go to my website and my newsletter. And I think we've got a free gift for folks there as well, don't we, Karen?
We do. The free gifts are for people who register. I might pop it up here for the people who are live. It is usually for people that are registered. So if you are watching live, please register, because that's where you'll get all the free gifts. But I'm going to pop up as a special free gift for all the live listeners. I'm going to pop in the chat the link to Tanis's free gift. And you know, Tanis and I were online yesterday practicing for this, and Tanis was chatting away, chat. Tanis was tuning into me. I just love it. You've got so much amazing access. What I love about you, Tanis, is you've got all that, you know, the science and the psychological stuff that you did for years with mainstream, and then you've got this amazing access to the ancestors and spirit and subtle energy and channeling, and you got it all going on, honey one.
Well, I think it's important for people to realize that you can be spiritual and you can still pay your bills and drive your car.
Absolutely.
I was a corporate consultant for decades, working for people like IBM and accountants and oh my God. And then, you know, taking people on tours around the world. I did this to sacred sites for 22 years. So we can do all of these things, and everybody has to find the right package for them. And if we follow our heart, our soul, it is the right package. Well, hello, Nicolas.
I know we have to go. We've got the beautiful Roman hanging out, waiting to come on. So thank you again, Tanis. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all of you for having this. Okay, blessings to you folks. Mwah.
Take it away. You're muted. You have to unmute. There we go. Sometimes that happens.
Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. So our third speaker in the Australian segment accesses a vast field of consciousness, which is expressed in the world through the topics and themes of free energy, sacred geometry, science paradigm shifting, sound healing, and ancient wisdom. So through the sacred geometry and a deeper knowledge of the sacred language of numbers, Roman brings back the simplicity of the ancient wisdom into our modern civilization. I met Roman all the way back in 2013, and I actually was hitchhiking out in the middle of nowhere in Australia, and it was one of those synchronistic alignments. And during the ride back to Sydney, which was about 10 hours, I got the full 10-hour sacred geometric and number lecture. So everyone's definitely up for a treat with the wisdom that Roman has received through the source intelligence. So today's topic, which Roman Light will be sharing with us all, is what does our future hold? Spirituality or the lack of it? And we'll be exploring the deep mutation of our world that has been predicted for centuries. So welcome to the show, Roman.
Hey, brother.
Hello, there we go.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll leave it over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me today. And hi to everyone. Okay, so where to start? One of the most fundamental questions that I always asked myself since I was very young was, yeah, sorry, I had to remove that thing behind me. It's just disturbing me. Up. Yeah, here we go. That's better. All right. So one of the most fundamental questions that I always asked myself since I was very young was about the structure of reality, what reality is. And I was always fascinated with the idea that reality wasn't something that tangible, something that wasn't that real, seems to be real, but wasn't actually real. And it took me days and years to actually go through the journey of understanding what the structure of reality actually was. And I came to the questioning of what science and spirituality are, because first of all, I've always been a very logical and coherent person, but there was always something that was missing in the scientific approach. And so it just strikes me one day to realize that science and spirituality are actually the same things. They're just two sides of the same coin. And so I'm starting to share this knowledge with a lot of people. So it all started with numbers, the number theory. So I'm starting to research numbers, because one of the most fundamental questions that I had since I was very young was why. Because my parents make me do some violin courses when I was 4 or 5 years old. And so my experience of violin was that when frequency increase, there's a cycle that is going on, and that cycles is looping. So after do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, then do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si was happening again. And again and again and again. But through the number theory, when I count on my fingers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, 10, those numbers never come back. It's always numbers that are different which are coming back. So 11, 12, 13. And one day it just strikes me that maybe we have the wrong perspective on numbers, and we actually see repeating patterns that we are not identifying through the decimal system because of the decimal system. So the decimal system is giving us a perspective that things are separated by creating that illusion of separation. But if we're just changing a little bit the perspective and, for example, rename the number 10 as 1 and 0, so 1 and 0 is 1, because 1 plus 0 equal 1. And 11 was actually 1 and 1, 2, and 12 is actually 1 plus 2, 3. Then in that case, we're starting to see a looping sequence happening that is matching our experience of reality, our perspective. So when you look around in creation, you actually see that everything is submitted to cycles. So after spring is autumn, after autumn is, after spring is summer, after summer is autumn, after autumn is winter, and so on. We can see those cycles are happening over and over and over. However, the way we measure things is trying to deny the cyclicity of things. And this is a major aspect of the deception that we're going through at the moment. We don't see how everything is actually interconnected through cycle and patterns. Those who study a little bit of sacred geometry knows that everything is based on geometry and fractals and resonance. But those who haven't are not really aware of that. So when the Higher Self Expo came to me and asked me to do some to talk about the idea between sovereignty, between science and spirituality, the way I would like to help people to understand that both of them are just two sides of the same coin is to just share some of the things who seems to be contradictory, but which are just contradictory because we do not have the right perspective. So, for example, we think that science is real and spirituality is not real, only because we have been programmed to look at reality through the prism of the senses and the experience, the sensorial experience that we can have of reality. But there's many experiences of reality that we have that are not that physically or real in that sense. For example, emotions or just even thoughts, just by starting with thoughts. We all have thoughts in our minds. We all hear things in our minds. We all remember things. We have memories. None of them are real or tangible the way we've been programmed to see. However, no one can deny their existence. You just have to close your eyes and remember a positive experience, or if I just say the word cake or music like the Beatles, you will start to hear this music in your head, or you will start to have these pictures. Or if I'm asking you, just remember like a good moment that you had in your life, this momentum was coming back in your mind. Can I deny the existence of this experience just because I cannot physically, tangibly observe this myself, only because it's happening in your mind? No, I can't. I cannot deny that, because this is what human experience is all about. It's a physical, and so it's a tangible and an intangible experience. It is both. And so what I would try to share with you today is that perspective that both can exist simultaneously. Like, you do not have to see a separation between science and spirituality. So just to start with, the perspective that science is observing physicality or tangible things is an interesting statement, considering that science is really struggling to define the realm of reality. Science is struggling to just even define the notion of matter. So they are defining matter through its designation, as if designating something would explain something. So it's not because you designate a car that you can explain how a motor is working. Okay, there's a fundamental difference between naming something and understanding the mechanics of something. The same way science is today giving names and names and names and names to atoms and protons and neutrons and photons and ions, and there's many ons all over the place. But it doesn't mean that because you're naming something, you understand something. So when science says that it is observing reality, and trying to explain reality, that there's a fundamental difference between leaving something, and leaving something is being in the experience of being something, of experiencing life, and talking about this experience. So a very simple example is every time that you're doing a task that is absorbing yourself, where you don't think about anything, you're just fully absorbed by this task. You are not capable of talking about this task. To be able to talk about this task, you need to stop being in that task. And it could be anything. It could be a building, it could be painting, it could be gardening, it could be singing, it could be, and this is a time when you actually lose yourself in a sense. You're losing your mind, you're losing, like, you don't think anymore, you become something, you become what you do. And this is the difference between being yourself and becoming something else. So when you're acting, for example, you have to forget your identity and become another identity. When you have to talk about what you just did, if you have to speak about what you just did when you acted, when you did some acting, it is a totally different experience of being the actor when you act. And we are not enough familiar with this concept. We are not enough familiar with the difference between the state of being into something and the state of talking about something. So science is basically talking about things. Science is taking a picture and telling you, oh, this picture is reality. A picture is a picture. A picture is an image of reality. It is not reality. And we need to always remember that. A picture is only an image of reality. You would have taken that picture 5 seconds before, or you would have taken that picture 5 seconds after. You would have had a completely different story that is unfolding. So we need to always keep in mind that there is an inertia in reality, in the way reality is moving. And for example, we're saying that we have a new bodies every 7 years, for example. But how that is that we have a new body every 7 years and we remain slightly the same every day. There is something very bizarre in that statement, that we are losing billions of cells every day and we still are the same in sort of things. Like, we are getting older, we're aging, for example, but we roughly are staying the same. Science is observing reality in a certain perspective and saying that this is reality, not considering that there is a slightly change that is happening every single day and that we're moving towards something that may actually be totally different, that we are not completely aware of, just because that change is happening very slightly. A lot of spiritual people over the last few years have all witnessed that, for example, time seems to go faster. If you all are submitted to time, how would you be able to measure time? And I'm not talking about time as a clock, like the clock is always the same, it's always going to measure time. I'm talking about the experience of time. A lot of people have witnessed that things seems to accelerate, not in the time itself, because time is a constant, but in the way we are witnessing and we are submitted to time. And this is the total difference between measuring time, which is done by a clock, and the experience of time, which is done by a human experience, which is totally relative. And this seems to be the difference between science and spirituality. Science is trying to explain things based on ratios. And this is why we talk about rationalism. Rationalism is coming from the roots ratio, but a ratio is something that is compared to something else, that is measured according to something else. So that notion of ratio, rationalism, is to bring back everything to what is comparable. But how would you compare an idea against another idea? That is your mind. For example, if you have to compare the idea of a souvenir, a memory that you had when you were young with another one, who outside of yourself would be able to do that? Who would be able to rationalize putting a ratio, comparing something that is internal? And this is not possible. This is the realm of the inner world, of that which is inside, compared to the world of the outer world, that is that which is outside. So science is trying to be the referee of the outside world, telling you what is and what isn't, what can be observed, so what can we consensually accept as universal truth, and what is not. And it's very complicated to do that, because universal truth only happen in a universal spectrum. But we are not living in a universal spectrum. We're living in a relative spectrum. We're living in a reality where we are sharing an information. We all, for example, agree or disagree to what we observe. So someone will see something and someone else will come and see something else, because we're all having different perspective. The best example being, if you pouring some water into a glass, do this glass is half full or half empty? You would take 100 people and you will normally have about 45 people who would say this is half full, and another 45 people who would say it is half empty, and maybe 10 people who would say, I don't know, or it is everything, or it's both. And that's the problem, because they're all right. Yes, it is half full. Yes, it is half empty. Yes, it is filled with atoms. And yes, each of those atoms are filled with emptiness. So it is filled, it is empty, it is half full, it is half empty, it is nothing, it is everything, and all at the same time. And this is where spirituality is coming to bring this perspective. And we have this pendulum happening between science on one side that is trying to reduce things to its smallest and easiest expression. And you have the spiritual realm that is taking the big picture and going towards infinity, and trying to say, well, this is also true. And that's where both are clashing. But the truth is that it is both. It is infinite and nothing at the same time. It is microcosm and macrocosm at the same time. And I wanted to share with you some of this paradox, who actually seems to be irrational, but which are in a way. So, for example, if you look at a goal and a journey, so the goal is focusing on the end of the path, where the journey is about experimenting the path. So the goal is the beginning and the goal. For example, the beginning and the end is the scientific perspective, saying you started here and you ended there. It's a relative perspective. And then you have the path, which is talking exactly about the same story, but from the voyager, like the person which is traveling. This is the journey, the path. Nothingness on one side, which is like going towards nothingness, towards total annihilation, the same way humanity is moving towards its annihilation with this so-called pandemic, this so-called crisis that we're going through, which is pushed by chaos. Chaos is bringing that thing into the world, so we can actually shift from the reality we were before to the reality we will be. So in one side we have that nothingness, and on the other side you have infinity. And there's big chances that there may be multi-level existence where people would actually leave the experience of going towards total annihilation and total amazement and bliss. And we may be at that carrefour where we could actually choose to go towards annihilation or towards infinity. And maybe, just maybe, infinite amount of existence are simultaneously happening, in which you are trying many different types of decisions, and we're all co-creating different types of decisions, and that the decision that you're taking are actually bringing you slowly towards the one that you decide. And this is what the law of attraction seems to demonstrate. Demonstrate that if you attract positiveness into your life, then you may actually go towards positiveness. And if you attract negativeness into your life, you will go towards negativity. So no matter if this theory is right or not, if multiverse are existing, if you are a spark of consciousness living the experience of separation through existence, no matter if this is true or not, the idea that you better work towards positiveness and positivity and focus on something that will have a positive outcome has all the benefits possible. There is no real benefits thinking that negative things are going to happen, because even if they're happening, well, there's no reason why you should think about it and worry about it before they actually happen, okay? Because no matter what you can do, you can prepare yourself, yes, but preparation never guarantees you that you will not go through this chaos with ease and peace, the way it normally happens all the time. Because normally the universe is only giving you what you can survive, what you can stand, what you can go through, if you're doing the job of being in line with yourself. So this segmentation can also be seen as those which are fragmented on one side. So the idea that you are separated in yourself, and the idea that you are one with yourself. So the scientific will segment things and give you portion of it, piece of it, and use like specific type of frequency, saying, oh, this is sound, and this is light, and this is electromagnetic, and this is plasma. But when you ask them the question of what is vibrating, what is the substance behind the vibration of light, of sound, of all this, they don't have a clue, because they refuse the idea that something may be underlying all the substance of the universe that the ancient civilization used to call ether. So they're using words, they're using names, and they believe that because they're using names, they can hide behind those names, so they wouldn't have to admit that there has to be an underlying ocean of energy that is allowing all the manifested existence to be observed. Okay, so if we look at order on one side and chaos on the other side, if we look at day and night, if we look at space and time, if we look at pi, which is defining the circle, so a circle is equidistant point around the center, and phi, which is the golden number, which is defining the spiral. Pi defines something that is still balanced, and phi defines something that is constantly in movement. The same way time and space, sphere and vortex, mathematics and geometry on one side, and poetry and music on the other side. Are they that different? Are they that different? Like many people said that music can be, it requires music in a mathematical perspective, like Mozart and all the biggest composer in the world are all recognized as mathematical geniuses, not because they were speaking mathematics, but everything in reality is related to a bond, and mathematics is trying to define this bond. When you're doing 1 + 1 = 2, you're trying to see the relationship that one can have with another one, and how we can create groups around those concepts. The same way in geometry, when you define a square that is based on 4 angles, and they're each 90 degrees, 90, 90, 90, 90 degrees, so 360 degrees. 90 times 4 = 360. And a circle that is also based on 360 degrees, you're also trying to define a relationship between that which is angular, that which have angle and straight lines, and that which is circular, the same way pi and the golden number are working. So this separation between science and spirituality is a total illusion. I'm going to give you more example, like if you look at left brain and right brain. Yes, there is a difference. However, it is the brain that connects both. If you look at words and silence, how words could exist without silence, how silence could exist without words, or note of music and silence. We're trying to put names into things, to distinguish things without seeing what connects them and how they're all intricately connected. Like they're all intricately connected, but we don't see that. We much prefer focusing on what separates, like white people and black people. Like this is insanity. Like look at everything that connects them in terms of genes, in terms of blood, in terms of organs, in terms of bones, in terms of flesh, in terms of mind, in terms of mechanism. And because only one thing is changing from one person to another, which is the pigmentation of the skin or the structure of the lips or the structure of the nose or the eyes, because of that, we're all going to focus on that. It is as insane as saying that, oh, there's blonde woman and brunette, and they are different. Just because one single thing is separating them, where there's so many others that are connecting them. And we're doing that all the time. So we have like rock and roll on one side, and we have free jazz on the other side. We have Earth on one side, and we have the stars on the other side. What if everything was actually just backflip from each other? What if everything was just a negative picture of each other? And that you would just have to flip the perspective to actually just witness how you have been obsessed with one perspective just because you've chosen that. You've chosen to be obsessed with that perspective, where you could have seen the other side of that perspective very easily and actually reveal the truth, which is a combination of perspectives. So we have the relative, which is interdependent on one side, and you have the absolute that is limitless on the other side. Okay, science is relative, spirituality is absolute. Which one is right? Which one is wrong? They're both right and wrong at the same time, because existence is a polarized experience between inner and outer, between up and down, between left and right, between past and future, between inner and outer, between experience and non-experience, like dream state. The dreams is a non-experience. However, you still experimented something. Okay, even if sometimes you wake up in the morning and don't remember that you dreamt about something, you still experimented something. It's not because you don't have the remembrance of something that it didn't happen. The same way, it's not because you forgot what happened in your past, some event of your past, that the event didn't happen. Okay. So when you're closing your eyes, when you open your eyes, you are nothing facing infinity. But when you're closing your eyes, you are infinity facing nothingness. You are like infinite things that cannot be defined, that is facing nothingness. Again, this is this flipped perspective on where you are. Observation of nothingness and the experience of infinity. When we're looking at the sky, for example, we seem to look at the vacuum being nothingness. But if you're starting to realize that nothingness is infinite in a certain way, then you are actually facing infinity. Which one is right, which one is wrong? Both are right and wrong. Rationality, ratio, measurable. And on the other side, we have reason. So ratio, rationality, is that which can be measured, that which can be compared, that which can be consensually observed in certain perspective, in certain condition. But on the other side, we have the reason. And the reason is the science of resonance. It's the science of connection. It's the science of that which oscillate together and form and morph together. And this is based on experience and discovery. Okay, so again, which one is right, which one is wrong? They're both right and wrong at the same time, because they're not universally experienced. However, they are individually experienced. Money possession is something that is more on the science perspective, which is about rationality. And on the other side, we have desire and experience. Again, which one is right and wrong? Present and timeless. So when you're present, you have the observation of being present, but the true state of being present is actually timeless, where you cannot even put a word on it. There's no word, because it's something that has to be experienced. You cannot experience the state of being creation at someone else's place. You have to experiment it yourself. All the words that one could use to share this experience, like the experience of enlightenment, of Kundalini, of DMT experiences, of all that, none of those words could even get close to the experience of being in that state. Okay, so that's the difference between speaking about the present and being that state of being present. So we have the illusion on one side, and we have the imagination on the other side. So illusion is a ill vision, and imagination is I am a nation of magic. Okay, so on one side I am, but I'm dictated by my vision, and on the other side I am that state of being magic, imagination. Television on one side and the edge of what I know. Television, and the edge of what I know. So I am the edge of what I know, which is the knowledge. Okay, the knowledge is just the edge of what I know, and on the other side, I just trust what I see. Government is govern the mind, and self-governance, which is you are your own sovereign in your own body. Obedience, replication, and reason, resonance. Anger, I am anger, which is the true things that we should say. We shouldn't say I am angry. We should actually say I am anger. So, which literally means I allow anger to overcome myself. Okay, because if you say I am angry, or I am anger, or I am sad, or I am stupid, or I am, you actually associate yourself with the fragmented perspective of yourself. So why people are fragmented? When we were born, we were one. We were one entity living the experience of the incarnation into a body. And slowly, months after months, weeks after weeks, the mind starting to structure itself through the brain and the frontal cortex and the structuration of the brain, and started slowly to leave the experience of the fragmentation. So slowly, like children are blind for a few weeks. I don't remember how many, like 6 or 8 weeks. They're blind. They can't see anything. Even if they open their eyes, they basically see a big blurry things. And the only thing that they know is that it's bloody painful. Like incarnation is bloody painful. The first thing that happened is that big cry when we're all getting out of our mother's womb. And slowly, from out of this big foggy experience, form is starting to happen. And the first reflex of children, of babies, is to actually identify themselves to this form that they start to see. So they start to see a wall, and they think they're the wall, and then they start to see a window, and they think they're with a window. And one day, they cross the eyes of their mother, and for whatever reason, they start to think that they are their mother. And this is actually why we are all constantly trying to look at people's eyes first, because this is the first thing that really truly connects us with consciousness. And so when we start to go out of that state of dissociation, we start to walk and start to see that we have hands, and we start to see the world for what it is. And we slowly start to see the separation between the self and the projection, which is the experience. And slowly we start to forget that there was a time when we were one. We were just one. There was no separation. There was no body. There was no emotion. There was no mind. And there was no spirit. There was just one experience. But slowly we started to fall into the deception of the separation, of the what I call the fragmentation. So someone that, for example, let him or her body taking over the experience of reality and believe that your body is you, is living a fragmentation experience. It's actually letting one of its four perspective, its four states, its four expression. There's many others, but let's summarize that to four: physical, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual. So if you believe that you're only a body, if you believe that you are just your emotions, if you believe that you're just what you think, or if you believe that you're only your soul, you are fragmented. Because the essence of who you are is the oneness that is happening when all those four states are actually in line with themselves. And there is no fragmentation, there is no separation. So to be fragmented is also to believe that you are your life story, that you are your identity, that you are what drives you to become who you are at the moment. This is another form of fragmentation. And unfortunately, we're living in a world where a lot of people are fragmented and they don't even know it. They are ignorant of the state of fragmentation that is happening inside of themselves. Government, as I mentioned before, is split into government. Ment means mental, mind. So government actually literally means governing your mind. If you are in line with yourself, you are in self-governance. And this is why sovereignty, true sovereignty, is all about. It's about reunifying that which has been fragmented into oneness, into one experience. Physical, of course, emotional, obviously, intellectual, it has to be, and spiritual, because there's no other options. Everything has to be one. And if you believe that one needs to be more treated than the others, if you believe that your body has to be more cared for than your spirit, then you are living slowly, you're sliding slowly into the path of fragmentation. Okay, everything is important. The inner world is as important as the outer world. The science is as important as the spirituality. It seems that my presentation was condemning science. It is not. But I had to play a little bit the devil advocate about the case of spirituality, because we're living in such a rational world where people have been so programmed to only see one aspect of the physical and tangible experience, that I had to bring back that perspective so people could start to see the big picture. The small picture is what we have been given every day, which is for the purpose of control. Because there's a reason why we are instrumentalizing science to reduce people's perspective, because the more your perspective is small, and the easier we can be manipulated. And this is all entangled in the same game, like total control of our world by a minority of psychopaths. and we have to face this reality. This is about to blow up. Humanity is going to wake up from this deep state of sleep, and we have to reunify, be in line with ourselves, bring back all those fragments of ourselves into oneness, so we can actually act with a higher level of integrity, in alignment, to bring back peace to this world. Another type of perspective is, on one side, I am stupid, which is that you are judging yourself, you're rationalizing yourself, you're comparing yourself, you are using ratio to compare yourself. And another way of expressing it, which is, I give credit to the idea that I cannot think for myself, or that I'm not thinking enough, or that I am not enough, or that I'm not worthlessness, or that I'm not worthy of something. All those ideas, those detrimental ideas, those are poisonous again. Why? Because when you look at nature, do you have to thank trees to be trees? Do you have to thank grass to be grass? Or do you have to thank both to be what they are, because they couldn't exist without one without the other? A grass exists for the purpose of being a grass. A tree exists for the purpose of being a tree. If suddenly all the grass was destroyed, the tree would die, because the grass are bringing the carbon to the soil, and the soil is feeding the microorganisms that are breaking down this, and all these microorganisms are balancing the pH and allowing the water to be restrained by the roots, and because of that, the tree can be. So again, and by the tree being, it actually brings shade, and that shade allows the grass to grow and being safe and not being burnt if it's too dry. So it's a collaboration concept. It is not about judging each other and saying, oh, you are this and you are that, or you should be this or you should be that. Everyone has their purpose and their role in existence. Everything has a reason. Everything has a meaning. And we just forgot about that because we've been convinced to reduce our perspective to smaller and smaller and smaller. Another analogy is a knife and a hammer on one side and pen and paper on the other side. Okay, you can use knife and hammer to work on reality, or you can use pen and paper to work on another level of reality. Oral transmission, internet, books, and blockchain. For those who don't know what blockchain is, it's the technology behind the cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. Security and excitement, old and young. You know, all those duality, which actually seems to be separated, are actually two aspects of the same thing. And it's only because we are ignorant of this, the two sides of the coin, that we are playing this stupid war against ourselves and our evolution. So I think my presentation comes to an end because there's only just 5 minutes left. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them. If you guys would like to be in touch with me, you can find me on YouTube. So Roman Light on YouTube, Sacred Arithmetic, sacredarithmetic.com, or my Telegram group, Roman Light, or Roman Light group chat, or group chat, I think. I'm always happy to speak with anyone. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer them. Hey, brother.
Thanks, Roman. Really appreciate your contribution. I did post the links in the chat. So they're actually in the chat. People can reference them and find you on Telegram or YouTube. And also, I've also shared your Sacred Arithmetic website as well for people that would like to have a look at the work that you've developed over the last 10 years or even more than that, I think. So, yeah, really appreciating all the nuggets and the bridging that you did between science and spirituality, and just opening our minds and coming back into a unified response, rather than kind of polarizing into one or the other. And yeah, did a great job to really offer another perspective, another way to really support us. So thanking you so much. I've had a look at the questions. I can't see any questions at this point in time. Let's just quickly scan through. Karen, I don't know if you've got any questions.
I've got a question. I loved what you said about governing our mental capacity, and I just went mind blown. And what do you think we should call the government if we don't call it government? Do you have any ideas on that?
We should call the government what they are, which are like a whole bunch of traitors, pedophile, rapists, and that we need to get rid of, and that we are going to get rid of very quickly because they're so corrupted that they are destroying the world the way we know it. And
yeah, but that was not the question. If we were had to have something alternative to the government, what would we call it?
Well, I'm a big advocate of self-governance. So we just need today to use our common sense and just connect to our inner truth. We don't need any representation today. This time is over. We need to just organize and structure society in a way that we can actually question peoples directly, and so people can question them directly and have a reflector of the big governance system. But today, the way it's working, we're giving our right to people that are easily corruptible and are easily betraying all of us. And this dynamic needs to stop. We need to wake up of that massive hypnosis and remember that we are the power. We are the creators. We are the manifestors, and just wake up from this mass hypnosis and just reconnect to that inner self, travel in ourself, and see how we're all connected inside and outside.
Yeah, fair enough.
We do have a question. We've got a question, which is, could you please say a bit about the role of free energy in our future? We've got 3 minutes left. So 3 minutes.
3 minutes on free energy. Well, just quickly, energy is never created. Energy is harvested. Energy is there. Energy is the sub-layer of creation. There's nothing else than energy. The energy, the way we talk electricity, is just one aspect of the energy, and the elite are hiding a lot of technology that are capable of harvesting and manifesting energy the way we could have access to so-called free energy, which is being able to travel for free, doing teleportation, anti-gravitational technology. This is a big topic that I worked on for years, and that is connected to my work in mathematics and the structure of the matrix. So I'm happy to dive into that, but maybe not in 2 minutes. So the role of free energy in our future would be to free humanity from the necessity to care for our bodies, because our bodies would be then care easier for. But the bigger question is not that much about free energy. The bigger question is about ethic and moral, and a big consensus about what do we define as life and existence, and up to where are we happy to go in notion of transhumanism and human evolution of consciousness. Those are much more important questions to know consciously what are we deciding, because if we don't ask those questions, others will answer for us, and this is what we need to act right now upon.
And this is really, the expansion of our consciousness to be able to hold those ideas that you're talking about. And again, the balance between consciousness and then the development of technology and the relationship, or the harmonic balance and the relationship between those two elements.
Yeah, and that's where ethic and moral are essential, because at the moment we let money control our world and politics. It is now time for people to stand for their life and their existence, and say that their existence has value, and we cannot just let money take over our life and decide for us, and there's a bunch of psychopaths dictating if we can go out, if we can breathe fresh air, if we can expose our body to the world, or if we have to face put a mask in our face in shame. So I stand against all this. And I ask everyone that believe in that to join me on my Telegram group, Roman Light on Telegram, to support the spreading of the truth to our brothers and sisters which are still a tiny little bit asleep.
All right, beautiful. Thank you so much, Ryman. Much appreciation. Many blessings.
Amazing.
Thank you, everyone, for organizing this beautiful event. Have a beautiful day.
Amazing. Dude, what a deal. I was going to chat to you, Nicolas. He's gone. All right, time to moving on. Now I've got the wonderful and glorious and beautiful Dr. Gillian Ross to introduce you to. Love Gillian. She's coming on in a minute. Let me tell you a little bit about Gillian. Dr. Gillian Ross left academic life in the 80s to explore an alternative lifestyle, moving to the country with her family. She trained as a yoga teacher and shiatsu therapist and fell in love with meditation and evolutionary mysticism. Gillian has published 4 books, but she's best known for her yoga and meditation CDs, which she started recording through the ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Commission, in the 90s. Her 40-acre home in northern New South Wales has become a spiritual haven for retreats and workshops. And today, Gillian is going to talk to us about evolutionary mysticism and the emergence of the planetary mind. Welcome, Gillian.
Thank you so much, Karen. Sounds like Roman's a bit of a hard act to follow, but I'll do my best. In some ways, we're on the same page. Anyway, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share something of my passion for evolutionary mysticism with what I hope will be a very receptive audience, and of course, alongside so many very interesting speakers. But first, I'd like to acknowledge the. Am I on my own now, Karen? Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to acknowledge the Widjabul people of the Bundjalung Nation, who for thousands of years have lived harmoniously in this Nimbin Valley in northern New South Wales, where I'm so privileged to be living now. And it's really great that we are at last beginning to recognise that we have so much to learn from our Indigenous brothers and sisters in these challenging times. So first, let us address the core challenge that I see. There we go. I will be punctuating my talk with some, I hope would be for inspiring quotes for you. At least I hope they're as inspiring for you as they are for me as we go along. So clearly, beloveds, the human consciousness is now the driving force of evolution on planet Earth. There isn't a single atom on the planet that is not impacted upon by human behavior, by human consciousness. This is unprecedented. The future destiny of our planet, of our Mother Earth, rests in human hands. That is an awesome responsibility. And sadly, the current level of human consciousness is simply not equipped for the task. It is taking us, with a great deal of the natural world, on a high-tech, high-speed, high-consumption joyride into an abyss of extinction. And sadly, beloveds, no meaningful, well-meaning reduction in our carbon emissions or use of plastic bags or whatever is going to do anything more than slow the vehicle down, if that. If we are to change our trajectory and live harmoniously and sustainably on our Mother Earth, we have to change the consciousness of the driver. The current level of consciousness is the ego, the separate self, and I include in that the mental, rational level that we're so enamored of. Christian mystic and scholar Cynthia Bourgeault said recently that expecting to resolve our current existential crises from the level of consciousness of the mental egoic ego is like trying to learn to play the violin with a chainsaw. Well, that was wonderful. So egoic consciousness has sort of crept up on us for what, over the last 12,000 years since the inception of agriculture. And it's given us great material progress. I mean, it's given us this wonderful technology that we're enjoying at the moment, but at huge cost, dangerous cost to our spiritual and our emotional evolution. I came across a quote from an evolutionary biologist recently where she said, put Stone Age emotions, medieval institutions, and 21st century physics in a blender, and you've got problems. And we have. The root problem with the ego, and therefore the primary cause of so many of our crises, is that it is deeply immersed in stories of separation. It's telling us that we're separate from each other. How absurd. It is telling us that we are separate from our own inner depths and heights. It's taken us into flatland and disconnected us from the inner realms. That's a bit of a disaster. And perhaps most tragic at all, it's disconnected us from our kinship with the natural world. And this disconnection from the natural world was beautifully expressed for us back in the early 1920s from the D.H. Lawrence. I came across this wonderful quote from him where he said, Oh, what a catastrophe for man when he cut himself off from his union with the sun and the earth. That is what is the matter with us. We are bleeding at the roots. Love is a grinning mockery, because, poor blossom, we plucked it from its stem on the tree of life and expected it to keep on blossoming in our civilized vase on the table. And for me, perhaps the most poignant manifestation of this disconnect from the natural world for me is the abomination of factory farming. But there are many others. Our stories of separation have caused so much suffering and cruelty in our history. Enough is enough. Egoic consciousness has put the consciousness in a straitjacket. It has stultified our evolution. Einstein used to speak of the prison of the ego, and it's simply not worthy of us. Because the fact is that throughout history and across cultures, we have worshipped, indeed adored, individuals who manifested a very different level of consciousness, far vaster, far more benign than our skin-encapsulated, fear-driven egos. We've called them awakened beings. Well, the fact is that awakened consciousness is no longer the prerogative of the saint or St. St. Francis, or even a Jesus or a Buddha. It is the birthright of each and every one of us. We are all of us mystics at heart, all capable of experiencing and living the transforming power of mystical experiences, of a mystical connection with our divine source. And, beloveds, at this critical time in Earth's history, it is becoming nothing less than our duty, our responsibility, to wake up and help take the ego out of the driving seat urgently and collectively. And because we are in such a privileged position in our so-called developed nation, developed societies, we have our basic needs met. We're in a position to do that, to help with that. So what I'm going to offer is a sort of map that I see as aiding our transformation imperative, what we could call our consciousness revolution. My doggy is barking. I hope you can't hear him. He will quieten down soon, I'm sure. He's got enthusiastic about it all.
He's loving the show.
Oh dear. Can you hear him, Karen? Can you?
Yeah, it's okay.
Right.
He's just chiming in, Gillian. He's just loving
He's
it.
chiming in, yes. He's feeling the passion of it all. So firstly, beloveds, we urgently need the help of a new globally uniting story around what it means to be human. A story that can help to heal and make whole and holy our fragmented world and our fragmented psyches, the fragmentation Reverend was talking about. A story that will inspire nothing less than a mystical renaissance, which will in turn bring forth a whole new sense of self. A consciousness that could guide us into the beautiful world our hearts know is possible. The beautiful world our hearts know is possible is actually the title of a book, some of you may know of it, by Charles Eisenstein. I commend him to you. He's one of the great thinkers and philosophers of our time. You can find heaps of him on YouTube. He is most interesting to listen to on all of this. Charles Eisenstein. So, I would like to change our slide at this point, but it's not working. What am I doing wrong? Karen, I thought I could just tap on it and it would change.
Oh, give it another go. Maybe just change the screen from full screen to a smaller screen, and you might be able to tap on it to change it.
Oh, there it
you
is.
go.
It's come up. It's a little bit slow. Right. Our new story. So humankind has always had uplifting stories, right through cultures, across history, across cultures and through history. We've had stories, uplifting stories, creation stories that give stories that bring meaning and purpose and morality into our lives. But we have no such globally uniting, inspiring story at the moment. The prevailing story, the prevailing Western world view, which now, of course, has been proselytized across the entire planet, is that we are nothing more than accidental specks of consciousness that have somehow emerged from a purposeless universe of dead matter. I mean, how absurd. That's scientific materialism. And it's taken a pretty good hold on our mainstream culture. No wonder we have an epidemic of depression, of drug addiction, of teenage suicide. No wonder we've had to invent a new religion of consumerism, where buying stuff has become a way of masking the purposelessness of life. But the good news is that there is a new story taking wings across the planet, and it's known as evolutionary mysticism. Also sometimes evolutionary spirituality, but because the mainstream spirituality has a bit of a pejorative edge to it, I prefer to call it evolutionary mysticism. And it tells us that our universe is a vast, interconnected, evolving, endlessly creative, purposeful, numinous reality. In other words, fused with the divine light. And every atom, every cell, every living being is an utterly sacred manifestation of a sublime, transcendent consciousness or intelligence. I avoid the term God because it carries too much patriarchal baggage for me and doesn't really encapsulate the magnificence of that. That new story aligns beautifully, of course, with the big history story of cosmic evolution known as cosmogenesis. Wonderful word, cosmogenesis, the Big Bang story. All evolutionary mysticism is doing is breathing sentience and sacredness into that awesome discovery of science. And it is an awesome discovery. The discovery of evolution, of cosmogenesis, has been described as the greatest discovery of the entire scientific enterprise. It's so awesome. And some of you may have heard of Brian Swain, the cosmologist Brian Swain. He was the first person actually to introduce me to evolutionary mysticism back in the 90s with his wonderful video series, Canticles to the Cosmos. And of course, I fell madly in love with him. But anyway, he's still delightful, and you can find him on YouTube. And he tries to sort of get through to his audience just how amazing cosmogenesis is by saying, take hydrogen gas, a colorless, odorless gas. One of the first elements to emerge after the flaring forth of energy that we call the Big Bang. Leave it alone, just do nothing to it for 13.8 billion years, and it becomes giraffes and rose bushes and human beings, etc., etc. I mean, what is going on? To really feel into that is like a mystical experience. And then the amazing universe that science has opened up for us. Just think of those images from the Hubble telescope. And of course, you have one on your screen now, the Andromeda Nebula. Just extraordinary, the vastness and the sheer beauty of it. The universe oozes beauty. Or just go and lie out on the earth at a clear night. Feel the power of gravity holding you to this vast earth, and look up at the Milky Way, our galaxy. Drink in its energy. And come and absorb reflect on the scientific understanding that there are more stars in the universe than there are grains of sand on the planet. I mean, talk about awesome. It's a mystical experience. So, you know, what we have to understand is the transforming power of this new story rests on it being experienced viscerally in that way. It has to be embodied. Only then will it become the foundation for a whole new culture and a new religion. So I invite you at this stage, beloveds, to close your eyes, take a deep breath in, and relax back into your heart energy. Rest your awareness in your heart. And just absorb what I'm about to say with your heart intelligence, because it's so critical to our consciousness evolution. And it's very profound. A core revelation of evolutionary mysticism, critical to our consciousness revolution, is that the transcendent consciousness that birthed our universe is at this time in history becoming aware of itself through the consciousness of the human. I repeat that. That transcendent intelligence is at this time in history becoming aware of itself through us, through the consciousness of the human. The divine intelligence that is orchestrating the whole glorious drama of evolution is yearning to express itself, herself, through us in our thoughts and actions. If we reflect deeply on that, it means that it is our destiny to allow this sublime transpersonal intelligence to work through us consciously and creatively. Not my will, my little ego, but thy will, capital T, capital W, be done. I think that is the mantra of our time. Not my will, but thy will be done. And it's a realization that reminds me of Chinese Taoism. The Taoists say that liberation comes when you can flow in the current of the eternal Tao. And in evolutionary mysticism, this divine will is understood as being the eros, or the love force of the universe. It's also called the evolutionary impulse. And it's a core understanding that aligning ourselves with this divine eros, or evolutionary impulse, brings forth ever greater goodness, truth, and beauty, and more joy into our personal lives, and certainly less stress. Pardon me. So in other words, our new story of evolutionary mysticism is bringing forth a mystical renaissance. The two are inextricably interwoven. It will be impotent if it does not engage an inner journey in which we learn to surrender in a spirit of devotion to a consciousness far greater than our ego. Not my will, but thy will be done. In the words of the wonderful Joseph Campbell, we have to become transparent to the transcendent. Isn't that gorgeous? Transparent to the transcendent. I'm going to try and bring up a different slide again now. Doesn't seem to want to do it. Oh, there we go. It's just a bit slow. Our mystical renaissance. So the quote here from the wonderful Jean Houston, at this time in our history, the greatest accelerator of evolution is mystical experience. That is amazing, and that's really the whole substance of my talk. But it's surprising coming from Jean Houston. She was one of the pioneers of the human potential movement back in the 70s. She's still going strong. She has several PhDs in philosophy, psychology, and so on. And I never thought of her as a mystic, so I was really delighted to hear her say this, and put this great emphasis on mystical experience, which I am trying to do. And she is echoing a favorite quote of mine from Christian mystic Father Wayne Teasdale. Breathe this one in. He says, mysticism is perhaps the most precious treasure entrusted to our human family, and it is our most effective resource for the transformation of our attitudes, actions, and lives. Get that, the most effective resource for the transformation of our attitudes, actions, and lives. So many of our contemporary psychotherapists would do well to get a handle on that one. And some of them are. You might have heard of Gabor Mate, become a very popular, lovely man, become a very popular trauma and addiction therapist. And I heard him quote recently from someone he obviously agreed with, saying that all problems are emotional, all solutions are spiritual. I like that. And of course, the great Carl Jung very famously said towards the end of his life that the approach to the numinous, the divine light, is the real therapy. Insofar as you approach to the numinous, you are freed from the curse of pathology, taken out of the ego. So quickly, another slide change for you. This is gorgeous if it comes up. Come on, baby. No, this is very annoying. Well, it's not moving for me, and I can't seem to make the screen shorter. Oh dear, the challenges of technology. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, I've jumped one now. This is the one after next. So the other was a poem from the mystic poet Hafiz. So I'll just recite it for you. It's a beautiful poem. I showed an image of a rose, and the words were, "How did the rose ever open her heart and give all her beauty to the world? She felt the encouragement of light upon her being. Otherwise, we all remain too frightened." And I think the poem is a beautiful metaphor for the experience of mystic meditation, which I believe is an essential tool for our mystical renaissance and our conscious revolution. And I distinguish between mystic meditation and mindfulness meditation. Mindfulness meditation becoming very popular, that's great, but mystic meditation is a different quality. It is devotional. It's a meditation practice where you go into stillness and silence in a spirit of surrendering, of heart opening to this consciousness far greater than your own, imaged in any way, you know, Jesus, Mary, whatever, any mask of eternity, as Campbell called them, or simply as the divine light. For me, spiritual work and meditation in particular is about connection with the everlasting light of awareness within us and allowing it to shine through the consciousness of our daily life. And I might digress into near-death experiences here that are becoming so well known, so well documented, where people do experience that uncreated, that extraordinary, exquisite light when they move beyond this realm for a little while and then come back after a near-death experience. But you don't have to die to get that experience. Believe you me, you just open yourself up in this mystic meditation, surrender in a spirit of devotion, diligently and persistently. Persistence is an important word. And you will experience the light, or you will be gifted with grace. The mystics of all times and places have tasted the mystery that is the everlasting light and tell us that it is the energy of love, of exquisite, unconditional love. Everything in the universe is bringing forth in a unique way the uncreated light that is both its source, sustenance, and substance. And if only everyone on the planet, or at least our leaders, could have a taste, just a fleeting taste of the reality of that divine light, it would be a very different world. But that is the promise of our mystical renaissance. Maybe for some future generation, some future civilization. And that promise is beautifully expressed in a verse from the great evolutionary mystic Sri Aurobindo, exploring consciousness in the mid-20th century. And in his epic poem Savriti, he writes, he had a vision of a future humanity, and he writes, "Earth will become the home of heaven's light." Isn't that beautiful? Earth will become the home of heaven's light. And spirit's tops and nature's base will draw near the secret of their separate truths and know each other as one deity. And spirit will look out through matter's gaze, and matter will reveal the spirit's face. However, a warning. At this stage in our evolution, our mystical experiences can be so readily hijacked by the ego. Believe you me, a spiritualized ego is a lot more stultifying and indeed dangerous than one that is not spiritualized. It can lead to spiritual materialism, ego inflation, enormous ego inflation, and another one, transcendentalism, which has become, well, I've observed it among non-dual teachers and non-dual students, where they have bliss experiences and unity consciousness or something, and it takes them away from any interest in the physical realm. We just want to escape from the physical realm, and that's not what we're being called to do at the moment. And this is why this danger of being hijacked by the ego, this is why our new story is so critical to our consciousness revolution, because it anchors our mystical experiences in an understanding that we are participating in a cosmic drama of love, in which we all have a unique part to play, a duty to play in a way. So our mystical experiences then becomes a means to awaken the divine will within us to serve the greater good with humility and compassion. You know, the Sufis speak of different stages in the spiritual journey, and the experience of unity consciousness is not the ultimate. There is a stage, a station beyond that, and they call it the station of servanthood. In other words, beyond your unity consciousness, beyond your unity with the divine, you return to the marketplace and you serve the greater good. You serve the awakening of the rest of humanity. Beloveds, we're entering the age of universal mysticism. For the first time ever, we can harvest the wisdom and spiritual technologies, not only of our own traditions, but those of all other traditions that have ever existed, including those of our indigenous people. And we don't need a priest or a guru anymore. Sort of what Roman was hinting at too. I mean, a spiritual teacher or guru may be helpful in the early stages of your spiritual journey, but there's another, I've got full of so many beautiful quotes. Another quote I love from naturalist David Abram, I think it was in his book, Becoming Animal, where he said, carnally immersed as we are in a living, breathing planet, we each have our own access to the mystery, our own intimate access to the mystery. Carnally immersed as we are in a living, breathing planet, we each have our own intimate access to the mystery. I think that's pretty gorgeous too. But of course, psychotherapies have a role to play in this consciousness revolution, and there's certainly no shortage of them in our I, me, mine culture. They can help to liberate us from the many emotional blockages that hinder or distort our encounter with the inner light. But I do think that we greatly underestimate the healing power of mystical experiences in themselves when combined with our new story, as I alluded to earlier with Jung and Gabor Mate. And as Brian says, vis-a-vis our new story, this is Brian Swim again, quote, cosmology, when it is alive and healthy in a culture, evokes in the human a deep zest for life, a zest that is satisfying and revivifying, for it provides the psychic energy necessary to begin each day with joy. But the ego doesn't do that. The power of cosmology. Mystical experience, when it is grounded in and inspired by the uniting wisdom of our new story, totally transforms our engagement with life. Without it, we're nothing like, we're victims of our conditioning and our traumas and so on. We're like a boat thrown out onto the ocean without a sail or a rudder or a compass. But, in the words of the poet Rainer Maria Rilke, another of the mystic poets, if we listen to the intelligence of the earth, we would rise up rooted like trees. He goes on, instead we entangle ourselves in knots of our own making and struggle lonely and confused. And we could add that in these challenging times, we're witnessing just how much an egoic entanglement of fear and alienation can become breeding ground for divisive and dangerous fundamentalism, not to mention crazy conspiracy theories. So looking at our slide here, sacred perception, what we find within ourselves molds our reality. The inner enriches the outer. With our mystical experience, the world becomes re-enchanted, rejuiced with a sense of the sacred. In other words, contrary to commonly perceived thinking, the inner journey does not isolate us from the world. It enriches our participation in it, as I was saying earlier. And here's the thing, beloveds. When we connect with our divine source and with our kinship with the sacred universe, this is our new story, we birth a whole new sense of self. The ego is replaced, taken out of the ego, taken out of the driving seat, shed like a discarded snakeskin. And I'm going to endeavor to change the slide again, because we're moving now to the emergence of our snowflake self, the emergence of a new sense of self. Not working, but I will continue. I've called this emerging self in the past the snowflake self, because I was thinking that just as each unique, gorgeous snowflake is a crystallization of water, so each one of us is a gorgeous, unique crystallization of the infinite. However, and also I think like the notion of the fragility of the snowflake self, because at this stage in our evolution, our emerging snowflake self is indeed fragile. It so easily, as we well know, contracts back into ego consciousness. However, I've been told the snowflake self sounds sort of vaguely pejorative, flaky, whatever. So let's call it the sacred self. But of course, confusingly, there are many selves around these days. There's evolutionary self, sacred self, unique self, and we're calling this the Higher Self Expo and so on. I avoid higher self because it doesn't have a feeling of embodiment, and the self I'm talking about is definitely embodied. So I'm calling it the sacred self. And in saying that, I'm aligning with Sri Aurobindo's idea of our psychic being, where he speaks of the divine spark in the heart of each of us that is waiting to be awakened and is yearning to be reunited with the transcendent. So, what is emerging in our time, amongst so many of us now, we hope, is the sacred self. So we have sort of two selves at the moment. We have our ego self, we can call it that, a self, delusional self, and our sacred self. And their flavors are so different. We can very easily be aware of when we're acting from one and when we're acting from the other. Now, how am I going for time? Right. Because I just want to sort of run through a few of the differences between them to give you a feeling for that. The sacred self says an unqualified yes to life, and it responds rather than reacts. So I have to move very quickly through these. I think the sacred self has to have feelings. The ego has emotions. What's the difference between them? When you become aware of a feeling, it becomes it becomes more intense. When you're becoming aware of an emotion, it becomes less intense. An example of a sacred self feeling would be grief, deep grief for the tragedy of the earth at the moment. And if you go deeply into that grief, it deepens and it can break open the heart and lead to a transformation in consciousness. The ego, of course, does a lot of thinking, thoughts all over the place. The sacred self is more control over the thinking mind. And I have a lovely recollection of Eckhart Tolle on this. Eckhart Tolle, I heard him being asked once what the greatest spiritual gift he'd received from his awakening, his spiritual awakening. And after a typical sort of Eckhart pregnant pause, he said, "I can choose not to think." I like that. So we could say the sacred self can choose not to think. And of course, it has capacity for unconditional love, a heightened receptivity to beauty. But above all, the sacred self loves to serve. Serves the divine beloved, transcendent in doing so serves the greater good. And it does it with humility, such an important quality of the mystic, humility, and with gratitude, and with joy. All the mystical traditions speak of joy as being the essence of the divine. An awakening heart begins to have access to a deep well of joy. It's not diminished or conditioned in any way by outward events. The sacred self begins to understand what Joseph Campbell meant when he said it's possible to participate joyfully in the sorrows of the world. The sacred self can participate joyfully in the sorrows of the world, and my word, we need to develop that skill. So in short, our sacred self is giving us inkling of what the Dalai Lama meant when he said, the aim of life is to embody the transcendent. I'm sorry I'm not getting any more slides up. There we go. And many other lovely quotes on the sacred self that you're now missing. But embodiment is the critical word here, because our emerging sacred self is forging new neuronal pathways in our brain and in our nervous system. Cynthia Bourgeois speaks of a switching, using a computer analogy, says it's like switching onto a new operating system. However, we must, with all humility, realize that we're just kindergarten children in all of that. Part of our awakening to sacred self is to awaken our mystical anatomy. I've referred to the heart chakra, but also all the other chakras, and purify our bodies to become a vessel for the divine. And of course, Kundalini energy is a huge part of that, purifying energy that is arising across the planet at this time. We haven't time to go into any of that. So in all humility, we're just kindergarten children. Our sacred self gives us no more than an inkling of what it might yet mean to embody the transcendent. And mystics of the past have mapped many higher states of consciousness that could become a norm for humans in future generations, making Earth a home for heaven's light. So I just want to now briefly mention sacred activism, because one of the most uplifting elements of evolutionary mysticism is the understanding that each one of us in our sacred self has a unique and holy part to play in the unfolding cosmic drama of love that is evolution. And I love here the analogy of the circular rose window of Church Cathedral. We're each like a shard of glass in that magnificent whole, the beauty of that magnificent whole. We might not see the beauty of the whole, but we feel our way into the where we're meant to be once we surrender to the evolutionary impulse that I spoke of earlier. Which brings us to the emergence of what Andrew Harvey, and I won't have time to rave about Andrew Harvey, calls sacred activism. Because when our well-meaning activism for justice, for climate change action or whatever, is guided and fired by a mystical connection to our divine source, a holy power, a holy force is born in us, nothing less than a quantum leap in empowerment. And when sacred selves come together for the greater good, that empowerment is amplified 1,000 times. Christ said, did he not, that when 2 or more gathered in my name, I would be in your midst. And that is what is happening when sacred activists come together in these challenging times. So Andrew speaks of networks of grace for these communities of sacred activists that are emerging now across the planet. We can say this weekend, this expo is an example of a network of grace. And because of the internet, of course, there are many of them arising across the planet. Spiritual teachers having hundreds of students, all yearning for this new consciousness and having mystical experiences. So is it not possible that just as billions of years ago, atoms danced together to form molecules, and molecules came together to form cells, and cells came together to form multicellular organisms, and the biosphere took off? Is it not possible that these networks of grace across the planet and our sacred selves will unite, ultimately connect in a network of light around the planet, becoming like the nervous system of Gaia, the planetary mind? And this was envisioned by one of the great evolutionary mystics, Teilhard de Chardin, writing in the last century, a Catholic priest and paleontologist, a scientist. And he saw envisaged a Christ-realized sphere of consciousness around the earth, which he called the noosphere. Brian Swim, you can find Brian Swim talking about the noosphere on YouTube and his Earth project. And of course, there's nothing to do with further advances in physical technology, no need for quantum computers or whatever. But the ego simply is not able to connect with the noosphere. To anticipate the ego consciousness evolving a noosphere is like expecting an old-fashioned typewriter to connect with the internet. It's just not capable of it. So I do wish I could bring up another slide for you, but there's slate schemes and all of that. So to conclude, beloveds, now I actually have 15 minutes, haven't I? I misread the time. Have I? Karen,
Gillian,
no,
you've got 5 minutes, 4 minutes left, darling.
4 minutes. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, darling, 4 minutes.
Perfect.
It'll do. Now, human consciousness is like a bud on the cosmic vine. And science now tells us that from the very beginning, from the emergence and flaring forth of the Big Bang, conditions were absolutely right, just right, finely tuned exquisitely for the emergence of that exotic bloom. But at this stage in our evolution, it is poised to either fully flower or wither on the vine. And an even more graphic way of looking at it is that we are at a crossroad, a T-junction. Turning one way with the ego in the driving seat, we are on the road to hell on earth. But if enough of us become sacred activists, guided by the evolutionary impulse and participating in networks of grace, humankind may yet find itself on the road to the most beautiful world our hearts know is possible. Come what may, we will evolve the resilience and courage to face whatever arises in these uncertain times with acceptance, compassion, and even joy. Now, all that I've said is summed up in a beautiful verse from Christopher Fry, English author Christopher Fry, again writing in the last century. Please close your eyes again and feel this into your heart. I will unpack it as we go. Thank God our time is now, when wrong comes up to meet us everywhere, never to leave us till we take the largest stride of soul folk ever took. What a wonderful way of describing our evolution from ego to sacred self, the largest stride of soul folk ever took. Affairs are now soul-sized. The enterprise is exploration into God. In other words, our mystical renaissance. The enterprise is exploration into God. He concludes, where are you making for? It takes so many years, thousands of years to wake. In other words, it's taken thousands of years for consciousness to reach a point where it is ready to embody the transcendent. It took thousands of years to wake, but will you wake for pity's sake? Beloveds, we're on the threshold of a quantum leap in consciousness no less dramatic than the emergence of life itself. And that is no small matter. We cannot expect it to be free of chaos and suffering. We know that evolution is not a gentle, continuous process, but punctuated by convulsive episodes of breakdown and renewal. But we can take courage, beloveds, from the wisdom of our new story that tells us that the evolutionary impulse towards greater goodness, truth, and beauty is a divine spark that lies within the heart of each of us, and its signature is love. So thank you for listening, and may we all find better ways of being human.
Absolutely sublime, Gillian. That was just beautifully said, just sublime. Just, I love how this is all unfolding, because we're having people like you that have that beautiful mystical feminine quality, and Tanis was the same, and people like Roman have got all the science and they're mind-blowing. It's just beautifully unfolding, this whole thing. I'm just loving it.
That's the evolutionary impulse for you, darling. That's the
evolutionary impulse. Can you see me on screen? I don't think you can see me on screen.
I've got one of my slides up, and I'm very annoyed with them.
Do you want to get rid of your PowerPoint? And
well, I'm still having difficulty because the screen is dark of finding anything to. I'll go escape. How about that?
Escape. There you are. Hello, gorgeous.
There we are. I can put up.
There's no questions. People are just enjoying it. Thank you. Love, 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 love. Golden light.
Okay,
look at this golden light. Love, 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 love. Thank you. You know what? I'm going to bring Josie on, because I want you gals to meet. Do you want to meet Josie, who's our next speaker?
Yes.
Let me just hang on. I'm trying to.
So I didn't rush as much. I've got some time on my hands.
Do you see Josie?
No, I don't know.
You don't. Can you see us on screen?
Wait a minute. I'll get rid of my PowerPoint. Oh, there you are, Josie.
There you are.
I can. Yes.
I thought it would just be lovely for you.
15 minutes of your time, didn't you, darling?
I loved listening to what you had to say, Gillian. Just
that's
beautiful.
Good. That's good. So
Yes, she did.
Your sacrifice was worthwhile.
We were a little pressed for time, and Josie had 45 minutes and Gillian had 30, and they swapped because Gillian wanted more time. So thank you, Josie, for doing that. That was beautiful. Thank you so much, Gillian. And I've put in the comments, if you want to contact Gillian, I've put her email in the comments. She asked me to put the email in the comments, or go to gillianross.com. You can find her there.
Yes, just with an Australian audience. I am here, for people to come and visit if they want to. Yeah.
I'm totally coming up to see you one day. She's up near Nimbin. She's below you because Josie's in Queensland and I'm in Sydney. So she's so I'm totally, let's go. I'll meet you there, Josie.
Yes.
We'll go and have a cup of tea at Gillian's place in Nimbin.
Well, go and have lunch in Nimbin and come and stay the night here. I've got plenty of accommodation.
It's a deal. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, beautiful.
Bye.
Bye now.
Oh, hello, darling one. Are you enjoying the expo?
Oh, it's amazing. Absolutely. It's just wonderful to have all these people, grouped together, sharing their life's work, really. It's just wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you all, she says, Denise says. Well, let me introduce you. Multi-award-winning life coach, author, cancer survivor, a single mum, Josie Thomson, is a force of transformation in the lives of many. She serves to help transcend limitations and transform wounds into love, empowerment, forgiveness, compassion, and gratitude. Her work as a coach, inspirational speaker, and guide, not to mention experiences as someone who has experienced illness, death. We had an amazing conversation on my show, Accentuate the Positive, about you dying during cancer operation, and her own journey towards self-understanding and self-mastery. Today, you're going to be talking on getting in touch with your inner wise advocate. In this interactive presentation, you'll be developing practical, applied mindfulness techniques for connecting into the voice of your own inner wise loving guide, your wise advocate, and take charge of self-defeating thoughts. I love that. It's called the Higher Self Expo, and you're calling it the Wise Advocate. I think we're talking about the same thing, right? Higher Self, Wise Advocate.
Absolutely. You just had to find a language that was going to be acceptable in the corporate market. And so talking higher self, spirit, with, just doesn't work there.
I know, because Josie's killing it in the corporate world. She's talking to the mainstream, which I absolutely honour and adore. I really look forward to your presentation, honey.
Thanks, Karen. I'm going to give a go at sharing my screen because I have let me see. Share screen. I don't know if it's going to work. I'm not sure if it's going to work. Can you see that screen? Probably not.
No,
Okay.
It hasn't come up yet.
It's not going to work. Yeah, no, it's not going to work. Okay, never mind. I'll just work with me on screen. Well, I really wanted to talk about, what is this concept of the wise advocate? How is it useful? How do you actually connect with it? And how can it serve you to serve more in the world? This concept of the wise advocate actually comes from a lot of old scientific literature. If we talk about what or who is the wise advocate means that you're being transparent with your thinking and you're aware of how you're actually thinking. We have this thing called a brain, and we have 60 to 70,000 thoughts every day, but we're not always consciously aware of all the thoughts that we do have. If we were, we'd probably lose our minds and sense of self, just trying to chase all these thoughts and ideas racing around in our mind. But when you're in touch with this aspect of your higher self, which I call the wise advocate, and I'll say more about that, it's kind of like Adam Smith's impartial spectator, where this aspect helps you to see yourself as others see you. And it's like having a third person perspective on a first person experience. The phrase itself can actually be traced back to ancient Greek concept of a word called parakletos. And that word means an advocate or counselor who stood with an individual, stood beside an individual to help them manage difficulties and distress. And the Greeks also associated this word parakletos with the quality of Sophia or wisdom. And in pop culture, it's the inspiration for the talking cricket in the original Pinocchio that became Jiminy Cricket in the Disney version of the film. So the wise advocate that we're talking about looks and feels, the wording looks and feels very corporate. It's more accessible in that space. And that's what I'm trying to do, is bridge the worlds. Because I guess from my own personal experience, I worked in corporate until 2000. And then before that, I had my very first encounter with cancer in 1991, and I was given 6 months to live. And when I had the first surgery, the doctor had not realized that it was malignant stage 3 cancer. So we needed a second surgery quite swiftly. So after that surgery, I flatlined twice. And this is what Karen mentioned before, where I had 2 near-death experiences where I was aware of an aspect of myself floating at the ceiling, looking down at my physical body on the bed. And I had this incredible expanded awareness where there was no despair or fear or freak out whatsoever. It was like this blissful serenity. And I was aware that I was here, an aspect of me was here up at the ceiling, and an aspect of me was on this bed, the physical me. And I wasn't overthinking it like with my human mind, but I just had this awareness, oh, fact. But that was it. There was no attributing meaning. It was this beautiful silent witnessing of this phenomena. And I had never heard of NDEs before that happened to me. Obviously, once that happened to me, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't losing my mind and that there wasn't something wrong with me. So I started reading a lot about it. But the reason I share this story with you is because for me, that experience of facing cancer, facing death, actually tuning out of this life and actually tuning into the next world, even though it was only maybe for half a minute each time, was what set me on the path to finding and seeking greater truths about life and how to lead my life. And what was the truth anyway? Because the truth that I thought I knew to that point by trusted guides were now not valid, because the God that I knew wouldn't have allowed me to have the experiences that I had. Well, so I thought. And so I really questioned everything that I thought I knew, everything that I had blindly accepted by my teachers, and I became a seeker. And oftentimes I found through my coaching work with people over the last 21 years is that often it's in moments of significant adversity and crisis that we actually break open and we find our own truth. We find our true self. And when we start connecting with that sense of true self, we start also connecting with this construct that, for purposes of today's presentation, I'm referring to as the wise advocate, the higher self. The Higher Self Expo is another way for you to think about it. So when you actually connect with your wise advocate or your higher self, what you notice is that aspect always has your best interest at heart. It can see the bigger picture, including your own inherent worth and capabilities. And it's also committed to you. It's committed to your life. It's committed to your enterprise. It's committed to the whole for the long term. So it's not just a quick fix. And so some people often say to me, but how do I know what the voice of the wise advocate, feels like or sounds like? And I always say to them, you definitely go with the sensation, because when you're actually tuning in for wisdom, from your higher self or wise advocate, it will feel like you're expanding in some way, right? There's a sense of expansion, and you'll always get an answer. It won't always be the easiest answer, but it will always be the right answer. So if you ask, what should I do about whatever it is that you're handling right now, you'll get an answer almost before you even finish the question. And there'll be this feeling of, yes, I know that's the right thing to do. And then you might have a thought that follows that goes, oh, crap, that's hard. Because it's always going to be the right thing to do, but it won't always be the easiest thing to do. And every time you go against it, that's when you kind of sit back in retrospect later on and go, geez, I wish I'd listened to that little voice that told me what to do.
Josie, I'm just popping in because your microphone is rubbing on your hair.
Oh.
So maybe just flick your hair back. There we go.
Is that better? Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense, that when you're connected in with your higher self or your wise advocate, you have this feeling of expansion. And when you have a sensation of contraction, that's usually your own brain interfering, getting in the way. All right. So, and you'll see that when you have thoughts, the thoughts are the same. So the energy of any thought you have will either expand or contract. And what I always say to people is always follow that upward shift. Follow that thought that actually creates that upward shift for you, because that's you attuning into and aligning with your higher self or your wise advocate. Now, the thing that I also wanted to share with you about this construct of the higher self or wise advocate is people often say, well, how do I connect? And this is something that I even had conversations with Karen about. I'm like, I'm not sure that I'm actually connecting with my spirit guides. And she's like, it's kind of unremarkable when you realize that you've been doing it all along, and that you've been connected all along, and that you are connected in this very second. And you start to actually fully realize that, you're kind of like, oh, really? Is it that simple? Well, actually, yes. But it's our conscious mind, well, the brain actually, that gets in the way. And this is something I need to really clarify for people, is the distinction between the brain and the mind. There's a lot of controversy here when it comes to science. So I've completed master's studies in neuroscience because I really wanted to understand, how did I survive when countless other people I know with lesser cancers never did? And I knew that it was something in my willpower and the way I thought that created these changes and these shifts, but I couldn't prove it. And so I wanted to do the studies, I wanted to learn the science so that I could speak with authority, not just experience, that this worked for me. And I knew intuitively after I had that first surgery, I was at home having treatment, and I had a phone call from the business I worked for. Was a big mining company I was based in Melbourne. And the HR manager from Brisbane called me and said, why haven't you applied for this job in Brisbane? And I said, well, I'm having treatment for cancer right now. And he said, well, that's no excuse. Get yourself on the next plane and come up for an interview. And something inside me, I'll call it something right now, something inside me at that time said, you need to go for that interview. So I flew up for the interview and I left Melbourne. It was a freezing cold, wet day. I arrived into Brisbane and it was blue skies and sunshine. And I remember standing on the tarmac and lifting the sleeves on my suit thinking, oh my goodness, I feel well, right? And I wasn't well, but I felt well just with the sun on my skin. Then I went in and had the interview and they offered me the job on the spot. And in an instant, right, I had this battle of the worlds. Right. And I think Gillian spoke to about that, between the spirit, the spirit, the consciousness and your ego mind. My ego mind was like, don't be so silly. You need to stay here in Melbourne and have your family around you. You're going to need a lot of support. But this other aspect of my mind, and I'm going to make this distinction between brain and mind in a moment because it's extremely important, said to me, you need to go. And when I thought about you need to go, it was kind of scary but exciting, and it was definitely expansive. Whereas when I thought about I've got to stay, I need the support of my family and friends and everyone around me, it was actually quite contracted. And so I didn't know what I didn't know back then, but I knew that I had this feeling of expansion. And without knowing the science about it at that time, I trusted that instinct. So the next day I rang and said, yes, I'd love to come up. And I came up here and I defied all the odds. I have a piece of paper that says 6 months to live. And I came up here, I stopped all treatment. I sat in the sun every day for a few minutes. I changed my whole lifestyle. I changed my whole environmental factors. I never drank or smoked anyway. But it was like something in me knew how to heal myself. And I trusted that I could do it. And I only had one focus of attention, and that was to get well. And this is the other distinction that I really want to make for people, is that, you know, I think you've probably heard the saying, if you think you can or if you think you can't, you're right. And that is exactly what neuroscience tells us, is that if you think about what you want, you focus and harness all of your agenda of your mind and your brain to face forward towards what you want. So if I say, I want this, right? I want this, I want this, I want this. I'm focusing on what I want, and I'm always focusing forward. But if I say, pick something else up, I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that. So if I don't want to fail, I don't want to fail, I don't want to fail. Or in my case, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. If I'm focusing on what I don't want, what am I not focusing on? What I do want. Now that sounds so simple, but that is Neuroscience 101. That whatever you focus your attention on, all of your resources attend to the focus of your attention. So are you fighting against something that you don't want to manifest in your life? Or are you fighting for something and then therefore channeling all of your efforts, all of your focus, all of your resources towards that? And if that's the only thing you get out of my session today, seriously, I am so happy. Because it's really important that we wake up to ourselves. We wake up to our thinking. We wake up to the way we're talking to ourselves, because that inner narrative is what is creating your reality. So if you're focusing on what you don't want, which, by the way, is normal, natural, human, we are evolved, we are born to know what we don't want. But to focus on what you do want, you actually have to think and shift a gear. And so here's a brain that I prepared earlier. So if we want to talk about a brain, I can show you something tangible, something physical, right? And if I dissected it, you would see that the brain has a frontal lobe, which is here, right behind our forehead, which is called your prefrontal cortex. That's the driver's seat of the car, right? But right in the middle of the brain, you have something, or we all have something called the limbic system, and we're born with that aspect of the brain. It's the emotional and reflexive part of the brain, right? What that means is all of our sensory information comes up through the middle part of the brain, which is all about keeping you safe. It's all about safety first, right? So we're born into the world having our primary safety needs met even before we can communicate with words, right? But then as we evolve and we learn and we grow, we're starting to build this capacity to think for ourselves, right? Beyond the sensations of our sensory information. So information comes into the brain, into the body. That part in the middle is what gets that information. And then this part decides, well, what am I going to do with that information? Right? So here's the distinction between brain. Brain is the circuitry, it's the mechanisms of how we do what we do. But how do you decide what thoughts to listen to? What aspect of the brain is actually kicking in? And it turns out there's very different neural circuits that actually work when you're in everyday non-conscious habitual patterns of behavior and thinking versus when you're in a meditative or mindful state. And when you're in a meditative or mindful state, you are actually starting to rewire the construct of some of that inner workings of that middle part of the brain. And what they've actually shown through science is that people who meditate quite regularly have this greater capacity for mindfulness and this greater capacity for tuning into this unlimited space of peace beyond circumstance. It actually shifts the wiring and changes the wiring of your brain. So you're no longer needing to just reflex and react to what's going on around you, that you can simply bring in that aspect of the higher self, that aspect of the wise advocate, to be able to observe and remain clear and calm-minded no matter what's going on around. And that is your access point to that higher wisdom, to your higher self, to the wise advocate. When you can actually get into that space, what we call not just mindfulness, but applied mindfulness. And what we're talking about here is where you're not only just thinking about everybody else and what they want and attending to the needs of everybody else, but you're starting to turn that thinking into what's called mentalizing about yourself and starting to say, well, what am I thinking about? How am I thinking about that? What am I tuning in for? And what is the right thing to do in the long run? And when you ask those sorts of questions, you get different answers rather than what am I meant to do now? Because oftentimes there's two pathways that we've actually done a lot of research in. When you have a moment of choice, there's one of two ways you're going to behave. You're going to make decisions. You either make decisions for expedience, or you make decisions for what's in the best interest in the long run. And you're going to have a lot more access to your higher self and the wise advocate when you're tuning in for outcomes with that map in mind. All right. So the wise advocate is a way of simultaneously attending to your inner life as well as your outer life. That's what true mindfulness really is, that you can pay attention to observing what's going on around you without reacting, and at the same time being able to observe your inner experience and sensing what's going on in there. And all the while maintaining this sense of complete calm and clear-mindedness. So some people often say, well, does it mean that you're dividing your attention somehow? Actually, it's not. It's overlapping attention. And the best way to cultivate this kind of connection is by doing a basic breath awareness exercise, which is very helpful to be able to do that, where you learn to listen with your inner ears. You can understand more deeply. You can learn to empathize more and be aware of how you're responding without losing track of what's going on around you or what other people are saying. So, with your permission, I'd like to guide you through maybe one whole minute of breath awareness, mindfulness meditation. So what I'd like you to do is just sit comfortably or stand comfortably where you are with both feet on the ground, nice and flat. And just have your hands resting gently on your lap. And I want you to find your own natural breath. And on your next inhalation, I'd like you to just raise your shoulders up to your ears. And on your exhalation, I want you to drop and release any tension that's going on in your neck and shoulders. Very good. We'll do that one more time. Take a nice deep breath in through your nose, lifting your shoulders up to your ears, and then exhaling and drop and release. Good. And now what I'd like you to do is gently close down your eyes or keep your gaze down in front of you. And now just pay full attention to the movement of the air as it enters your nostrils. And pay full attention to the movement of the air as it's released through your nostrils. That's all I want you to do for the next 1 minute. Pay full attention to the movement of the air as it enters your nostrils. Notice the sensations, and then pay full attention to the movement of the air as you exhale through your nose. And if your mind wanders, which is totally normal, just bring it back to the focus on your breath, back to my voice, and back to this practice. Breathing in through your nose, noticing the movement of the air And breathing out, noticing the movement of the air. Breathing in, noticing the movement of the air. Breathing out, noticing the movement of the air. We'll do this one more time. Breathing in, noticing the movement of the air. And breathing out, noticing the movement of the air. And when you're ready, just gently open your eyes. Now that was 1 minute. So I'd like you to just now observe your body and notice how is it feeling now compared to when we started 1 minute ago. It seems like a very, very simple exercise, and it really is, but it's not easy because the brain is often, it's called a monkey mind. It likes to jump all over the place. It's very rarely still, and it's very rarely in this present moment in time. Whereas if you're focusing on the movement of the air as it comes into your nostrils and as it comes out of your nostrils, you are totally in this moment. And by giving your attention something to focus on, you're more likely to harness your awareness into this one aspect of your being. And if you can do this a little more each day, start with 1 minute, then maybe make it 2 and slowly build your way up. You don't need to do it for an hour to actually reap the benefits of it. The more you can do that, the more you start connecting with that inner loving guide, the voice of your higher self, the voice of your wise advocate, because you can hear it. You've got capacity to attune to it. And that is the most direct way to do it. So I guess one of the things about the wise advocate is knowing that it's really about loving awareness in action. So when we have a full understanding of what is happening in our world and what's happening to us and around us, we can apply that awareness to our identity. And then with mindful practice, you can actually bring a lot more compassion and loving kindness and forgiveness, right? Hold more of that in our hearts when we're faced with painful experiences so that we can act in more mindful and healing ways. And most people, what I've found is when we teach them how to deal with, tuning into the wise advocate, is they feel much more empowered, much more purposeful.
It went so quickly, didn't it? 30 minutes.
Oh, no.
I mean, your story is amazing. We could talk all day on your story and what you've been through. And there aren't any questions, I don't think. Has anyone got any questions? We've got 2 minutes left. Anyone want to ask Josie about any of her, her work or what she went through? Anyway, some questions might come in. There's lots of acknowledgement and so glad you recovered from cancer. Thank you for sharing this, Josie. Lots of appreciation. But yeah, your story is amazing. And we took a look at your story, as I said, on ATP Media, on Accentuate the Positive Media. And I just loved meeting you, Josie. Honestly, it was so great organising this Australian leg of the Higher Self Expo, because I got to meet so many amazing Australian consciousness teachers. And, you and Gillian, you're some of them, many of them I knew, but I got to meet you guys through this. So thank you so much. Is there anything you would like to share with the audience, what you've got going on at the moment?
Yeah, sure. So every Monday at midday, Brisbane, Australia time, I run a free 15-minute mindfulness meditation practice. So I'm really committed to educating people to do mindfulness meditation right, so that they can really cultivate that sense of connection with their inner loving guide. So that happens every Monday at midday. Just go to josiethompson.com/pp, which is purposeful pause. So I'd love to see you there.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you again. Thank you for being on with us. I'm going to bring Nicolas on. So have you met Nick? So you guys can meet.
Hi,
Hey,
Josie.
Nick.
Lovely to meet
Hello.
you. We did meet once briefly, but
Yes.
really enjoyed your presentation. Thanking you so much.
You're welcome. Go well.
And Nicolas is going to introduce our next amazing speaker. Thanks, Josie. Big love
Okay.
to you.
Thanks,
Go for
Karen.
it. See.
Thank you. So very excited to introduce our sixth speaker in the Australian segment, who is a Feng Shui Grandmaster, a Sifu of external energy, meditation teacher, reader, healer, and empowerment coach. So she predominantly her work involves consultations at her clients' homes and offices, either in person or nowadays more on Zoom because of COVID. And today she'll be sharing the theme of Feng Shui, all about your home and environmental energy. So Feng Shui is based on ancient mathematics, but used in visual contemporary ways. From an energetic perspective, it harnesses and comprehends environmental energies to a greater degree to align to life purpose and goals. So Janeen, thanking you and welcome onto the virtual stage. Hello.
How are you? Coming at to you today from a church. Look at that.
I can see all the radiance, the light.
Amazing. I'll step out the way so you can actually see.
Wow, that's beautiful.
It's only ever been used for a residential dwelling, and I'm really pleased to be in this space with you today.
Amazing. All right, so I will leave it over to you.
Thank you. I've shared my screen, Nicolas. I'm just going to check you can see it. Can you see my screen? Perfect. So hello, everyone. This is really rare for me to do this. I must say I'm not a pro like the others, although there have been some wonderful speakers so far on this. I have actually run a referral-based only business for the last 25 years, but this opportunity presented itself to me, and I'm actually really grateful and really honoured to be able to be part of this Higher Self Expo, particularly because it's all about where science meets spirituality, which in my mind, they never really left each other. They've always been intertwined. It's just that we've been so unconscious about it, and that finally, you know, as a species, we are consciously awakening to this, that actually now we're starting to recognize and appreciate their interrelatedness. So I couldn't think of a better topic to talk to you about than Feng Shui itself, because Feng Shui is an art and a science form. The definition of Feng Shui is it's very logical. So it's a system of laws. And when they mean laws, they mean the unseen forces at work, the unwritten sort of laws of the universe, the law of attraction probably being the most recognized one of those. But it's a series or a system of laws considered to govern a spatial arrangement or orientation. And it's particularly focused on looking at the favorable and unfavorable effects which are taken into account, for example, when you're sitting, when you're sleeping, when you're designing buildings. So that's the sort of technical definition of Feng Shui, which is very scientific in itself. A lot of people have sort of said to me, well, how is it that your first degree is in computer science and yet today you do a lot of work with Feng Shui and in the spiritual space? And quite honestly, I'm using the same part of my brain. They're both based on ancient mathematics used in very visual contemporary ways. So I'm actually using the same skill set for both the career paths that I've taken. So what I wanted to do with our time today is really sort of look at what Feng Shui means for you and how you can begin to apply it in your environment. Because if we were to translate Feng Shui, we would say the direct translation is wind and water, but that doesn't really mean anything to us in our language. What does mean something is environmental energy, and which, yet again, if I stand away from the screen and you look at that, through the screen, you can almost feel the energy of this beautiful residential dwelling coming in to you, and it will have a direct effect on you. So really a better translation for Feng Shui is environmental energy. And for a lot of consciously awoken people, I tend to work with people that are at the awoken end. And for a lot of consciously awoken people, there comes a point when they recognize, okay, so I'm taking care of my physical well-being, I'm meditating, I'm doing lots of good practices, but I am affected by what is around me. So how can I harness and control this? How can I utilize this and make this actually support my goals? Very similar to what Jodie was saying about what you're focusing on. If you're focusing on the positive or the negative, you will actually accentuate that. So in Feng Shui, that's exactly what we do. We focus on the positives, we focus on your goals. And so in this presentation, which I'll flick to the next slide, so you can find me, by the way, on Facebook. So I have a meditation group, Meditation Online, Li Fei, which is a group. So you have to go through groups to find me, and you can ask to join there. And I also have a Feng Shui group, Feng Shui 88, and you can join me on there. Li Fei is a spiritual name that was given to me by one of my spiritual teachers. And obviously it means of the Fae. It comes from the word leaf, and it's of the Fae, which I feel quite connected with. So that's just to explain that. Okay. Let's have a look how we can use Feng Shui to affect you. So if we go to the next slide, this is talking about sectors. So there is a lot of information in an expo like this, and I don't want to give you information overload. So hopefully I've broken down some information that you can actually practically apply. So if you have a look here, we've got a basic floor plan of a building. It looks like it could be an apartment. I'm just going to look on my other screen. So we've got north at the top. You can see north here. I don't think you can see my arrow. That's okay. We've got north at the top here. That represents career. So that's the what you do to generate an income. And it looks as though the room functionality for north in this particular apartment, and I just got this image off of Google, actually. It's just a Google image. But you can see here that the sector north is related to career, and the function of the room is a bathroom. The sector of fame, which is reputation, how others perceive you, your branding, if you understand marketing, is found in the south. But the top 4 reasons that clients approach me to Feng Shui their environments, really, the first 2 are interchangeable. So sometimes it depends on what's happening with the other planets and the moon cycles. It depends which is first or second. But the first one is usually career. So people either want a promotion, or they want to change jobs, or they're starting a business, or they're looking to generate more income. And the second one is usually love, romance, affairs of the heart, marriage breakdowns, things like that. The third one would typically be health. So it's looking at, say, any physical ailments that you're experiencing. Could be mental, emotional, or physical. And then the fourth one is usually around children or family problems, which I sort of like to call family problems an opportunity for learning for everybody involved, actually. So those are sort of the top 4 reasons that people will approach me to Feng Shui their spaces. And if we take an example of a client I'm working with at the moment who has said she was very happy for me to share her story. This particular client is coming out of a marriage breakdown. Sorry, I'm laughing because I can actually feel about 10 of my clients now. So, don't be talking about me. It's not to you. If I haven't discussed it with you, I would never. I work very confidentially. So this particular client that I'm working with at the moment, she's coming out of a marriage breakdown, which is actually long overdue. So that's what I call sort of soul alignment, where she's getting into the lane that she should have been in the first place. And the second thing she's trying to do is actually start a business of her own. Now, a lot of other people have just gone, and breathe, thank goodness she wasn't talking about me. So this particular client of mine is looking to start her own business, and she's coming out the back of a relationship. So if we think about her and use her as our example, we think about the sectors, for example, then we know we really need to have a look at romance in the southwest. And in her situation, I would look at family in the east, and because there are children involved, children in the west as well. And I would also, for her business, be looking at career in the north and knowledge, which is your grey matter, what you use between your ears. Here it's listed as wisdom and education. That's the same thing. So I'd be looking at the northeast. I'd also be looking at south, which is fame, which is the branding, reputation, how others perceive you. And of course the southeast, which is universal wealth. And it doesn't matter which hemisphere you're on, this will work. These are universal. And so I'd be looking at things like symbology and color palettes and elements. Symbology, for example, is, I feng shuied a space where they had a lot of raw, dead cow hides. Now, the problem with that is same as a dried flower, they generate the energy of death. So that's what comes up into the environment. So, of course, that wouldn't be good when you're trying to get a new business off the ground. Probably more reflective of the marriage in that situation because it's died a death. But that's what I would be looking at. So really, this is your opportunity to think about, okay, what sectors make a difference to me right now? What sectors am I working on personally? So, for example, if you wanted to focus on your financial situation, I would be looking at the southeast, which is the universal sector for wealth. And in that sector, I would be thinking about, well, is it clean? Is it without dust and dirt and grime? Is it organized? Is it tidy? Because energy, everything is energy, and energy does love neatness and order. Southeast, I often say it's best to clean with a toothbrush, like to be so particular in your cleaning. Same as if you were looking for a new partner, you would be doing exactly the same level of detailed cleaning in the southwest. Declutter is a bit of a myth for me. You know, I've worked in a lot of spaces where there's loads and loads and loads of objects and items, and built houses for customers where I've estimated they've had, between 10 and 12 million individual items that we've had to locate into that space. It doesn't really matter about how much, it just matters that when you open a cupboard, that it actually feels good when you're standing in front of it. So this is your chance, looking at the universal sectors and noting that health is always in the center of the building. So this is your chance to have a look at, okay, well, which area of my life am I working on right now? Which do I want to improve? And I will share this presentation deck on my meditation online and feng shui online on the Facebook groups after, so you can look at it in more detail if you want to. This is a floor plan of a real client who has given me permission, a different lady now, who has given me, again, permission to use her home, or what was her home, for this specific presentation. This is a property on the Gold Coast in Australia, one I've worked on for a number of years. I wasn't involved in the building of it, evidently, because I would never let such angles be built, which she'll laugh about when she sees this. It's been really challenging because of some of these angles, and it's definitely caused a lot of situations and events and uncomfortableness within the home that all the residents will have had to have worked through. But essentially, this is a very typical family property on the Gold Coast of Australia. It's just recently sold this month for about $1 million. Very good advertisement for the real estate agent there, and you can look it up. 23 Heights Drive, Rubino, still be online. Now, I have broken it down using exactly the same sector analysis that we looked at before, but this is exactly how you would do yours, and I'm sharing it with you purely so you can have a bash at your own to get a deeper understanding of the sectors in your house, so that then you can actually harness the energy within those sectors and use them for your greatest good. So here you can see in the west we have children, which the function of the space has been for the sort of rumpus room, the family, and the dining room. The sector for career is out in this empty space of a garden, and I've sketched around to show you where there is essentially some missing sectors, we would call, or where they would be located outside rather than inside. Family is happening in the garage. And here's wealth. So wealth is at the entry. Now, no one sector is better than another in any one position. And there's a lot more technical information that comes into it. And I'm not looking to flood you with information. And also, this is my 30th year of being a student of Feng Shui. So it's a very, very detailed and mathematical subject. So there's a lot more information than just having southeast at the front is a good thing. And that's where there can be a little bit misunderstanding with Feng Shui. But here we've got the wealth entering into the front of the building, which the doorway of the home is considered the mouth of the property that inhales the energy of the qi. Romance is happening in the kitchen and a little bit in this very angular living room. But if you look at that line here, it's a shame it wasn't a little straighter. And health is obviously the pool in the middle. Now here, this is what we call the money shot. This is the front door over this side. And as you walk up the path, you walk in the front door and you will immediately be hit with that big square glass window that looks straight out to the swimming pool. And if you look, we have made this sort of almost like a picture in itself. The real estate photographer whoever edited the photos did a really bad job of adding some sort of image to the television screen there, which was just not needed. Because when I recropped this photo down here, it looks so much better just framed. But we can calculate in Feng Shui where a person makes a decision to buy a house. And in this instance, the potential buyers would have opened the front door, stepped in, looked through that window and said, "Darling, I'm home. This is where I belong. Let's buy it." Or, "How much will this cost me?" That's the money shot. And so that's looking at the wealth as we go in. And if you look as well, we've also used a high density of metal, which we needed to really balance the energy of this space. It was really, there are 3 schools in Feng Shui: Form School, Compass School, and Flying Stars. Flying Stars is a bad translation of planetary activity. And that we then analyze that to find the elemental balance. So too much fire can cause arguments, for example. Too much metal can make you feel quite stiff and rigid and stuck. You can't move anywhere. Too much earth can make you too practical to see the beauty in life. Too much water can be over emotional sometimes. And so too much wood often causes arguments because it will burn like fire. But here we needed to increase the metal. As you can see, we've done that through the uses of this drop pendant with silver and gold, the white and the metallic. I think that's a Big Ben English picture there. Obviously my choosing. Now, Feng Shui can happen in all different spaces. In every room of your house, Feng Shui is already happening. You're just not aware of it or in control of it or harnessing it to its full potential. Here, I've just put some images here of some use of the elements because, for example, this is a dining room. These pictures, by the way, I need to credit the website House for because I just Googled red dining room, wooden kitchen, outdoor area. And here we've got some fantastic examples of the use of fire within a dining room. This will, a lot of fast food chains, McDonald's, Red Rooster, Hungry Jack's, I can't think of any more. But they all use a lot of red because it's like a lot of chocolate bars do too, because it's fast. And they want quick return on the sale of their goods. And the same here within this sort of red dining room, what we're going to find, it's not so much you'll be serving fast food, it's just that it will be a lively environment, very high yang. So lots of fast conversation, lots of laughing, lots of music, lots of noise, a real space for beautiful entertaining for a lively group. And for some people, that's what they want to have in their residential lives. And this would be one way to create it. There are other elements as well, because we have like a mirror here. A mirror reflecting the dining table will always reflect the abundance. So whatever you put on the table, if it can reflect it, and that's how mirrors work, it will double what it is. So if you, and I've had a client do this, if you put a tray of receipts or bills that you have spent in front of the mirror, you will find that you spend a lot more money. So I've had to move that many a time, move that for clients in front of mirrors. But here in the dining room, it will reflect the abundance of food. So if this was located in the southeast, for example, this would really be quite an opulent environment. Then we have here a typical sort of wooden kitchen. Now this is really overusing element wood. We've even got some sort of tree trunk here coming up here, which actually looks really super cute, I think. And all of these spaces have pros and cons. There is no good and bad. It's just understanding what works well for you and what you want to utilize. But this wooden kitchen, again, it would lead to fire because it's a producer of fire. It's relatively flexible. It's not fixed like metal. So there would be some sort of fluidity within the conversations. If you look at the breakfast bar, you could have people sat the other side of that while you're preparing some food. But what you might find is the conversation could actually get quite heated in the exchange between one side and the other, purely because you're surrounded by so much wood, and that wood is all about fire. Fire burns, and it could go sort of a little bit too irate. So if you wanted to cool that down, we would need to start sort of thinking about how do we then reverse the cycle and to cool that right down, to bring in some other elements to just soften that. And depending, of course, on what sector it is. This outdoors, oh, sorry, I've gone forward a bit too far. But anyway, I'll go on to this one because this is actually a house that I did have a lot to do with. It was one of my favourite projects last year, this beautiful Hampton-style home that we built. It is very contemporary style at the moment to be Hamptons, and a Hamptons kitchen to the right. This isn't the actual kitchen inside that actual property, but it's of a very similar ilk. So you can see that sort of Hampton style has very strong use of metal, and so does the outside of the building. So anything with grey, white, gold, copper, anything shiny, all your tones of grey, such as gunmetal grey, elephant grey, charcoal, all through that spectrum, all will be really building metal. And what I often find elementally is that metal is probably the weakest element in a given home until the Hampton style became super popular. So I was a big fan of the Hampton style purely because it increased the level of metal. And what I find when I'm working with businesses, so lawyers and accountants and all sorts of different businesses, is that very often I put in lots of metallic sort of structures, colours, images of bridges and things like that, purely to really sort of stabilise ground and build much stronger foundations within the business, obviously if the chart allows for it. That then allows their business to sort of go from strength to strength to strength to strength. So one of the clients that called me in was a solicitor company, a lawyer company, and they said, since we've decorated, they said, we don't believe in this feng shui nonsense. That was their opening line to me. And then they said, but that was the key word, since we've redecorated the offices, we've lost all our customers, so we thought we'd give you a ring. All right then, I said, shall I come and have a look? Because they were local. I went down there, and what had happened was that they'd taken all metal out of their environment, and they'd actually put in pictures of sunsets. So everywhere you went, from the waiting room to all of the individual partner offices, all had these giant sun-setting images. Some of them prints looking quite sort of, you know, I would call it naff, you might call it kitsch, or I don't know, just not great. And in the waiting room, there was sort of artworks of sunsets. And I said to them, but do you understand the concept of energy? Everything is energy. Energy is in everything that we touch, from a candle, has a huge amount of energy because it's fire, to the water I'm drinking, to everything has energy, to the clothes, to the jewelry, to the person. Obviously, a person has the most, then a plant. But I said to them, do you understand that the sunset energy is to end things? It's to bring things to a close. It's when the day closes and the nighttime begins. It's an energy change from one to another. And I said, and so the loss of all and some of the clients have been there for 25, 30 years. So I explained the loss of all the clients would be about that. So we changed it and they all came back, which was great. There's a lot I could talk about on Feng Shui, but unfortunately that is the sunset to this presentation because I'm coming very near to the end. There's a lot more I could talk about, and perhaps these are things that you've heard about, which I just was going to cover off. One of them is form school. So this is looking at the lie of the land. One of them are the color elements, the productive and destructive cycle. So for example, wood creates fire. Fire, when it burns, makes ashes, creates earth. Earth creates metal. Metal creates water. Water feeds the plants and causes wood. So you see how they all flow in this beautiful sort of circle, but it also, this graphic shows you all the color palettes that we use when we're thinking about interior styling. And then we have as well the compass. So the compass is representing your birth chart. So your actual birth chart is laid on top of the building birth chart. And so we look at your all resident birth charts in the actual building birth chart. And the building birth chart, of course, gives us the secrets and the gifts of a property. And it gives us things that are hidden. So there are houses or residential dwellings that will allow couples to produce children, for example, if that's their goal. There are houses that will help create divorce. There are houses that will create promotion. And a lot of that you hear about because you're here, and Feng Shui is a feeling, and that feeling comes into your physical being, and then you start to experience that. So you'll hear people say, oh, friends of mine, they've just moved to this beautiful new house, and then all of a sudden he's got a promotion and they're going to move to such and such. Or you'll hear, friends of mine, they bought a house, they weren't even there for like 3 weeks and they're separated. And it's all because of the energy in the house is just not being balanced. The other area that I could talk for hours on, which I won't, is the flying stars and this year of the ox, and how this year you can have the stubborn ox at one end, which won't move and won't do anything, and the other end of the ox are people that are absolutely ploughing their fields and farming with such efficiency in their life, and are all involved in this Higher Expo, Nicolas.
Absolutely. Janeen, thank you so much for this amazing presentation. And it's a whole area that I have no idea about. So I'm going to be having a look at those quadrants that you've suggested, and I might get some insights on why my life is the way that it is based on this perspective.
That's right, because you are your home, and that is you're changing parts of your external environment to change what you want to change on the inside. And I must absolutely mention those beautiful templates behind you. I am aware of them. They're fantastic. Great energy. I've used them in many spaces, including my own. So
yes, I'm going to talk about them in my speech as well. But anyway, it's now 2 p.m, so we're going to have to wish you well, Janeen. Thanking you so much for your time and your love and your energy, and so many blessings to you.
Janeen, I just want to thank you and tell you that I've just found out today that my what do you call it? Nick's gone. My abundance thing is in a stairwell that and I'm like, oh no.
That's okay. It doesn't matter where it is. You can make magic with it no matter what it is.
Okay, cool.
Good to see you, Karen. Take care.
Darling one. Thanks. Big love to you. Ciao. Oh, wow. Our next speaker is the fabulous Tom Barnett. G'day, Tom.
Hi, Karen. How are you?
Hey, how you going, darling one?
Yeah, doing well, thanks.
You came on, it's been running all so smoothly. You came on like 5 minutes before. Nick's like, where's the next speaker? And I'm like,
Yeah.
But here you
I
are.
changed location. Location change, no internet, one of those things, good old technology.
Oh, you're looking good, and you've got purple as a fruit on your T-shirt. How wonderful is that? Let me introduce you. Tom Barnett is a holistic health practitioner from Byron Bay area in Australia who studied conventional and alternative methods of health and healing. He found most of what he's learned to be theory only when he was studying in the mainstream sort of scientific world, because when he faced his own health issues, he was forced to find different answers, or what he called real answers, because the mainstream medical allopathic model wasn't working for him. He's always put an experience before material or monetary gain, which has given him many valuable lessons. His main goal with an audience is to open up new avenues of thought. Today, Tom will be sharing what took him from being an academic to being grounded in reality.
I'm going to plant a couple plants here, okay?
And where am I? And his journey to studying from science to being a student of nature. And that your talk presentation is called My Journey from Mind to Infinity. And we've got another beautiful dog chiming in the background, loving the
Yeah.
So I look forward to your talk, Tom. Take it away.
Thanks, Karen. So my education actually began very much in academia. So I got my sense of, doing well. My worth was measured by how well that I did at school. And my parents brought me up to be academic. So one of the things that I gravitated towards early was science. And that led me to a fascination with the body and the mind. And I gravitated towards medicine as well. So before I even entered into college, I actually had spent a good amount of time at universities. We actually lived on campus at a university when I was in my teen years. So I actually ended up going to the college library after hours, and I would actually be studying astrophysics, medicine, anything that I could get my hands on, partly because I was interested and partly because that was my way of getting attention, validation, and my worth, according to, my parents at the time. And also I was that one that they could be proud of to others. So then it became a social circle thing where Tom does really well at school. Oh, he did this, or he's ahead of his class and he's already done that. That was their way to, gain their validation amongst their peers, which obviously rubs off on the youth. So for me, that was something that I wasn't yet rubbing against. It actually was something that I enjoyed. So as I progressed, I began to become a bit more disillusioned with the education system and also this world of academia. I didn't have enough under my belt at that point to know not to go to college, so I did go to college. I'd already become disillusioned with high school, realizing that we were pretty much pawns for the school to be marketed to other parents, and it wasn't so much about the students. Not that every teacher didn't have our best interests, that's not what I'm saying. But the institution as a whole and the educational system as a whole definitely didn't rub me the right way. So I was already rebellious towards that and had graduated with straight C's, which was all I needed to do to scrape through. But I definitely didn't want to give them anything that they could use for their own benefit. And I did what I needed to do to get into college. So from there, the only thing that I knew how to do well was, well, not the only thing, but I knew I was good at science and I was good at sport and I love sports. So I ended up going into sports science. I crossed over into various other forms of sciences, including biomedical science. And by the age of about 21, I couldn't find anything that I liked. Every time I would ask a question that was against the curriculum, it was met with not nice feedback. And people couldn't answer my questions and would get angry at me sometimes for even asking questions, which was strange because to me, science was about asking questions, about being curious and the wonder. So It was strange to me that people would get angry about the questions that I was asking. So I ended up dropping out. And at the time, I was also competing quite heavily in martial arts. I was also doing triathlon. I'd taken up powerlifting as well. Not a good combination, by the way. But what it meant was that I'd gotten to a stage where I was so much in my own mind that I'd burnt myself out. I ended up with chronic fatigue. Now, that came from a number of factors. That came from me being completely out of balance and also being completely in my mind and not enough in feeling in my body mind. I was very distanced from my family, didn't have a girlfriend, was putting training and other aspects of me succeeding in front of social interactions and spending time with friends. So I was very much out of balance. Couple that with a lot of the toxicity that had built up over time from the last round of vaccines I got when I was 20, I think it was, 19, 20, before I went to Indonesia for a surf trip. Then there was the really poor nutrition throughout my teens and childhood. The vaccines I got then, the 8 or 9 amalgam fillings I had in my mouth. So I'd gotten to a stage of mercury overload coupled with the stress event of being too out of balance and ended up with chronic fatigue. Very ill, not able to function at all. And so I thought, well, that's not a big deal because I know a lot. I've studied so much science. I'm right up there speaking with doctors about the functionality of the body, the type of disease that can happen, why, which bacteria is it, which fungus, which virus could it be. But funnily enough, when I went looking for answers to the people that I used to look up to, they went running. Nobody had any answers. I went through several GPs, none of which could give me an answer, several of which charged a ton of money and gave nothing in return. And I also was becoming very interested in the natural therapies as well. But likewise, they didn't really give anything either because so many of them were allopathic in nature. It was still a this for that approach. You have this, then you take that. Just because it's not a pharmaceutical drug and it's a natural medicine doesn't really change the way by which these problems were tackled. And again, no answers. So what happened was I had to form a much different way of actually looking for information and a much different way of learning. I had to find a way out of my mind, which was actually leading me down a dead end and into the body, which is what I really, really needed to do, to connect more deeply to my nature, which is all of nature. I was always part of nature because I surf, I love bushwalking, I love nature, but the connection wasn't there so strongly. So what happened then was that I needed to develop different learning methods, but also different ways of approaching what I thought to be a problem and reframing that. And that's where I started to become much more aware of a purpose beyond me, a higher power at play. Because up until that point, I'd gone through Catholic schools because they were the good schools. They were the private schools that offered the best so-called education. Now, my family weren't religious. They were actually atheists. But they would put me into these Catholic schools because of the education that they apparently offered. So there was always a lot of discrepancy between what I was told, what I was taught, what I was seeing, and what I was feeling, which obviously separates you, fragments you. Your body, mind, and soul gets fragmented in that way. And very rebellious against any form of religion, but also spirituality, because I could see that there was a lot of woo and all the new age stuff. It didn't appeal to me either. But it was only through that experience of really having to lose everything, lose all the money that I'd saved up, which wasn't a heap, but at that time was still a lot, lose living in a house, living on the street, lose my health, lose any semblance of who I was, because I was an athlete. I was going to America to run clubs and to business-wise, to be running a business and to compete. That's who I was. That was my worth, and that was also my success. So that was also gone. So that leaves you needing to find a completely different place. And that's where I was introduced to, or I found more correctly, my sense of spirituality, which was a connection to something, an energy that I didn't have. So I wasn't creating my own energy. I had to tap into something greater than me. And that was where I started to meet spirituality and where it started to make a lot more sense. And as I dropped the attachment and the anger, the apathy, the sadness surrounding the situation that I had found myself in, more correctly, put myself in, that more of that energy was alleviated for me and a greater understanding began to unfold. So funnily enough, though, the elements that allowed me to gain a greater understanding of the body and mind were actually scientific in nature. So it was coming back to the world of science, but from a different point of view. It was differentiating the propaganda form of science from the real science, which is that curiosity. It is about asking questions, and it is about searching for truth, not holding people from truth via propaganda, much the way religion will separate people from the creator by way of propaganda. Science does the same. And science is actually a religion for a lot of people. Some people are very against religion and what religious people do, yet they exhibit the exact same behavior when it comes to science. So what I did, what I was gifted the ability to do then, was discern and differentiate between propaganda science and real science. And so everything that I speak about today with regards to terrain, for example, and the fact that you can't catch viruses, that's science. That's not coming from some hippie woo-woo, circle of smoking cacao or something. That's actually from science, from hard science, from real science. The propaganda version, though, is the one that is used to sell medicines and pharmaceuticals, and that the media picks up and runs with and then indoctrinates into people's minds. The reason that ends up in the world of academia is that world is funded by the same people that fund pharmaceutical industry and the media. That's the Rockefeller family, essentially. There's more to it, but broadly speaking, that's the Rockefellers. So you get these people who are of good intention, of high intellect, who go into that industry, wanting to get into science, wanting to get into medicine, wanting to do good. And what they find themselves in is an indoctrination place. And unless they're able to see through that, because the prestige is there, the status is there, making my parents happy is there, the money is there as well. And when somebody's invested a lot of their own time and resources into studying, and then that's got to be worth something, right? That can't just be worth nothing. And then obviously going into the field and then earning an income. And there's an expression that a man will believe anything on which his security depends. So it takes a higher self. It takes a brave soul to be able to see it for what it is once realized, once the truth is seen, and then to be able to let that go. A lot of people will be blinded from it. They can never see it. It can be right in front of their eyes, literally right there, and never see it because some element of them is not allowed to actually see that. So that's where I found myself, was mixing with people like that, but were unable to see what was true right in front of their faces because they either had to back it up with their own financial gain, or they just could not fathom that they could have been lied to such a degree for such a long period of time by people that they actually respect and look up to. So there's a big element there. But having said that, I also came across a lot of people and a lot of good work, which is hidden below the surface. So if you Google search, for example, anything to do with real science, you're unlikely to find it. Reason being is that Google owns something like 92-ish% of the internet of searches, and anything that is real, they'll put way down in the algorithm where you can't find even by putting in the exact terminology that you're looking for. And likewise, if you go into educational institutions, they're not going to provide that information either. So as is usually the case, only when somebody is really desperate and really in need to find the information will they actually find it. Because it's so easy. It's so easy to just open a textbook or enroll in a course or go to Google and then try to find what you're looking for. But if you have no real need, if it's not life and death to you, you're not going to spend the extra time that it takes to research deeper and deeper to find where that information is that gets hidden. Today, it's becoming, every time that the world tries to put in something that is a psychological operation or is propaganda and it's rubbing people the wrong way, it's like a boxer who starts throwing wild punches. And while those punches may connect here and there, they also leave themselves open for counterattacks. And so when the system pushes this hard to get propaganda out, the problem is that it also shows the flaws in what they're doing, and it directs people, if they're looking and if they're willing, to find the information that they have beforehand hidden. So now it's becoming a lot more widely known that you can't catch viruses, that there's not really any coronavirus out there, that there's no flu, like all the elements that stack up that people are realizing that actually doesn't stack up. It's waking people up. So that's another thing that science can do. And that's the problem that people essentially find, is they don't realize that because it is a pure art form in its own right, it can't really be corrupted fully. It can be hidden, but it can't be fully corrupted. Because when a questioning mind is activated, that's essentially what science is. And then the real information or the real source can be found. So that then can lead people through that, through finding out about the deception, through finding out what's been hidden from them. They can then come to the realization that there is an element beyond the science, which is then the spirituality. It's the reason for it. Coming to find spiritual passages that are the same throughout any text, which essentially says, I create good and evil, I create the light and the dark, I, the Lord, do all these things. That's from the Christian Bible, but that same phrase is within many texts, meaning that there needs to be that element of deception. There needs to be that element of untruth for there to be truth. And so that in itself can be quite enlivening for people. So by following that those clues and following your path through the propaganda into real science, you'll also more than likely come through to that path of spirituality and finding the greater meaning for things. Why is it like that in the first place? And why can't science answer all the questions? These are great questions to ask oneself at any time. And so that's why, for me, I find that there is a very nice parallel between the world of science and the world of spirituality. The world of, the mind, which can be a great servant, but as many people have said, it should not be a master. It should be a faithful servant, because there is the higher self, or the body mind that we need to tap into, that is far more powerful than this intellect that we possess, even though it does great things. And it is a very, very worthwhile servant. It just should never be our master. So then as we can explore and develop and look for new ways to, ways of ingenuity, ways of invention, ways of solving problems. And sometimes we might find that as we go down that path of science and we go down that path of creating new things, we have to ask ourselves always, does this actually better us and our earth? Because a lot of the time what it does is it leads to convenience, which actually comes at the expense of either us needing to be fully ourselves or the earth itself. So again, great questions, and science is all about asking questions. And to me, I'm not saying that this is the case for others, but for me, so the spirituality is all about the questions. It's not about having answers. It's about how deep are the questions, how good are the questions, and how specific are the questions. Because when we can get very dialed into our intention and our questioning, we can find much deeper parts of ourselves that otherwise go hidden. If we ask very, very vague questions of ourselves, we can never really, to me, get deep enough into ourselves. And for me, that's really the whole point of being here and what we're doing, is how deeply can we find these aspects of ourselves, and how hidden are they? What level of questioning do we have to get to in order to get through these blocks that we have, these self-sabotaging elements, these patterns, these lower frequencies that inhabit us? How does our questioning move through that to get to the essence of us? And that to me is what the spirituality aspect is, which to me is actually what science is all about too. It's like, hey, here's this. How does that work? Let's not just try to wildly join dots. Like, how does that work? Specifically, how do we get to there? What's that related to? What relates to that mechanism, and how is that related to something else? All of these very deep and specific questions will actually lead us to a profound understanding of something about our external world. And then to bridge that external world with that internal world, which to me is what the spirituality is about, that's been my journey. And that happened through having, first of all, a fascination with that side of things, but being very much in this mind, not enough in this mind, in the higher self. And then it was broken open by having lost my health and my sense of being and my sense of who I was and my ability to even sustain myself. And then through that, coming full circle into making it very known to myself, that parallel between the two, and connecting And to me, that's like connecting the above and below. And that's, again, what a lot of religious and spiritual texts speak about, is the as above, so below, and connecting. When you look at the Indian way of, I mean, I'm not very well versed on it, but I know that there's those two characters, and then they're supposed to meet in the middle. It's the above and below. And it's throughout many, many different cultures in the world. So that, to me, has been where my journey has led me. And it's been through, it's never led me away from the academia. It might sound like that. It might sound like that's what broke me. And that's what I had to move through in order to get more into this, into the feeling. And that's true. But obviously, you know, with my thirst for knowledge and an understanding of things, it hasn't led me out of this altogether. It's just allowed me to connect the two. So Sarah says, what do you think the biggest thing that got my health back? Well, realistically, it's the balance. The day that I stopped fixating on knowing, my energy went up 5-10% overnight. Not changing diet, not changing lifestyle, not meditating, not doing anything specific, just connecting the two. Getting out of the head and stop focusing what I couldn't do and focused on what I could do. What was I attached to? I was attached to, it's only another week, only another month. I'll get back to being an athlete. I'll be doing that again. I'll be going back to America. I'll be doing all this. As soon as I let go of that, that's what I can't do now. Let's let go of that. Now let's re-establish the dream. What can I actually do and focus on? Bang, energy went up. Not to a full degree, but it went up. Then getting into, this is getting back into the science and really getting to know the body better. How does the body react to toxicity? How does it get there in the first place? What can be done to remove that? That's getting scientific again now. But again, not the propaganda version, the digging deeper into the reality. Where does the pure science come from? So that's when I start finding out more about heavy metals and specifically mercury. How does that get into the body? How do we get it out? How does lifestyle relate to that as well? Thoughts, how do the metaphysics, because everything, and this is scientific and spiritual at once, everything that is physical has a metaphysical counterpart or origin. So if we've got something heavy, got heavy metals in us and they're bound by something in the body, there's a metaphysical counterpart to that. So it doesn't actually do us a whole lot of good just to focus on the physical aspect, because we don't get that metaphysical aspect. That what's the heaviness that's there that is allowing this to take hold. Likewise, if we have a parasitic infection, that's got a metaphysical counterpart. What parasitic nature is there? Do I have an entity? Am I parasitic in nature? Why is there a physical parasite in the body? So this is combining the two. The scientific side gets into the nuts and bolts of that and what can be used to relieve the body of a burden like that. But then the metaphysical, the spiritual aspect allows us to realize why it might be there in the first place as well. Because the metaphysical will determine, that's more in the thoughts and feelings, which lead then to the actions and consequences, which then ends up in the physical. So it might even just be that we're making poor choices about our diet and lifestyle that's leading to the body needing fungus, parasites, and bacteria, and overabundance of those. And it comes from what's in here and what's in here. So again, that's that correlation between the two. So as I began to learn more and more, I had to really make sure that I was striking a balance. No more was it just about filling my mind and being like the academic one. And that's how I gained either popularity or status or validation or approval from anybody else. I didn't need that anymore. So it was only about trying to serve. So rather than it being about knowing and holding that and being, this is how I get approval, it's about how can this be used to better myself and better the world, better those around me? Is it making the earth healthier around me? If not, why not? What do I need to change? So going from the I to more of the we and the all, as opposed to it all just being about me. I just want to get better so that I can go and compete again and I can make money and I can do this. It had to go far beyond that. How am I involving the we, us, the humanity, and then the all, which is all living, all life forms, the life form of the earth itself. So that's a big growth curve. And again, it keeps coming back to a cycle. So for me, where science has been meeting spirituality is where I can continue to dive into information sources, but not just from books, but from tapping into the universal information source. And from that, how can I then bridge that back into using that for a higher purpose? What is the higher purpose of having learnt something new, for example, Because I know some people use it for, well, I've just learned that now, and I know that not a lot of others use that, so now I'll patent that. Like, I'll put a patent on it, right? Or I'll sell a course on that. But there's nothing new under the sun. And anything that I speak of now, it's not my material. It's not like nobody's ever said these words before. Everybody's been saying it for a long, long time before. I haven't figured anything out. I've figured out stuff pertaining to me. And so when I speak, it comes from my experiences. And maybe some people will pick that up differently than a book, or from somebody else saying the exact same thing. And I think that's why it's still important to share, but realistically, it's not our material. So then I'm not saying it's not right to make an income from sharing your experiences and your knowledge, but it's important, I feel, at least for me, to make that distinction between what's mine and what I'm actually just sharing. And so that to me has also been a big lesson, because prior to getting sick, everything was about me. It's like, how can I benefit from or profit from that? So that, again, is part of the big learning curve that I had to go through. So just to recap, for me, there's a big element of having to break out of this egoic mind. That's been huge. And the mainstream science, to me, having been through a lot of it, is all about the egoic mind. It really is. And likewise, people who are highly scientific are actually highly religious. Highly religious and really separated from their higher self, which means separated from spirituality. I mean, we can argue that everything is a spiritual experience, and it is. You know, dosing yourself up with alcohol and drugs is, in fact, a spiritual experience. But what I'm doing is differentiating between what is the egoic mind and what is the higher self. And so science, to me, is actually what led me to that. So when we talk about where science meets spirituality, for me, science was my vehicle to reaching spirituality. And then spirituality was my vehicle to reaching the purity of science, which then becomes a spiritual experience in itself. So for me, it's been a beautiful journey of a nice, closed loop of combining the two together and finding that they don't just go off in separate directions. They actually have a very strong parallel with one another. And both are very, I feel that both have a lot of value, but it's not about one or the other to me. I think it's really after you get to a certain point, the two become one. So as far as to answer, if other people are, I guess, are wondering, how did I really regain health? It came from nutrition. For me personally, it came from going to, I don't believe everybody has to eat all raw foods, but you go through the fastest detoxification by having all raw foods. That includes animal foods as well. Also using Andy Cutler's method of low-dose oral chelation to assist in expediting the process of getting mercury out of the body. So that's a chelation process. Can that be done with diet alone? Yes, it can. Does it help though? It does help. Is it good for you? No, it's not, because it's still made in a pharmaceutical house. It's still a synthetic product. The alpha lipoic acid that Andy Cutler recommends, it's still a synthetic product which leaves its own residues. However, what it does outweighs what it does, if you know what I mean. What it does with removing mercury is greater than the toxicity that contains within the alpha lipoic acid. And also when you have a super high quality, organic, raw, balanced diet, high in saturated fat that's raw, then you're actually mitigating any of the negative effects of the alpha lipoic acid by itself anyway. And it just helps to get us through that faster. So couple that with balancing the body and mind, super key, because I don't believe that anybody can really just focus on diet and lifestyle alone and go from where I was to that, because they're completely neglecting that metaphysical counterpart, which, if you think of it as an iceberg, and you think about an iceberg is the tip of the iceberg, right? And most of it's underwater. To me, the tip of the iceberg is the physical. Then you have the waterline, which in my experience is actually the hormones, the bridge between the two. And then what's under the water is the metaphysical. And when I talk about in regards to the four bodies we're primarily made of, which a lot of people speak about, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual, the physical is the smallest of those bodies. It's the least creative and least powerful. You might disagree with that because you think, I'm super creative, I dance or I do art or whatever. That's all from the physical. But the physical does not animate itself. We're just elements, carbon life form. We just got elements in elemental makeup. It doesn't animate itself. Otherwise, it would just be a rock or a tree or air or something like that. You know, what animates it? So to find out what animates it, you have to go further up the chain of bodies. which are larger and more powerful the further we go up. So what we experience in the physical is actually coming through the higher bodies. And likewise, physical trauma can traumatize the higher bodies. It does work in two ways. So then as we grow, or as we expand ourselves beyond just this physical reality and occupy or become more aware of these higher bodies, then we can find a much greater sense of balance. And I believe, in my experience for myself and dealing with many, many other people who have been through chronic illness, nobody has had a full recovery without getting into that other element, getting into the higher bodies and balancing those. That's where the healing really comes from. And some people, to be honest, even though the diet and lifestyle hasn't changed, have come through chronic illness just by getting into balance with and harmony with the higher bodies. So that's why I mean those higher bodies have a far greater effect on the outcome of this physical reality than just things like diet and lifestyle. But then those are also super important, because that's usually what leads people, or is the end result of not being balanced, and leads people into dis-ease. So for me, it was diet, lifestyle, making sure I'm very balanced. But lifestyle also includes, where is my energy going? And am I bringing it more into myself? So then for becoming self-responsible. Self-responsible means I'm not looking to a doctor to save me, or the government to provide benefits for me, or other people. It's their fault. They shouldn't be doing that. That's why I'm sick. It has to come back to the individual. And that, in essence, is spirituality. Taking responsibility for what we create moment to moment. It's not somebody else's fault, or the government's fault, or anybody else's fault. Which also, if anybody's familiar with the other topics I speak about, which is, rights and natural law, that also pertains directly to self-responsibility. So really, again, health goes hand in hand with our rights and natural law. Likewise, science, to me, goes hand in hand with spirituality. I think that they all have very, very direct parallels. So that's really been my journey. I feel that there's a lot that we can learn from each other's experiences. Sometimes people go further down the path than we have, and to a degree where we can watch them going and like, oh, they're going to hit that wall. And then you go, okay, I better not do that. That's what's going to happen if you go down that path. And so that's what happened to me. And I did that. And the way that my mind developed, or my nature developed through my childhood traumas, was that I developed that extreme way of being. And so that's what led me to do that. And that's not what other people's paths are. So it's fine I think it's very valuable to see where somebody else has taken themselves to find the limitations that actually broke them, so that we can learn from that. And realistically, it all just comes down to balance. Whether we're talking where science meets spirituality, or where health and rights meet, or where the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual bodies meet, wherever we are in that, it's all about balance. And where there is imbalance, there will be dis-ease. That's essentially what all dis-ease is created from, is imbalance. And when we have dis-ease, that might not necessarily mean, I have chronic fatigue, or I have a fungus, parasite, bacterial infection, or I have depression, or I have cancer or tumors. That's dis-ease. But it's also just a feeling that we're not quite right here. I don't get why I'm here. I don't feel that I have a place here. That's also imbalance, and that is dis-ease. Am I at ease? It's not just disease, like I have a disease. I have a lack of ease, and that lack of ease comes from an imbalance. So if we're out of balance, again, how do we approach that? Well, doesn't questioning help? Doesn't asking why in the first place, isn't that a good place to start? It's like being very realistic about where we are and naming it. I don't feel at ease. Why? Now, you might not get an answer straight away, but the answer to many questions, as people say, is often the question. So simply asking, why am I not at ease? And then who do you ask? What are you asking? That's another good question. Are you asking your mind? Are you asking your higher self? Are you asking spirit? Are you asking somebody else who has expertise? Who are you asking? What are you asking? And how and why? But the questioning is the important part. So that, again, is the element of science, the element of discovery, the element of the art of asking a good question. So then that is what can lead us to getting into ease, actual ease. So that's my invitation to people. It's something that helped me. Certainly not telling anybody what they should do. It's just an invitation that's what helped me a lot. When I work with clients, that seems to be what helps others a lot as well. And I feel that if we can get more into that aspect without having to know so much and just get so much in this mind, which is a very Western thing and a very colonial mind thing. Native cultures weren't so obsessed with knowledge and information the way that we are. They had their own sciences, but it's not what our science is built on. They have their own culture and spirituality, but oftentimes it's also not what Western spirituality is built on. That doesn't make either or right or wrong. It's just different ways of looking at it. And the degree to which we are at ease is the degree to which it's right for us. The degree to which we might go, well, I'm just going to take on Native American Indian practices and put a feather in my, I'm going to wear a feather and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do these chants, but it's not your culture. Is it wrong? Not necessarily. Sometimes it's cultural appropriation, but if it gives you ease, is it necessarily wrong? If it's not right for you, I believe that you will not experience ease. Likewise with any diet, is there a perfect diet? I've never seen it. I don't know what a perfect diet is. I know what to prescribe people with certain specific conditions, but at the end of the day, it's not necessarily the perfect diet. Should you go vegan? Well, that can harm a lot of people. Should you be a carnivore? That can harm a lot of people. There's always a balance to be found, and it's about approaching the individual. That's scientific, that's also spiritual. What does bring balance to the individual? And you'll know it. If you're at ease, it's working. Does that mean that's what you'll do for the rest of your life? Don't know. Maybe, maybe not. The way I eat, despite being technically a nutritionist, has changed at least every year for the last 15, 20 years. It's changed. Not because what I did before was wrong and what I'm doing now is right, but as my body changes and adapts, so do my needs. So rather than forming dogmatic thought process and principles, well, I'm going more for balance. And I'm asking questions. What does my body need now? Does this way of thinking, have I developed rigid thought processes about the way I eat, for example, or the way that I move, or my lifestyle, or when I go to bed, or when I get up, or what I should do first thing in the morning, what should I do before I go to bed? Routines and regimes are very, very helpful, but if they become religion or they become dogma, we can form a rigidity of the mind. The body will follow the mind. So if the mind becomes rigid, so too will the body and the body's processes. So too will our experience of the world. So therefore, will we be at ease? Likely we won't. So there's always the invitation, not from me necessarily, there's always the invitation from life itself for you to ask a question. Does this still serve me? Is this the right way of being right now for me in this moment? And that can change, and that's just how life is. Seasons change. And even within the change of the seasons, yeah, it's summer, autumn, winter, spring. Yeah, that is summer, autumn, winter, spring. But there's also the ages. So summer now might not be the same as summer 10 years ago. There might be different elements to it. And that's what our life is like as we move through it. We will go through many, many changes and adaptations based on the world around us, which is also doing the same. So to remove the rigidity and the forcefulness of mind, and to tap more into balance, into the questioning, and into, well, trust and faith as a higher principle, the better off I feel it will be. So that, if you think about how that sounds, it's starting to get more into that spirituality aspect, but it's coming from where I have gone with the intellectual aspect, which was the scientific principles of learning about the meridians in the body, the organ systems, the glands, how do they relate to one another? How do they relate to the circulatory and lymphatic system? And, you know, so it all wraps around on itself, I really feel.
Hey, Tom, loving what you're saying. Just so practical and fabulous. There's some great questions here. Can you answer a couple of questions?
Yeah.
There's a really great question here that says, you know, morning from Croatia. If there is no virus, why are people getting sick with the same symptoms? Many have died in my region of it, including my mum and my friends. And he also says I think it's a he's sick with chest pain as well. Do you want to answer that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, obviously sorry for any loss that people have experienced. it can be very difficult to experience loss and then need to discern or disseminate information. But what's happening is if you see that there's no flu anymore, and how many people die every year from flu, which also includes breathing difficulties, tightness of chest, many other ailments, you've kind of got to look at what's happening and where is the element of suggestion. If it's suggested to us that we would die from a certain element and then somebody passes, and that's a very emotional, that it's very hard to separate the emotion and think clearly in that situation. So we can really feel like we need closure and therefore it was from this. But the only way that somebody could have passed from recent times, and more than one person, is A, it's part of the natural process of what's going on in the environment. Two, unfortunately, to have to say, it can be something far more sinister, such as an increase in exposure to something that the body is not able to tolerate well. That might be electromagnetic frequencies. That might be sprayed chemicals in the environment. That might be an injection received before, during. It might actually come from a testing procedure as well. We don't really know what people are putting into our body when they use invasive testing procedures, and also from injections of any kind. And then, most of the polio, well, not only just polio, but the Spanish flu, which was apparently a flu. If you look at what really happened there, everybody that died was vaccinated. There was no Spanish flu. It was a man-made phenomena that was put into people through vaccines. There was also an increase in electromagnetic radiation put into the environment at the time. And there was also let's just say, a disposal of chemicals in certain areas, which led to people experiencing what looked like viral symptoms. It's a very difficult thing to have experienced loss within a family, to start to comprehend that it might not be anything other than just, that's the way of nature. But unfortunately, there's an element of the world that we need to look at that if we ignore, will continue to run the way it is. If we do not look at it for what it is, it will not actually help us to the degree that it could. So again, very difficult to have to deal with. I get that. And my explanation, and I'm not trying to say what happened to anybody specifically, but in my experience from dealing with many different kinds of illnesses that appear to be like outbreaks throughout the last 20 odd years, is that there has to have been an exposure to a toxin / chemical or trauma of some kind, which also can come from electromagnetic frequencies or other forms of radiation. That's the only kind. Bearing in mind that there are no flu cases anymore, and they're the exact same symptoms as what people experience with the so-called coronavirus. So hopefully that answers the question without being insensitive, because I realize that could come across as insensitive, but that's the best way that I can explain how people would experience the same symptoms and also pass away with what would appear to be a coronavirus symptom.
Yeah, these are fascinating times, aren't they, Tom? These are fascinating times. They're transformative, they're difficult, they're challenging, but at the same time, stuff is changing. Is changing. I'm seeing huge changes in areas that have felt stagnant to me for so long, and especially within the allopathic medical model, even though it looks like, anyway, I'm not going to go into it. That was awesome. That was awesome. Such a fabulous share, Tom. Pure flow. Tanya Castillo from Portugal says, who's one of our co-hosts for the European leg of the journey. What are you saying here? Collective beliefs bring about collective experiences, Tanya says. Exactly. Amazing. So we've posted your link to Tom Barnett TV. Is there anything else you want to share with people about what you've got going on?
No. I'm just very busy. I haven't live streamed for a bit, but anything that I do goes on my website, tombarnett.tv. It's all free. There's no one pays for content. But yeah, I appreciate being part of this. I think everything that you're doing is great here. So it's happy to be part of this.
Oh, thanks so much for being a part of it. You're a busy dude, so I appreciate you taking your Sunday. Look, I'm in Sydney, rugged up, and you're in Queensland, or not Queensland, but up near Byron Bay, up near Queensland, in a T-shirt. Yeah. Go figure.
But it's pretty nice.
Pretty nice. Thanks so much. I'll bring Nick on. You can
Okay.
say hi.
Hi, Tom. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Nick. Yeah, good to see you too.
Thanking you for your presentation today. Always some useful bits to chew on. Thank you.
Yeah,
you're
absolutely. Absolutely awesome. You know, it's going to be an 8-hour live stream, but eventually Zane's going to get around to actually cutting them up, the individual ones, so that it'll be the 45 minutes. And or you can do that yourself and pop it on your website. But he'll get around to doing that. He's a busy dude.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I'll share it. I'll share anything once it's all done, for sure.
We'd appreciate it if you share this link on your page too for the rest of the speakers if you haven't already. That'd be really great.
Yeah, I'll put it on Instagram and Facebook.
Thanks, honey. Big love to you. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Ciao. So we've got another amazing speaker ready to go, Nick.
We do. We have our 8th speaker of the Australian segment. So welcoming Kassandra Scardino, who is internationally accredited for her modality called Point of Light Crystal Therapy, which is a combination of energetic reprogramming that rewrites cellular memories in the human matrix, resolving an array of conflicts within people's lives. Kassandra is working to create a common mission of health, abundance, sustainability, and well-being within the community, and a beacon for those seeking assistance on their life journey. So Kassandra's talk is called What the Shift is Happening, Change the Way You See the World. So let's welcome amazing Kassandra to the virtual stage. Welcome, Kassandra. Good to see you.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So over to you.
Really
would you like me to add the presentation now?
Yeah, if you could just press the share screen. I just want to apologize for anyone that the talking is quite fast because I've got about an hour and a half worth of content that I've had to compress into 37 minutes. So you can obviously understand my need to try to get this all out because it's so important right now. And so I've got a bit of what the shift is happening with a combination of the vision that is being shared with spirit and the combination of spirituality and science that I'm holding at the moment. So I'm just going to start that and
okay, I'll leave it to you.
Go.
I'm going to go straight into this presentation because I have a lot of information that I'm going to share with you today. Okay, so I'd first like to pay my respects to the traditional landowners that have been and are present and are to come. This presentation has been a showcase of the vision that has been shown to me that has been working with spirit and science to lift the veil of consciousness. And so I'm very excited to be able to share this with everybody today, as it's the first time I'm actually going to be revealing this project. So first I want to start off with the astrology of 2020 posted on January 2nd, 2020 by a friend of mine, an astrologer. And what he told me was that Jupiter's time in Capricorn is not good for the collective economy. On January 12th, 2020, Saturn perfects a conjunction with Pluto and is laden with heavy themes. Historically, we see ruthless power games being played out on the big board. Last time the two conjoined was the beginning of the Reagan-Thatcher year and the start of the corporate takeover of culture. The time before that was the end of World War II, and the time before that was the outbreak of World War I. So I wonder what could be as unsettling as a world war. So what is this vision that I had? When it first came to me 7 years ago, at that time, the vision just came to me as a grid surrounding the most populated areas that would be lifted through the inside of these energies that are surrounding the grid. And so at this point, all I knew was that the ley lines were really important and that there was going to be some sort of necessity for us to use these ley lines in a gridding form. And later on, I actually realized through process of bringing through this vision that what I was seeing was activated and healed areas of land around the cities and within the suburbs connecting through the earth grid lines or the sun lines to create to clear the density and heal people and reverse the cycles of destruction on the planet and replenish the earth. So here we have just a normal map, and I've actually put these little suns of like an example of the activated and cleared areas that I was envisioning and how they would connect into the grid line so that you guys can understand. At the time, I only had one clue, and this was around the toroidal fields of trees. At the time, this information came through as studies that I was doing on crystals with my mentor, Dr. Robert Gilbert from the Vesica Institute. Robert was talking to a man who was doing studies with grandparent trees using a combination of silica, volcanic ash, and grape husks to create toroidal fields around the trees to send the information to other sibling plants and healing on the grid line. And so this started my first clue around how this kind of healing was going to take place through the information of the ley lines, using plants, the grandparent trees to actually send this information, and how we could start using things like, combinations of silica, which actually was possible. So what is the density in our fields? I think it's really important that we understand talking about when we got density. So here we have a picture from a dowsing association. What the dowser does is it picks up these ley lines. These ley lines are all, across the land, and they're vertical and horizontal. And so the natural project harmful negative energies and affect. You can see the areas that damage growth of hedge over on the bottom. Then if you can move and kind of grow, and then an accident happen, and then you might see where there's this tree that's growing or warped, and it might have cancer and to each other, start to create into the areas that might be like areas what really is when the eyes of each other, especially when you could see that there could be a bed that's underneath these and so I'll give you another example here. And so you can see is an overlapping of a Hartman and Curry grid zone. So that's what they call them, is the Hartman and Curry grid zones. And here you can see a line that's going straight through somebody's bed. And then you can see all of the smaller lines, which this is typical of the Earth grid lines. There's fat ones that come every 20 or so meters, and then you have the thinner ones that are about a foot apart from each other. But what happens when you get one that's that bad, which is a big with multiple?
Okay, looks like we've got a few tech problems happening. There's a person cutting something outside. Yes, we can hear it. There's
I
someone
know.
cutting
I don't know what's going on.
Oh dear. Do you want to
Has
try?
that not shared at all? The video.
It's sharing, but it's breaking up. Your internet is really bad, and it's breaking up, and it's really hard to hear. What are the comments saying? What are the comments
I've got
saying,
the
Nick?
internet right next to me.
We can hear you. Maybe Kassandra could move closer to the router, share the knowledge. Yeah, do you want to try playing the presentation?
Do you want me to just do it live? I can just do the
Yep.
presentation straight away from without. That's easier.
Okay. Your internet was very jumpy. Is okay now, somebody says, but yeah, it's going in and out. It's going in and out. But great info. It is great info. Yeah, maybe just do it live. Kaz, have you got some slides that you can bring up?
I do. So I'll just bring up the slides and just let me know if it does jump out for you guys. I have my internet right next to me. I don't know what I can probably do. Okay, let me just stop the screen share and then do another screen share. Screen. Okay. Okay. Can you see that now? Is that up? Can you guys see that?
Yep. Yep, that's up. We've still got somebody cutting something in the background, but anyway, we'll just ignore that.
Yep, ready.
Hello?
Kaz, continue talking, honey. You're on. You're live. You're on. People are waiting. Go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, I am going to just imagine that you guys can hear and see me, and I'm going to give you a super, let's just say, revised version, and I'll make this recording available to the host afterwards, so that way, if anyone wants to see the full recording, you're welcome to watch it that way. So just a quick recap. I spoke about in 2020. The January 2nd, my astrologer was talking about that there was a Saturn perfects a conjunction with Pluto and is laden with the heavy themes that historically were connected to the Reagan-Thatcher and the corporate era. So this is also connected to World War II and the end of World War I. And so we understand that this is quite a heavy time for us on a global and just taking that into consideration, what is the theme now? So the vision I had about 7 years ago was actually this gridding that could see around connected to the ley lines. And what they were showing me were these activated areas that would be basically connected grid lines and would be this information and through the activated areas, lift up the veil of consciousness so that they would heal people, they would reverse these cycles of destruction on the planet, and also heal and replenish the earth. And so that is what I have been working for towards the last 7 years, is unlocking how this would come about. And that's really what I'm going to share with you today. Kind of mission came as the first clue, which is the toroidal fields around trees. And Dr. Robert Gilbert from the Versic and how grandparents, and these grandparent trees were the ones that would take care of siblings and would be great husks sending information to the system and healing on the grid line according to the specific combination. And so that was my first clue as to how to start healing through these fields. So this is what I wanted to show you first. So, and talking about the density of this planet, what are we talking about? So firstly, there are the just first ballpoint densities that we find on the planet, which is the ley lines. Ley lines body and pump out good blood, pump out the the density that's no longer serving us, the stuff that we don't need. And so these are found horizontally along the planet. And where these detrimental lines is where you might find, damage of hedges. There might be an area on a road that has a lot of prone to accidents. There's cancer. Whenever there's a crossover of these lines, that's when you actually see the most damage. Is basically where there can be area zones. But if you actually find these zones underneath your bed, which is where it gets a lot more concerning, and I'll show you this picture here. On the bottom, you can see one of these Hartman and Curry lines. There's a big fat one, and every single time I find a fat one, the Curry lines and Hartman, there's ones that are about 1 foot, 1 foot, maybe 10 centimeters in length, and then there's ones that are quite fat, which can be about 1 meter apart. When you then the smaller one, you start actually dangerous, or when you amplify it with things like electronics, so mirrors and electronics, then it actually starts to create even more problems on that person's field, especially around their sleep. But I wanted to share with you biogeometry, which is created by Dr. Ibrahim Karim, who created these tools that could detect the ley lines and the detrimental qualities by actually finding the quality, not just the quantity of the energy. And this is what we're missing in modern day technology and science, is that we're not looking at the quality. And so now what we're finding is that these qualities of lines, when we detect them, can actually hold a lot of keys to what's going on and what's happening with the planet. So I just wanted to show an example of a woman that came to us waking up during the night. It was just a little toddler under 2 years old. She thought there might be a spirit in her home, so she actually got me over to try to do a clearing, and I said to her, let's just check out what's happening in her room. And sure enough, we found one of these fat lines that's about 1 meter apart in length, going straight through the child's bed. And the reason why that this was an important clue was because children are the most sensitive to these lines. They're the ones that actually feel them the most. And so she was, obviously under 2 years old, she was kicking and screaming and kicking up a fuss every time she had to go to bed, because she could feel this energy that was being pumped into her body unknowingly by the fact that her parents wanted her to sleep in bed. And so what happens, we get older, we become less sensitive to these energies, and this is the kind of stuff that we don't realize is affecting us in our bodies. Now, that is the disturbance when you add extra things on top of that. And so when we're talking about the quality, when these lines go through our home, and then say, for example, we have a power board or a smart meter or a TV dish that might be on that line, then that starts to get fed into the line and pumped into our fields and into our body. So then you start to think, oh, well, how about the phone lines, the cell towers, the electricity plugs that might be near our beds? All of those, if they hit one of those lines, starts feeding that into the energy line of the grid as well. But then we had wireless devices like our iPads, our Wi-Fi modem, routers, the range extenders, the laptops, the watch, the Google Home, the gaming consoles, and more. And these are all on top of that radiation that affects your home. They affect your animals, they affect the bees and life outside that are being affected by these fields on the label. And what's alarming is that there are at least 20 smart devices in American home on average. So you can imagine 25 of these devices in everyone's home, on top of the 5 towers that are also so you can see is this layering and layering of these wireless devices and these resonances that are not helpful for our healing. They're actually the opposite. And this is what I'm trying to explain to you, is that we're trying to go from an industrial revolution to a technological revolution to solve our problems, taking into consideration what these frequencies are doing to the ley lines and the fields of our bodies. What I'm
Kassandra,
technology.
Kassandra.
Yes.
It's not working, darling one.
Hello?
It's not working. The sound is terrible. Everything's breaking up, and people are basically just dropping off because they can't understand what you're saying. So we might need to leave it for another time. I've seen you do this talk live, and it's an amazing talk. It's so amazing. Can you give us a link where people can see it on your website if people are interested in what you're going to say?
Yes.
Because the sound, the internet is just too bad, and it's just it's like a computer. It's just not working.
Okay. Yes, I've unfortunately re-recorded it. Hope that changed. Unfortunately, it's not. Can you hear?
Yeah, we lost her.
Oh well, the mysteries of life, Karen.
Yeah, she device not connected. Yeah, she dropped out. The internet dropped out. Oh, look, it's the first glitch in our live broadcast so far. I think we've done pretty well for a live broadcast. What do you think, Nick?
I think so. Yeah, everything's been to the minute, and even speakers that I've known that have really struggled to stay on track have completed even before their scheduled time. So I was just amazed. But there always has to be a little bit of mystery and magic in life. Otherwise, it's a little bit too clinical, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. When things go wrong, it's engaging. But unfortunately, look, 10 more people have come back on. But yeah, people were just dropping off because they just couldn't hear you. They couldn't hear anything you were saying. What does that say? Buffering has issues. Yes.
Such a shame.
Pono says buffering. Yeah, it is a shame because, as I said, I've seen you do this talk live, and it's an amazing talk. And I loved it. I loved it live, but your internet. I don't know, because Kassandra's got a house full of crystals. We talked about this, and the crystals might be interfering with the internet connection, but the internet connection is just not happening, unfortunately, for you to be able to present today.
So perhaps, Karen, what we can do is we can get the link and add the link to the presentation that she's already done, and perhaps you and I can maybe synthesize some of the information that has been shared up to this point. What do you think?
Yeah, Kaz, can you just send us that link in the private chat, and Nick can post it into the public chat so that people can see that presentation that you were going to do today. Kassandra is my teacher and is amazing. Definitely check out her website, Christy says. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Christy. She is amazing. She's amazing and a wonderful teacher, but internet problems today.
Yes. So basically, the internet didn't work. The whole campaign.
So we might say bye to Kaz. We will find her, Sarah says. We will find you, Kassandra. Yeah, we'll provide the link. People are loving it, even though they can't hear it. They're going to find you and find the presentation. And what we'll also do is we'll post that presentation up on the send it to us, and we'll post it up on the YouTube, the Higher Self Expo YouTube channel, and the Higher Self Expo Facebook page. We'll post up the presentation in full so that people can watch it later. Has anyone got any questions about what we've been discussing so far? Sarah, thanks for staying with us, Sarah. You've been a trooper. It has been great all the way through. Thanks, Sarah. Any questions? What about you, Nick? What have you been thinking about what's been happening?
Yeah, look, there's so much. The first speech by Darshana from Atlanta was quite a powerful transmission, and it reminded me actually when I receive new knowledge and information, sometimes it's like there isn't an understanding so much of what the words actually mean, but there's this resonance that moves through me. And it's like there's a part of me going, oh, yeah, that absolutely, that's so true. But if she had said to me, can you repeat back and share what it is that you understood, I wouldn't be able to do that right now. So I had to go back and re-listen to that presentation, just because the language is different to the language that I'm familiar with. And that's the marvelous thing with these conferences, that you get to see how different people use different language to point to different things.
Absolutely. Look, everyone's saying the same thing, but they're saying it in their own specialized way, aren't they? Sarah's saying, dude, we could literally start an after the show. Actually, Sarah, I don't know if you're in Australia, you might be in Australia, but there is an after the show that's happening. It's going to be 2 a.m. Australian time, but it's going to be a Zoom room. There's some links on the Higher Self Expo Facebook page and YouTube. I'll get those links and pop them in the chat, where people can come together after this is finished and talk to each other like a live audience would have the opportunity to if you're at a conference. So that Geraldine and Zane have put that in place. It's for anyone in Australia, it's going to be 2 a.m. in the morning. If you're still up at 2 a.m., you're absolutely welcome to join that Zoom room after the European leg of the journey has finished. And and talk to the people that have been watching and listening to the shows. Kaz is ringing me now.
So, Karen, do you have any questions, or did anything? What really jumped out for you?
Oh, what really jumped out for me? I don't know. I've got sort of presenter hat on. I've been listening and not listening, and troubleshooting. But I have to say, what really jumped out for me was what Roman said when he said, the government, governing your mental capacity, governing your mind. That really jumped out for me. I went, oh, wow. That really jumped out for me. That, we have to govern, this is something that you teach and something that I teach. We have to be our own government. We have to govern our own mental capacities, government. We have to become more cohesive and autonomous and be the government of our own mental capacities, and not look to people in power and in government to dictate and to tell us how we're going to live our lives. I suppose many of the speakers have been saying that same thing, but that really, that jumped out at me today, I have to say. Go Roman. Yay.
Yeah, well, there is a good point with that, and this is something that I've been really sitting with, which obviously, the whole current corona scenario that's manifested around the planet is really brought into the forefront, which is, where is the balance point between the individual sovereignty of an individual to make choices that are right for them, and how does that intersect within, I'm going to call society, but basically it's about living with other people. Because the question that naturally arises for me, on a planet at the moment when most people are still living in a victim consciousness state, if everyone just did what they wanted, there would be chaos and there would be a breakdown, right? Now, obviously, if we're living on a planet where the consciousness of the collective is at a high level, we could actually say, well, people are tuning into universal intelligence, therefore the answers that I'm receiving is not only for my own personal benefit, but also for the benefit of other people. But from the perspective that I'm exploring at the moment, I don't believe we're there yet. So it is interesting to explore sovereignty, but then to go, what are the governance structures that we need at the moment to actually live in a harmonious, peaceful way?
Well, exactly. That was the question that I asked Roman, like if we don't have a government, something that, like a governing, people that think that they're governing our minds, what would we call them? Who would they be? What would that look like? Because there needs to be some sort of body of organization that does get stuff done. Roads need to be built and stuff needs to happen. So, so this is what we're creating in the new world, right? With the new science. What's blown me away with all the speakers, both the Australian and American speakers, is that much of what we're talking about is what the mainstream scientific community sees as woo-woo, but it is the new science. It is the new science, which includes the science of subtle energy, the science of something that that our physical senses don't perceive, but our emotional senses do. Like our senses perceive it. It's just not been included in the medical model because we're perceiving energy through our emotions. We're feeling energy and we're calling it emotions. So what does that governing body look like, and how does it govern us if we're sovereign and we're governing our own minds, and then we're the creators of our own, our own reality? Yeah. What do you reckon?
One trend that is happening is that we're moving from a centralized model to a decentralized model, and there's plenty of evidence to suggest that with the introduction of blockchain technology, the introduction of decentralized finance, and moving the power from, let's say, a centralized body, and actually, really, it's like there are whole new ecosystems and infrastructure projects that are being birthed that no one person actually can control. And so ultimately what's now happening is that the best infrastructure, the best solution that fits our needs at this time will be the solution that is chosen. Also, there is the natural emergence of intentional community living, or people recognizing that, when you're circulating or living with 200 people and you have an emotional relationship with someone or with that group, it's very difficult to actually hurt people that that you care for, or the land that you're on. But because of the model that we've got at the moment, where you've got people on the other side of the planet making decisions based on numbers, destroying nature, because there's no emotional connection to that land, to that culture, to those people, there's obviously a massive detrimental impact. So I feel that the solution, from my perspective, is going back to a decentralized model. However, another consideration to put into the melting pot is how would that work with 8 billion people on the planet, considering that, in ancient times, that's how it was, in people orientating through tribes. And so there would be elder councils that would be that would hold the highest levels of wisdom, compassion, and experience, and they were the people that actually made the decisions, and they were the council, and they were chosen out of the respect of the community. People, chose for these people to actually lead. So it's going to be interesting. I don't think anyone really knows what's going to happen, but those are just some trends that I've explored and noticed, having traveled the world for the last 3 years and 3 months and been diving into the ancient wisdom technologies of the planet, as well as the intentional communities that are, popping up everywhere, really.
Yeah, I know. This fascinates me, this stuff. It really does. Well, let's see. Cass is back. Let's see if her internet, she says, do you want to just chat? Let's see if your internet is working. Can you hear what we're saying, Cass?
I can hear you. Yes, I can.
Your internet seems to be working at the moment.
Yeah, I've got my phone connected this time. Like, I literally had my modem connected into the computer, so I don't know what else I could have done to prevent that. So I'm so sorry.
The phone seems to be doing it. Dr. Kaushik Ram is but you've still got 10 minutes left of your presentation. Do you want to just chat and kick us off? We'll get off and let you just do the last 10 minutes.
Sure, I can do that. If that really, I can just say what I was going to do in my presentation rather than showing the presentation. But basically, for the last 7 years, I've been working on creating a structure that would allow us to reverse the cycles of what we've been dealing with based on healing through the energetic lines. And when I talk about the energetic lines, I'm talking about a vision that I had originally, which was basically what I saw was little hotspots of energetically healed and cleared places that were connected to ley lines that were gridding around the city, and then that was helping to lift up the veil of density that we're dealing with. And so when I was talking about the density in my presentation, so that people could understand what we were talking about when I was saying density, is that the things that we don't see, which is the ley lines that are underneath us, are already connected horizontally and vertically through lines that we live upon. And during the old times, the Masonic era that was before the Masons, the Freemasons, they actually understood that, and they built a lot of the structures based upon that. And so they would always be looking at certain things like where, you know, the sheep and the cows would go to sleep, because those areas they knew were clear. And so that's where they would build their homes upon. But now we're just building our homes everywhere. And so what we're starting to see is that these ley lines, if we have them underneath us when we're living upon these ley lines, they can actually be causing detrimental energy that comes into our field. And what ends up happening is that if we start to stick things on top of those ley lines, so things like wireless modems, electricity lines, 5G towers, smartphones, all of that stuff, it starts to create a layering effect that we start to feel through these ley lines, as well as our fields interact with the fields of these ley lines. And so what we're starting to see is the devastating effects of what these are actually doing to our planet, because of the fact that we're all connected through these ley lines. And the more that these fields deteriorate through us putting these extra pressures of detrimental vibrations on top of these lines, what ends up happening is that we start to see that the frequency of the resonance starts to deteriorate. And so what I was showing in my presentation, which I will share the recorded version with you guys later, was scientific proof that was showing that there was a correlation to actual studies that showed that there were random tests that they did with computers that were testing 1-0 frequencies of numbers, that when 9/11 hit, these actual computers started linking up and sharing the same information. And these computers were over 40 different countries. And so what was happening is that this, I'm just trying to see if I can share the, because it's an amazing presentation. I feel really sad that it doesn't want to come up. But basically what I was sharing was that the research was showing that you could show the correlation of consciousness between humanity and even these computers that were picking it up. And as they were picking it up, they were showing that they could show that, let me just see if I can find it here for you guys. Here we go. The Coherent Consciousness and Reduced Randomness is basically the Global Consciousness Project, and it was studies with over 40 host sites around the world, and these devices generated random data, just 1-0 figures, that continuously sent out this information and was sending this information out to Princeton. And so what basically happened was that the director, Roger Nelson, was actually sharing that he believes that the consciousness within our skull extends out into the world and into the intermix. We're like little neurons in a giant brain that is basically interacting with each other. And so that kind of sent me on to more studies where I actually found that there has been studies on magnetite in the brain. And this magnetite is actually what the animals use that actually creates a magnetic sensitive substance within them that is basically creating a migratory system for the birds, the bees, and the whales, that they pick up this magnetite. And the magnetite is one of it's like a very strong, very sensitive mineral on the earth that basically creates an internal compass for these birds. And so what, when we see all of these birds and bees dying off, it's because these fields are being interfered with. And because these fields are being interfered with, they don't have that same internal compass that they had. And so this actually led me into another random video that I came across. It's free on Gaia, but it talks about how brain crystals are connected to psychic powers. And basically Robert C. Beck was studying the fields that were connected through this magnetite, and they found correlations to ELF fields of 6.67 hertz and 6.26 hertz and lower tended to produce things like mild nausea, headache, arthritis like aches, desynchronization, and many other vegetative disturbances. But what he also found was 7.8, 8.0, 9.0 hertz created the opposite. It could actually create consciousness. And so this was starting to show the correlation to this magnetic substance within our brain and how it was connecting into these fields. And so in the map of consciousness developed by Dr. R. Hawkins, you can see these energetic frequencies that are up on a higher level. The 400 to 1000 are all these ones that we want to be creating, which is enlightenment, peace, joy. But then you see all the ones that are on the lower spectrum from 125 to 20, which is like the fear, grief, guilt, shame, and they're all connected to all of these lower vibrations. And so what I was trying to explain is that when we understand consciousness is awareness, perception, and thought through these frequencies, what we don't realize is they're all being connected through these electromagnetic frequencies that are being projected through the earth. And crystals like magnetite are connected to these electromagnetic frequencies. And what's even more interesting is that quartz is a mineral that is composed of silicon and oxygen atoms, and quartz is the second most abundant mineral on the Earth's continental crusts. So we are literally all standing and living upon one massive conscious being that is picking up these electromagnetic bands of frequencies and is actually repeating them back to us through the consciousness of this planet. And so what's happening is, as we start disrupting the disturbances through all of these wireless devices and all of the electricity that we're not working in harmony with, it's actually starting to pump in all of this disturbance of the electromagnetic field. And that's why we're starting to feel these lower levels of, frequencies in our bodies and in our consciousness. And so I'm going to send this to everyone to see, but I did more studies, and I used this machine called BioWell, where it actually did studies on the field itself using Kirlian photography. And I actually showed that doing this specific testing, I could show all the different ways that when you use specific things like minerals. So this was the first energetic scan that I did of a client, and how big her chakras were. And as soon as we ended up putting vitamins and bee pollen and ginseng, it actually started boosting up the energetic field and boosting up the chakra system, because the fields of minerals, vitamins, protein, carbohydrates, and lipids actually create support, love, nurture, energy, and spiritual balance in our fields, because they hold that within their frequency. And that's what we need to be, having in our body to create harmony. But what happened when I started doing things like salt scrubs, which, salt pulls out the detrimental energy, was that you could see that the body started to create a more clearing, but it was more on the one spectrum of the scale, which was showing an extroverted interference, which is very different to an internal interference, which is more like meditation and mindfulness. So this was showing the how we can do external things to change our energy field, and we can do internal things to change our energy field. But the one that had the highest results was actually using crystals, where you can see this has got the largest amount of energy, and also the closest that it brought into equilibrium body. So we're starting to see here that we can start using these external factors to start bringing in harmony, not just in our body, but also on the planet. And so this was also bringing me back into biogeometry, and how biogeometry is all about the study of resonance and how we bring resonance into harmony. We're not looking at polarity, which is what science and medicine does, is they go, if you have heat in the body, you bring cooling into the body. Whereas in biogeometry, it's just about harmony and balance. And they've done studies where they've actually used this actual tools to create harmony from electromagnetic fields on a grand scale. And so part of what I wanted to share with you guys is, how we, if we did, started clearing our homes, not only clearing the grid lines of our own home would clear the energy in our homes, but it would also clear the energies of our neighbors around us. So now you can start to see how, if we start pockets of land that are connected to these energetic spots and start doing it as a collective, then we can start clearing the density and connecting it through the ley lines, and start using things like plasma, which also has a very high form of resonance that is all free on the internet, by the way. You can actually create these build these machines that create 16% to 33% reduction in your electricity bills, but they also create fields of harmony within your body. And in the use of agriculture, they also create vitality and life force. So we could be putting this within our own veggie patches in our home to then bump up the fields within our bodies and in our homes and in our energy lines around our homes as well, which then, you know, is connecting into the external grid lines and all of the animals that depend on these fields. So just wanted to share a quick recap. What I've also noticed is that in connecting this consciousness, I've been connecting to a lot of spirits, and here are some photos of some spirits that have come through that we've taken photos of, and some of the portals that have been opened up. So, you know, this is the beginning of the 5D transition and how we can start using this technology to start lifting the veil of consciousness. So thank you very much.
Kassandra, wow, what a great effort to pull it together at the end with challenging circumstances. And there was a lot of information there, and I can really feel there's just so much, such a excitement and passion that you want to share all of this with people to help their lives be more efficient and just better and more wholesome. So just appreciating your commitment, because I really feel that in you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me do that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for persisting and hanging in there and finding a solution. I think that's always a really powerful lesson in life, never to give up, and just to say, what else can I do if this doorway is not open for me right now? So thank you for demonstrating that for us.
Blessings. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. So just in a moment, we're going to be inviting our ninth speaker of the Australian segment, who will be talking about neuroscience of the heart. So we'll be exploring today the precognition drives the inexplicable alignment of events that happen with a precision that you will not be able to recreate even if you planned it. So the precognition is not a mindset. Mindset is a thing of the past, a set of belief structures you may hold about yourself to determine behavior, outlook, and mental attitude. The past, however, is a poor representation of what is possible. In this talk, Dr. Ram will share with you 5 ways to apply the precognition to take the guesswork out and accelerate possibilities to rapidly achieve your goals. So Dr. Kaushik Ram brings together a decade of study into the optimal performance of the body and brain. His career-defining discovery shows you how to biologically unlock the intelligence of the heart using the precognition method. He has been featured in multi-award-winning documentaries, and the precognition method has been applied in corporate leadership programs to thrive in the era of rapid change, complexity, and ambiguity. He is the best-selling author of Hidden World, the inside story of the soul. So just welcoming Dr. Kaushik Ram to the virtual stage. Welcome.
Hey, Nicolas.
How are you today?
Wonderful, wonderful, and absolutely extraordinary to be here with you.
Thank you so much. We're very excited to hear what you have to share because, you really are a scientist and there's a lot of that has been your trajectory and your path, and quite a few of the speakers has probably been more on the spiritual angle of things, and you'll be coming more from the other side, but showing us how spirituality and science really do meet. So over to you, Dr. Ram.
Wonderful. So thanks so much for having me on this program, and absolutely delighted to share some of the work that I've been doing over the last 15 years. And I do come at it at a certain angle, which is science, but I would like to take a little step back and just show you why this work is so important to me. And it's not related to science, it's actually related to an experience that I had in the highlands of Papua New Guinea. And I've shared that experience, which was a near-death experience, on Karen's YouTube channel, so it's well documented there. So if you want to have a a peek into that, then that's where you can find it. But we have only 30 minutes, so I'm going to cover some of the science behind what I talk about. So one of the things that happened was when I was up in the highlands of Papua New Guinea, I had a near-death experience. But when I came back from that experience, people did not believe what I had to say. In fact, I found it very difficult to communicate to people what a near-death experience was. And that left me at a very critical turning point in my life. I could have gone down, I guess, the spiritual path at that point, going, academia is, doesn't understand who I am, and I'd rather, be with people who do. But at that point, I made the choice to actually understand what happened to me. And in this photo, I'm only 23 years old, up in the highlands of Papua New Guinea, with a tribe. We've just come out of hunting a wild boa. And a lot of my understanding about the world and how it works comes from tribal knowledge. This was in Papua New Guinea. I've also been with tribes in the Kalahari Desert in Africa. I've been into the Amazon and really tried to understand the mechanics of nature. And in this particular experience, I had a choice going, do I continue on the path of science and develop a language with which I can share, and then finally people would understand me, or I could completely dismiss science and create a different path. So I did choose the former, which was choose science. And luckily now I'm at a point in my life where I can explain a lot of the things that happened to me, and I can even help people into that journey as well. So that's a little bit of a backstory. But since that experience, I've gone on to write a book, Living Inside a Cave in Thailand. And, these are experiences that you can't actually create out of planning. I never planned to write a book in a cave. You can't go on Airbnb and just find a cave and go, okay, this is how I'm going to do it. These things happen because you make a decision. And once you make that decision, certain things start to happen in an accelerated rate that allow this, expression to come through. And not only was this book published and came out as A Hidden World, but also someone read the book, and it then turned into a music video called Equation of Love. And again, you can't really plan these things. These things just happen. And I guess the only way I can capture what was happening is through a quote that Paulo Coelho once said, and it is, when you surrender to your heart, your path begins to travel towards you and greet you in your every step. And this is what I was feeling was happening to me. As long as I was dedicated to my heart, all these miraculous things would happen. I mean, I'm a scientist. I'm not a musician. I don't do music videos. But the fact that these things simply happen at such an accelerated rate kept blowing my mind. And so with my mind, I guess I started to think, how do you actually create these experiences? And eventually I came up with the precognition method, which is aligning your internal physiology to the point where you're able to preconceive the moment. And this is, in a way, a form of hyper-alignment, where your internal state is so tuned into what is happening around you that you're able to pick up on random things, and they lead to incredible events. So when I was designing this, I also needed a way to explain this to people in a very, I guess, easily accessible way. And so I came up with a framework called the precognition method. And this is quite, I guess, a diverse way of looking at it, but we only have 30 minutes. So I'll cover it just using 3 elements, which is brain, body, and behavior. And as a neuroscientist, I've invested more than a decade looking at just the brain itself. So that's where we'll start. And I would like to share with you guys an incredible video that was created by the Adam Ghazali Lab in the University of San Francisco. And this video is really remarkable because it combines 3 different imaging modalities. One is structural MRI, another one is diffusion tensor imaging, and then we've got EEG, which maps surface brain activity and puts it into alpha, beta, and gamma states. So all of those different imaging techniques are overlaid onto one brain image, and this is what you see. So in this video, what you see is the human brain mapped according to gray matter and white matter. Gray matter here is translucent. White matter is in orange. And what you see as spikes in activity is color-coded, so red for alpha, blue for beta, and green for gamma. And what you see is that we don't use all of our brain all the time, but there's certain neural networks that communicate with each other. You can see at the moment there's more hemispheric dominance in the left hemisphere. And as we turn around, you can really see the intricate detail to which current science is able to map the human brain. And this knowledge, I guess, wasn't available to us a decade ago, but technology has advanced so much that we can now have a look inside our own brains. And I really do want to actually take a moment to share a sense of appreciation for how far science has come, because sometimes we forget how many incredible advancements have actually come from science. So on the right here, you actually see a picture of an MRI, and this MRI is of my own brain. And the way the medical system actually works is we have to negotiate between clinical patients and research studies to be able to even get access to an MRI. So if there's someone coming from the emergency department, they've had a car accident, for example, they will always take priority over MRIs. So we have to kind of negotiate with hospitals in order to get MRIs for research studies. And then once we acquire an MRI, how do you translate a grayscale image that you see on the left into a more informative image that you see on the right? That is, the amount of data in both these images are exactly the same, but one is more refined. So what we actually did in this case was there's only 2 tissue types in the brain. One is gray matter and one is white matter. And so if you're looking at a grayscale image, what you can do is just track the direction of information flow in the white matter. And that's what you see in the box on the right. And you can see there's a red line actually tracking the white matter in the direction of information flow. So the way we do this is through incredible computational power. We look at every single pixel in the MRI, and then we calculate using statistics which direction is the fiber likely to move. And then we do it over iterations, in this case, 10,000 iterations per fiber. And eventually we get an idea of where the white matter is moving. And so the white matter is actually what you saw in orange in the previous image. So I actually did some of this for my PhD, and we'll have a look at some of the results. So over here, you can see a brain mapped with genetics. And in this case, epigenetic changes that happen over times as you age, decade by decade, there is genetic information that is being transmitted through the environment. And this is what we call horizontal transmission of genetic information. Vertical transmission is from parent to child. So this information is so incredible because now you can see that we're not just transferring our genes to our future generations, we're actually transferring our environment, and that has an impact on genetic expression. So things like trauma. Trauma may be held by a culture, but also trauma is passed on by the environment a culture passes on to the younger generation. So it's a very, I guess, intricate way of looking at how much our brain is changing through not just our genetics, but the environmental influence on our genetics. So just to do this study, it took me about an year to gather 256 patients, and it took about 1 month to do all the calculations to be able to generate an image like this. Now, though, we're able to do this in milliseconds using AI, and AI is able to not just do this for one brain, but thousands of brains at a time. So the technology has advanced by magnitude since I did this research. So that's the pace and the scale at which brain research is moving. So I didn't just stick to the lab. As a neuroscientist, I was actually internally conflicted because I did have a spiritual understanding. And sometimes all the incredible things that I could do, I wasn't able to do while I was inside a research lab. And so I did take this outside the research lab as well. And what you see here is actually a EEG map on my own brain. And we did this study with another company called the About My Brain Institute. And we were looking at what happens to our brain when we're stressed. And then we applied some of the stress management tools that we have. And then we saw what the brain is doing when under stress, but through tools that are able to calm the nervous system down. So if you look at the image on the right, if you just look at the first column, you'll see that all the brains have a blue color. And on the heat map, it shows that blue is low alpha activity. And alpha brainwaves are there when your brain is calm and relaxed. And in this case, there's no alpha under stress. So every single subject, subject 10, 11, and 13, all had low alpha activity when they're stressed. And then we put them through the training program, which is my trainee nervous system program, which teaches them a breathing technique to calm down the nervous system. And then we introduced them to stress again. So in the next column, what you see is the brain produces more alpha, which is red activity in the brain while under stress. So this was quite remarkable. How do you actually stay in a meditative state while under stress? So this research was really exciting me. And so now that we know that we can translate some of the clinical information of stress management and really map it, not just in patients, but for everyone to be able to benefit from brain research like this, I wanted to know ways that we could do it, which was very utilitarian, which was simple, which was effective, and really didn't need much background information. You could simply do it especially in moments that you need it the most, and that is when you are actually stressed. So that took me to the next step of the precognition method, which was understanding the body. And this is perhaps where majority of my research work comes from. I do have a very deep understanding of neural networks and how the brain is connected, but how do you improve brain performance actually wasn't through the brain, it was actually through the body. And why this is the case, we'll explore this in the next segment. So how do you rewire your brain? One of the analogies that I like to use is looking at the brain as a metaphor of a tree. So if you think about the two hemispheres of the brain, those are the left hemisphere and right hemisphere, and it has a very branching structure. You saw in the orange fibers that were sort of navigating their way through the brain. That sort of branching structure is similar to the branches of a tree. The brain also has a stem, and it's called the brain stem, and it's like the trunk of a tree. And the trunk actually descends down and has a root structure as well. And the root structure of the body is the spinal cord. And if you can think about it, if you don't nurture the soil, you cannot expect the branches to flourish. So how do you nurture the soil? And what blew my mind when I got to this point was the heart is actually the governing structure of the body. And through the heart, that dictates every other level of information that is traveling in your body, how your organ systems interact with each other, or what you even prioritize in your decisions. So the heart is in fact your first perception of reality. And this gives rise to the moment-to-moment changes in your heart. And we call this heart rate variability. And so anything that is happening around you will inevitably change your heart rate. And the moment that the heart rate changes, how the body processes metabolic energy, how your brain processes decisions change instantly. So the moment you go into fight or flight, that has a very different thought structure to when you're calm and relaxed, and your thought structure is entirely different in that state. So this was one of the most remarkable discoveries in my area of research. So this also informed the fact of how I work with people as well, because often when I was working with people, they weren't really telling me the truth, and I could often see right through them. But if I tried to tell them the truth, they would put up a defensive front, or it would often take them a long time to really understand what I was saying. So I could see that, a lot of what people tell me is often exaggerated or half-truths. And you can easily see this in, say, dating apps, for example. If you look at the height of men on dating apps, is far above the average of the height in a normal population. So people often lie about, what they're actually feeling, or what the actual height is. So I didn't want to work with what people tell me. The best way I could work with them was directly with their body, because what the physiology is often telling cannot be manipulated. So the body does not lie, basically. And so the best way to look at the body was looking at the heart rate. So one of the ways that I tested this was I elevated my heart rate, and then I tested how long it took my heart rate to recover back to baseline. And in this example, my heart rate rose to about 75 beats per minute, and without doing anything at all, no meditation, nothing, just simply reflecting upon my life, my heart rate dropped to 59 beats per minute without doing anything. It took about 3.5 minutes to do that. The next thing I did was actually tried mindfulness-based meditation. And this time, not only did my heart rate take longer to come back to baseline, but it didn't drop down to 69 beats per minute. 59 beats per minute. It was actually 10 BPM higher. And so this was with a meditation practice, which was surprising. Then I tried a breathing practice, and this time, again, very similar results. My heart rate did drop a little bit quicker, but it still only reached 69 beats per minute, given that I was doing some form of meditation practice. And in all these cases, the heart rate comes down and then gradually rises as well. And because I've been looking at this, and you can probably tell by now that I'm absolutely obsessed about, optimizing brain health, body health, and performance. So I have developed my own tools and techniques. And one of these was the vagal breathing meditation. So I tried that, and this provided the fastest drop in your heart rate. Within 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes, the heart rate dropped to 63 beats per minute. And then it actually stayed there. So it remained around 69 beats per minute through the entire length of the meditation. So this was quite remarkable. But what was most profound was not only your resting heart rate, what happens when you look at your heart rate variability. So mindfulness and the 21 breath meditation both had very similar results in heart rate variability. And it was quite similar to no meditation at all. But when I used the vagal breathing meditation, the heart rate variability decayed very quickly and remained low throughout the duration of the meditation. So this was one of the ways of testing different techniques and seeing how effective they are. Because when it comes to something as serious as trauma, for example, when I work with people who are in a state of trauma, their ability to work with verbal information has gone out of the door. Their rational thinking, their cognitive faculties have kind of gone out of the window. So you can't actually tell them things. Instead, you want something that works directly with the body, calms them down very simply and effectively, and then that opens the opportunity to communicate with them verbally. And so in extreme cases, you want something that is quick, simple, and effective. And it just comes down to that, because often meditation does work very well in a candlelit room with the perfect music and the right tribe. And that is, an ideal environment. But real life and ideal environments often don't exist together. So, I really wanted a utilitarian approach, something that works regardless of what is happening externally. So then the third element of the precognition method is behavior. And behavior change is very, very difficult, in fact. So one of the ways that I work with behavior change is actually changing the state of a person. And that is quite easy to do because our internal state is only one of two choices. One is fight or flight, and the other is rest and restorative. And so this means that as long as I can put a person into a state which is safe, their behavior starts to radically change because of that state. So instead of going into how you do all of these complex things, I'd actually want to summarize the whole talk by just talking about some of the benefits of being in this state. And this I called the anatomy of love, because as I mentioned before, the heart perceives reality before anything else does. And if you can learn ways to modulate your heart rate, especially in real time, then the moment-to-moment experiences that you have changes radically as well. You're not reacting to things out of fear anymore. You're simply responding to them. And because your heart rate is low, doesn't matter how chaotic the environment around you is, you have all the time in the world to make an informed decision rather than a panic decision, which often happens in the state of fight or flight. So this is where I say, precognition is happening before the brain. It is precognition. So that's where the terminology comes from. So let's have a look at some of the behaviors that are a product of this state. So this diagram actually comes from Dr. Stephen Forges, who is one of the founders of polyvagal theory. And I do credit people for the remarkable work that they have done, which has actually done an enormous amount to progress my own area of research as well. So one of the things that happens is when you bring the nervous system into a state of safety, into a state of security, is that all the organ systems start to work in harmony. They work synergistically together. And that happens in the brain as well. And when it happens in the brain, that happens in the gamma bandwidth, and it's called gamma binding, because suddenly all the neural networks are working synergistically together. So you don't have conflicts between rationality and emotion. You don't have an internal conflict anymore. Everything is working beautifully. So duality dissolves. You don't have a conflict between heart and brain. Another thing that happens is surrender. Surrender as a concept is incredible, but I really wanted to show people how easy it is to surrender through the nervous system as well, because one of the things that I do is use stress inoculation exercises. So I teach a person what it feels like to be safe, and then I introduce stress, and they're able to maintain that state of surrender despite the stress. And this then teaches the nervous system how to remain in that state despite what is going on around externally. And this is a very powerful state to be in. Thirdly, courage. Courage is taking action, especially when it's needed the most. And take, for example, if a talent freeze happens when someone actually is confronted with something that threatens them. So, for example, if you want to have a conversation with your boss, but you are terrified by speaking with your boss, when you do enter the room, the way the boss stares you down sometimes almost puts you into a state of freeze, and your skills are suddenly gone out of the window. So in these moments, it takes courage. So when you teach people how it is like to feel safe despite the fact that there's a threat, that leads to courageous action. And this is really, really powerful to be able to stand up for yourself, to be able to say no, and to actually even believe in yourself. So these are really, really important things that happen through an internal state of safety. Another thing that is really remarkable is that when your nervous system is restored to a state of harmony, a lot of the hormonal balances change as well. So there's more oxytocin in the system, there's more endorphins in the system. And if you can think about someone who is depressed, they're deprived of oxytocin, they're deprived of, and I don't put oxytocin in the same class as serotonin and dopamine, which are neurotransmitters. They're short latency, they were never meant to last. Similar to our heart rate, it's always changing. Oxytocin, on the other hand, is a neuromodulator. It's long lasting. It creates this sense of love within a person. And when someone is depressed and deprived of oxytocin, what happens is they lose trust. They don't feel like reaching out to people. They close themselves up. So they're less likely to have an openness to receive. So when you put the nervous system into a calm and relaxed state, it really means that they feel safe and they're open to receiving. And more importantly, they're open to ask for help, because now there's connection, there's trust, and they feel safe around people. And lastly, and perhaps one of the most important ones, is it allows you to set boundaries, because now you're in a state of safety. A lot of manipulative behaviors start to dissolve. You're not looking to please other people, or you're not trying to get something from anyone. In fact, you are in your own autonomy. And so these are some of the behavioral changes that happen. And so just to bring it back, when I was in the highlands of Papua New Guinea at the age of 23, I really didn't know much about neuroscience. I was only, I was young and foolish, basically. And I just simply knew that I needed to take a step in the right direction, follow my heart, and see where it leads me. And it's allowed me to actually research all these beautiful fields and share it in meaningful ways with hundreds of people and thousands across the world as well. So yeah, I simply want to leave with the idea that love has never been a mistake, because once you are in this internal state of love, you literally can't go wrong. So thank you for listening, and over to you, Nicolas.
Thanks, Dr. Ram. Before you go, just very quickly, there's one question from an audience member which states, how would you explain the relation between the heart and the gut/intuition? Which states, how would you explain the relation between the heart and the gut/intuition?
I see. That's a very interesting question. I do actually. How would you explain the relation between the heart and the gut/intuition? I see. That's a very interesting question. I do. Sorry, Nicolas. I think there might be a lag. Can you still hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can still hear you. Just was waiting for your response.
Sorry, Nicolas. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So the distinction I make between the gut and the heart is really when we talk about the gut, we talk about gut instinct, and this is a very primal instinct. We developed it through a relationship with food. So, for example, if we bite into something and it is rancid, it means that that this is not something we should be eating right now, or it's toxic. And so that same gut feeling has developed into our psychology as well. We might be around someone and the gut would go, this doesn't feel right. This relationship feels toxic. So that is an internal gut instinct And the important thing to remember is the fact that instinct, again, happens before our cognition. Our gut says something, and then our mind registers it. So that is what a gut instinct is. Intuition is of the heart. And by the way, these are the way I've categorized it. So it might be different for other bodies of work. For me, intuition is of the heart, and it's those moment-to-moment responses that I was talking about. Sometimes, you might be talking to someone and suddenly your heart says, maybe I need to go to talk to someone else for no apparent reason, and you just turn around and speak to someone, and, an incredible thing will happen. So those moments, like, it might go against logic. You might be going, it's rather impolite to just end this conversation abruptly. But your heart does know better. And how do we know that? It's often when we look at these sequence of events in retrospect that we see, oh, that's why my heart said to do this, or that's why my heart said to do that. And in my own book, I often speak about how the heart does speak to us. And often this knowledge is lost because we might have been hurt at some point in our life, and then we closed off our heart, and then we don't know how to listen to it anymore. So one of the things about training the nervous system is that it allows people to feel safe, and a lot of the barriers that the mind creates against the heart starts to drop as well. And that's when we do start listening to the heart. And more information around this is on my online course. So we do train it. So it's called vagal tone. Vagal tone is basically the strength of communication between brain and body. So we can dive into that in a lot of detail if you like.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and knowledge with us. Really appreciating your time. Thank you.
So we can dive into that in a lot of detail.
Karen, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm on mute. Thank you, Kaushik. I was just saying thank you. It's been wonderful to see your presentation. Thanks for sharing your wisdom with us today.
Oh, I'm on mute.
Oh, righty. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we have an amazing speaker coming up now. The best. Guess who it is, Nicolas?
I have no idea.
It's you, honey one. Nicolas is about to do his presentation. We're running over, but we'll take it out of my presentation. I'm just going to wrap it up at the end. Let me just tell you a little bit about Nicolas. Nicolas Perrin is a cosmic guide who supports difference makers to catalyze their dormant gifts and abilities and to step into a reality that reflects their soul's destiny. He synthesizes the realms of spirituality and quantum science for the purpose of tapping into the infinite possibilities in creating a thriving, purposeful reality for Earth and humanity. And your topic of discussion today is the alchemy of quantum higher self-alignment. Nick's going to take us on a journey to explore how we can align more effectively with our higher self through the art of alchemy and the quantum science, and how to use and connect to the morphic field of resonance, which directly affects all human life. Well, this has sounded good, hun. You're a little blurry. Your internet hasn't hung in there for the whole 8 hours. But anyway, you've got the blur going on. But I look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you so much, Karen, and thank you everyone for being here today. So the theme that I'll be sharing with you is the alchemy of quantum high self-alignment. And most of the people that have spoken have been scientists, where I would say that I'm more a mystic, which is really using physical reality as my laboratory. And so I'm willing to explore various premises, explore various ways of exploring life and testing them out through my own personal life and experience. And from the perspective of what did I feel that I could share with you today that would be of the highest service possible, this was the topic that came up. And so I'm going to just break down this topic just to define what it is that I'm actually referring to when I say the alchemy of quantum higher self-alignment. So alchemy is a term that is referencing the transformation of energy. So energy cannot be destroyed, but it can be transformed. And quantum, for me, references the infinite possibilities of both the manifested and unmanifested realms of potential. The higher self, for me, is the aspect of our consciousness that exists beyond time and space. And it is able to see all the different timelines, all the different choices. It has access to information that our human personality is not aware of. And so it's a little bit like having someone on the top of a mountain that we can radio connect with, that can look down and say, just be mindful, there's a cliff over there, and on this side of the mountain there's a beautiful valley, so you might want to come more around to your left because that's where the valley is, otherwise you're going to hit a massive issue when you encounter the cliff. And then alignment is really the embodiment and the transmission between the higher self and the ego nature. So that's what I'm referencing and talking about when I'm saying the alchemy of quantum higher self-alignment. My intention is to actually offer a demonstration, which I will be doing at the end. I've reserved about 15 minutes for a live experience. Again, the path of the mystic is about live experiences, and all I can offer you is an offering for you to consider potentially a new way of exploring reality. And for some people, it will absolutely resonate, and something within you might really get activated and enlivened. And for other people, it may completely not resonate. And the reason for that is that we have such a variety of belief systems on the planet at this time. And really, every one of us, what Darshana was saying in the very first talk, that we're all on our own hero's journey. And so what works for me may not work for another. And again, it's this beautiful reminder that I've learned on my path, which is that ultimately there is no right or wrong. There is just what's useful and not useful for me in relation to what's relevant in this life at this time. So before I can take you on an experience, I'm going to share with you 5 premises that I'm going to invite you to consider. And you don't have to believe them, but for the purposes of this experience, I would invite you just to hold them as a possibility in your reality, because I've found these premises to be very powerful and have allowed me to have these experiences that I'm going to share with you. So the very first premise is that everything already exists in the here and now. All possibilities and potentials are located in the void. So what I'm really referencing here is that we're not really ever creating anything, but we're really just aligning to the probabilities in the quantum field. And then through our focus, attention, and awareness, which happens through thought, word, and deed, those probabilities in the unmanifested space gain a higher probability compared to other aspects. So it's important to recognize that everything that you've ever maybe desired at a heart level, everything that would be the most extraordinary experience for you already exists. And so it's more a case of asking the question, what would it take for me to be able to align to these realities, rather than trying to work out how do I create this. So the second premise is the observer, and the act of observing is what determines which potential will materialize. So there is the reference to the double slit experiment, which was done in the 1800s. And really it's just looking at the relationship between waves of potential and particles. I'm not going to go into it, but basically what the experiment was demonstrating was that when someone is observing something, it changes the result of what manifests. And so you, as the observer in your life, are constantly collapsing potential timelines or waveforms into a particular reality. And for most people, that reality appears to be very similar moment to moment to moment. but it is actually possible to have a much larger quantum leap if you are willing to hold your belief systems or the constructs through which you see reality in a much more looser way. So instead of identifying with your beliefs and your constructs, just see them as potential reality templates, with the idea that these beliefs are going to create a certain experience, and it's not right or wrong, but the question is that belief or is that construct useful for me, depending on what sort of life you want to create. And so again, taking 100% responsibility, we are invited to consider our definitions of success, which from the mainstream world's perspective is very much orientated around what it is that I own, or my status and credibility. Whereas for me now, those things were very much part of my life because I was in the corporate world and I was in the financial world, and my awakening started at the age of 23 and really accelerated until around about 26 was when I started to have one foot in one reality and one foot in the other reality. Okay, so the third premise that I want to share with you is we are all made of light and information. And this information is connected into morphic fields, which no one's talked about today in the Australian segment, so I'm going to share a little bit about that. So when I'm talking about we're made of light and information, what I'm saying is that we have a physical body, which we obviously can perceive as physical. However, there is actually a very elaborate energetic field that we can't perceive, or most people can't perceive. And in this field contain what I call energetic patterns. And these energetic patterns hold a certain energetic resonance, which essentially determines what comes into your reality or what is repelled out of your reality. So this is one of the reasons why words of affirmation often don't work for people. Because if you're trying to say something that you want, but in your energy field, you hold a very high resonance of something that is the opposite, what you will manifest is the opposite. Okay, so what I'm wanting to share with you as part of the demonstration is how can you access these patterns of information, these energetic resonance patterns, and transform them, which is the alchemy element. Now, the morphic fields of information, which I've referenced, what is this talking about? There's a whole body of work that Rupert Sheldrake did about morphic fields, and what he basically was realizing through his research, he was a scientist in the field of biology, was that animals and nature are basically informed from these morphic fields of information, which includes behavior and in essence, their instinct and what makes an animal an animal. So what makes a tiger, or an ant an ant. And what he realized was that everything, all creatures on the planet are accessing morphic fields of information which are not static, they're ever evolving fields of information. However, bringing it back to ourselves, if you're tapping into a morphic field of information, that field is influencing you, and at the same time, you are influencing it as well. So there is a two-way feedback loop that is unfolding. And so ultimately, morphic fields can change and do change over time. But the significance of that is that we're looking at humanity's past, which has been one of separation, lack and limitation, with a lot of suffering and pain. When children are born on the planet, their DNA connects them to these morphic fields of information, because that has been the default experience of humanity for a very long period of time. Now, other speakers before have talked about how behavior is actually passed on from one generation to the next. And so if there is references of, say, addiction or abuse, those behaviors can actually be passed on from one generation to the next. And if you have a look at a particular family lineage, you will notice that that there is often a pattern there. And so a lot of the perspectives that each of us are holding is significantly influenced through our ancestors and what they've experienced. So Nikola Tesla shares a beautiful quote which says, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Okay, so the final element that I just want to talk about in relation to we're made of light and information and linking that to the morphic fields of information is I really would like to invite people to consider that we are like walking antennae, and we are like receiving units. We're receiving frequency, we're receiving information, and the information is actually connected to the frequency that we are aligning with. And so an interesting experience that I can invite you to contemplate on is when you were in a really, really expanded state of consciousness or your energy was up, you may have noticed that the information that you were able to receive might have been things that you had never even considered, or things that were beyond your own, let's say, mental capacities. And then in another point in time, your energy has dropped, your frequency has dropped, and if you try and find and search what that information actually was, you can't find it. And so the reason for that is that memory isn't actually stored in our brain, and science is actually cottoning onto this now, or I should say mainstream science, and that actually memory is actually non-local. And so it's really, really important that we recognize that we're just like a walking radio. And so if we can master how we can attune ourselves to frequencies and energies that are useful for us, then we can perceive the information that we need to know, and we can then focus our reality, focus on the reality that we would love, and over a period of time, by putting our life force energy into that, it will manifest. Okay, so now the premise, the fourth premise, which I want to share with you, which is now starting to have a look at the idea of symbols. So symbols or sigils, for those that are more familiar with alchemy, are a way to connect to different morphic fields. And there is a really powerful question to really contemplate, which is, how do you access energy or frequency that you don't know exists? Because if in the quantum field everything exists, and if information is connected to frequency, then how do you access something that you don't know how it exists? And so the answer to that, or one way, there's a few different ways that I've explored on the path of being a mystic, and that is through symbols. Now I'm going to show you a few different symbols. Some of them are more common, like you probably would recognize them, and others may be a little bit more unknown. So just give me a moment. Okay, so the first one here, this symbol, is the yin yantra, which is quite a famous sacred geometric form. And again, this would connect you to a morphic field of information. And so if you just focus on the symbol, the passive act of gently placing your awareness on a symbol starts to align your energy field to that morphic field, right? So that's the way that you connect. Here's another symbol, which is quite common. This is the flower of life, right? Another sacred geometric form. Then this one here is a heart, and it's got a spiral in it. And a friend of mine actually gave this to me when I was experiencing some health issues last year. I developed some cysts, and she said, put this in your pocket. It'll connect to a morphic field of healing, and your body can actually absorb that energy, and it'll help integrate it, which I did do. Here are probably a little bit more unusual ones. So this is a alchemical piece of art, really, that was created by the intentional community of Damanhur. So Damanhur is an intentional community in northern Italy, and one of their main philosophy is really the path of alchemy. And so they've created all these very interesting different trainings and pathways of how you can explore reality. And they've got some very sophisticated healing devices, extraordinary, and I've never seen anything quite like it, which connect to, they connect to dimensional beings in another universe. So the founder of that intentional community had a relationship with another group of beings in a different universe. And through this technology that they had created, they were able to interface with these beings, and the energies were able to come through. And I did have a personal experience, and I definitely experienced something. Just to kind of expand how symbols can be used, behind me I've placed 5 different symbols or different paintings. They're interdimensional paintings. So you'll see up over here 5 different symbols, and they have different representations. Now, the artist of these symbols, Brian De Flores, if you want to research him, he used to be a truck driver, believe it or not, and he received a wake-up call from, again, interdimensional beings that interrupted him and sort of said, you've got an option here. If you continue on the trajectory that you're on, there will be a death portal that will open up, and this life stream will end. Or you can choose to make a quantum leap and have a very different experience where another aspect of your multidimensional nature will connect to you, and you will become an artist. And not any artist. You will learn how to draw interdimensional paintings for the purposes of channeling through higher frequencies that will support humanity this time. So I ended up actually buying quite a few of these, and I remember at the time when I first bought them, the energy that I received through them was incredibly powerful. Because I've had these now for about 7 years, my energy field has now acclimated them, so I don't really feel such a strong resonance anymore. But in the beginning, it was very, 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 very strong. So why am I bringing this up? And the main reason why I'm bringing this up is that in a moment, what we're going to be doing when we go into a process, I'm going to invite you to allow a symbol to be presented to you that will act as a frequency key that will tap you into the relevant morphic field of information that will support a more effortless higher self-alignment, okay? Now, you don't need to understand what that key is. All I'm inviting you to do, again, is just to surrender and let go and allow it to come into the space, because there are aspects of you and me and all of us that we don't fully understand, and but are having a very direct influence on how our human life is actually unfolding. So the 5th and final premise that I want to share with you before I set up the experiment, live experiment, is that the heart portal is the access point into the void. So that's really important. A lot of speakers today have already shared the intelligence of the heart, how the heart actually influences the brain. And what I'm going to invite you to consider is that there is a point within the heart space which you can reference or call as the epicenter of your being. It's like the eye of a hurricane. It's like even if there was complete chaos and drama and everything was falling around in your life, if you were to bring your awareness and attention into that point, you would feel complete peace, and you would be able to be in the witness observer space and just notice and experience the chaos and drama and have no kind of story, no aversion or any kind of attachment to it. So that is a very significant, I would call, spiritual development skill, which can be learned. And it's something that I learned because I didn't know how to access my heart. I had what's called a heart wall, and a heart wall is an energetic barrier that is there to keep us safe. And the subconscious mind creates that when we've experienced pain or hurt. And again, it doesn't even have to be in our life directly. It could have been from our ancestors. I also throw in the possibility of other life experiences, past lives. But again, whether you believe that or not doesn't really matter, because we can always come back to the truth of what's in your energy field in this moment at this time. All of those possibilities of where the source came from doesn't actually really matter. I've realized that we can just work with the energetic patterns, and that is absolutely fine. So another significance through which accessing the heart portal is really essential is that we're moving out of our personality, we're moving out of our identity, we are moving from living life in a linear time-based world into beingness, into boundlessness, into timelessness, into a non-linear quantum space that is beyond time and space. And that is essential if you're wanting to access potentials and frequencies and new realities that is beyond your current experience. You've really got to be able to just expand yourself out. A very awesome exercise, if you feel very stuck in the reality that you're in, a very cool exercise that I would recommend that you do is you bring your awareness in your heart and build love in the heart, and really kind of, as the creator of your life and of your body and the sovereign of your body, pulse love to every single cell in your body, and then just keep expanding your consciousness out until you go into oneness, and just notice and feel and sense what that is like. How are you perceiving yourself? How are you perceiving reality? So when I've explored that, what I noticed is that I couldn't really perceive who I was anymore. I didn't really have any reference points of where I started or where I ended. And I moved into this space of peacefulness and bliss and very deep level of love as well. So that can be a very powerful experience for people that may find it difficult to get out of their own personality or to get out of the situations or scenarios that you are experiencing in your life at this time. Okay, so we're going to set up the exercise now, and then we're going to jump in. So how do we actually conduct this? And I'm going to just set it up so that everyone understands what we're doing. So first of all, it's really important that we're going to hold a gentle intention in our heart around what is it that we would like to explore and receive. So the intention is that we're asking for a high level of higher self alignment. So even if you are already activated, aligned, or have a sense of that, there is more of who you truly are that you probably don't even know about. So we can hold that intention very gently in our heart, and that will be the anchor point through which our mind will orientate in this experience. Then what we're going to do is we're going to still the mind and drop into the body. We'll bring our awareness into the heart, and we'll start to pay attention and notice the subtle sensations and the energies within the body and heart. We'll move our awareness into the epicenter of your being. And again, the easiest way to do that is just to make a decision. I choose to bring my awareness and attention into the epicenter of my being, and then just allow yourself, surrender and let go, allow yourself to be taken there. So then once we're in the right space, what I'm going to then call forth, I'm going to say, I'm now calling forth a symbol or a sigil or some abstract representation that will be the frequency template that will give me access to a morphic field of information that I need to connect with in order to be able to have the experience of a higher self alignment. And then what we're going to do is we're going to allow that key to come in. I just want you to notice what you notice. I don't want you to analyze it. I don't want you to rationalize it. I don't want you to understand anything. There's nothing to understand, and just allow it to come into your hand. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to place that energy into your body. And I want you to breathe it in, surrendering and letting go. And then all that we're doing is we're noticing what is different. And that's what we're going to be doing. I will also set up the sacred space as well, just to define what is coming in and what is not coming in. But ultimately, that is it. So I'm just going to invite everyone. I'm going to put my microphone here, so I've got my hands free. There we go. Okay, so just inviting everyone just to close your eyes, and let's just take 3 long deep breaths. Just breathing into our bellies. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Just allowing yourself to drop deeper and deeper into your body. Noticing the sensations, the energies, the vibrations. Just bringing your awareness into your heart. Just gently pulsing with intention, unconditional love to every cell in your body now. And we're going to draw a circle around us. We're defining this space as a multidimensional, unconditionally loving, supportive, aligning with universal truth, heart wisdom, divine power, joy, peace, balance, and harmony, and aligning with the highest levels of love, light, and life, in alignment with the law of one. So just noticing those energies alchemizing and creating the space for us in this moment. And just gently bringing your awareness into your heart. Feeling the love in your heart for yourself and for everything and everyone. And just gently allow yourself to move into the epicenter of your being now. Expand your awareness, noticing, witnessing, and observing. Connected to the feelings and sensations in and around your body. Bringing your hands in front of you in receivership, as we now call forth a symbol that represents the frequency matrix to assist in my higher self alignment with grace and ease for the highest and best now and for all. Allow yourself to receive, sense and perceive, and just move that symbol into a part of your body. Breathe it in. Accept it, allow it, receive it. And now surrender and let go. Witness and observe. Notice what is different. And just calling for an effortless integration, calling in the frequencies to assimilate, harmonize, and balance my energy field as I move myself into a new harmonic. I ground myself to Mother Earth. And just taking 3 long deep breaths, breathing into my belly, And very gently moving your fingers and your toes. And opening your eyes when you're ready. So that was a quick experience. This body of work, you can spend days really mastering it. And, you know, I did a very, very quick dive in. But in essence, this work is very powerful because we're really working with metaphysical principles and at the same time holding precious the human experience as well, really honouring the process that we have to go through. But the cool thing is with this alchemical technology that I call it, and really our human body and our energetic field is a technology. And there is the possibility to do timeline shifts, to access information that the world has never received. And a lot of the inventors, the people that have brought in new information, did this in their own unique way. So it's very, very powerful. And, you know, there's all sorts of different bodies of work that you can reference. One teacher that I will recommend, who is a scientist, but is also very much into spirituality, is Dr. Richard Bartlett. You can check his work out as well. And there's a whole lot of other amazing things out there. I kind of craft soul journeys for people that are customized creations that really support people based on where they're at. So I don't follow a cookie cutter approach. I really craft what is relevant for the person that I'm working with. So just opening up any questions. Oh, there's Karen.
Amazing. Amazing conversation, amazing talk, darling one. Absolutely amazing. Oh, yeah, I have a question. There's a question here. I have a question. Yep. What does he know about the greys and planet-sized ships in our solar system and Jupiter? That's a bigger question that we've got time for, I think, Grandmaster UV. It's a good question.
Yeah, I would say, Karen, that's probably more your thing, right? Actually, you might want to incorporate that in your talk. But yeah, look, that hasn't been relevant on my path. That question, I'm aware loosely of those things, but my purpose in this life, I'm a soul catalyst. I catalyze people's blueprints, and I'm also part of the Divine Civilization Blueprint team as well. So the creation of the New Earth paradigm. So that's my focus in this life. But there's lots of other people that know a lot about all that.
Yeah, there are. There absolutely are. And I loved everything you said. We'll have a bit of a discussion during my time, a bit about what you were saying, because, yeah, you really incorporated a lot of what other people said but didn't actually say it, you know, talking about the morphic field of resonance or the infinite unified field. You know, there's so many names for the same thing. Thank you. Thanks so much, Nicolas. It's been just a blast to listen to your presentation today.
Thank you so much, Karen. Much love.
And I've got the gorgeous Alexander McPherson waiting by, who's going to enlighten us about the practice of Tao, spelt Tao, said Tao. Alexander has been under the tutelage of his spiritual master, and I usually get the pronunciation wrong, Zhigang Sha, since 2015. You can correct me if I got it wrong. You can correct me if I got it wrong.
Perfect. You did perfect.
Learning the ways of the Tao that govern all life. In that time, he's become a soul teacher, a Tao hands-on healer, a Tao source communicator, Tao calligraphy field messenger. This enables him to conduct his life from a soul-informed world where manifestation begins, which is actually what we've been talking about throughout the whole expo. Nicolas, and anyway, I'm going to chat about that a bit more during my talk. I just loved how it's all cohesive and coming together. Alexander offers soul healing blessings, teaches soul wisdom practices, and offers spiritual readings through the Akashic records. And your speaking topic today is the Tao of creation and manifestation. You're going to introduce us to some universal principles, giving a deeper insight into the substance of all life. The cats come to say howdy.
Meow.
So, meow. What does it say? You'll be showing us how to apply wisdom into our daily life for on-the-spot transformation.
On the spot.
On the spot.
You might even hear my frequency. You might even hear my frequency of meow story now that your cat's turned up. That's one way to talk about the unified field.
The meow story.
The frequency of meow. I'll see if I can fit it in. I'm not sure if I'll have time, but.
Are you going to play a video?
Not to start with. I may play a video during, if that's okay. So I'm all right to share my screen. I'm all right to share my screen.
I'll let you sort that out.
Yeah.
Take it away, honey.
Work it out. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Karen, and thank you to everyone. It's awesome to be part of this expo all around the world. It's a great, great pleasure of mine to be able to come and talk about some of the Tao wisdom that's been taught to me by my spiritual teacher and father, Zhigang Sha, or Master Sha as he's commonly known. And Karen, you did very well with the pronunciation, so thank you for that. So I've been studying with Master Sha since 2015, and it's been a whirlwind of a journey. And it's something I was always kind of engaged in, like, the slightly more mysterious aspects of life, and you know, being like led to books all of a sudden, or the frequency of meow when I all of a sudden went into the unified field of meow. So I had these experiences, and then after sort of an awakening through a spontaneous Kundalini awakening, I ended up meeting Master Sha in 2014 when I found his book in a takeaway pad thai restaurant a few days before he was in Sydney, and then started studying with him at the end of 2015. And Master Sha teaches the Tao. And this is not Taoism, this is not religion, this is the universal principles and laws. That's what you can understand as the Tao. You can also understand the Tao as the source, the way, or the universal, the creator. And yeah, so I just want to first acknowledge, I want to do a couple of acknowledgements. Firstly, to everyone who set this expo up. It's such a great opportunity to be able to come and connect with everyone online here. I can't see how many people are online. I could see that earlier when I was on YouTube, but I'm sure there's some people out there. So hello, everybody. Nice to be with you all. And then I want to acknowledge Master Sha again, just in that everything that I'm presenting today has been gifted to me through studying with him. And so I just want to acknowledge that. And we'll do some practice a little bit later as well. Master Sha teaches the yin-yang balance is the wisdom and the practice. And you actually start to see that the wisdom and the practice are one and the same as well. So I hope you get an experience of that today. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Rulin Shu, who has actually worked as a quantum scientist that has worked with Master Sha, and they have created Tao Science, which brings together quantum physics principles and laws and the ancient Tao wisdom, which I'll be touching on a little bit today. There you go. You can see the book there. The wisdom, science, wisdom, and practice of creation and grand unification. And that's the Tao symbol on the front. You can see a calligraphy behind me. So the calligraphy is actually a portal. It's a portal. It's emanating a field. So we're going to get to experience that as we go. And the wisdom that I'll bring in, which is the universal law of Shen, Qi, and Jing, which I'll go into more in a moment, will explain why it is so powerful to connect in with the field, frequency and vibration, and so forth. I also want to acknowledge the Indigenous elders of the land and all lands that we're on around the world, who were such great holders of a lot of this ancient wisdom, and for allowing us to do this work. So I'm actually just going to lead everyone in a very, very brief connection practice and meditation practice. There's already a beautiful field. I can feel that. And I just want to tune into that field with you now and enhance it in any way we can through our joint intention and love. So I invite you to put one hand on your message center or your heart chakra that's between your nipples in the center of your chest, and then the other palm just below your belly button, which is your Jung. This is sort of your core energy in your life, the center point of your life. So put one hand there. You all close your eyes with me for a moment. And just taking a couple of deep breaths. This is good for me as well. Coming into this space and grounding. You know, it's quite exciting coming on here. So it's nice just to take a couple of deep breaths with you all. And as we breathe in and out, visualizing beautiful golden light forming in your heart center. And just bring your attention into this space. In this space, we connect with all life, all our internal souls, all external souls. We're going to do a bit of soul power now. So you can just repeat after me, and this will make sense as we go on today as well. But you can say, dear all my inner souls, please join together as one in love, peace, and harmony. Please bring your love, peace, and harmony into this field in service to Mother Earth, all humanity, and beyond. And now we can speak to outer souls as well. So dear Mother Earth, dear heaven, the stars, planets, galaxies, and universes, dear the source. And you can speak to whatever you believe in. It doesn't matter, whatever you believe in. If you're connected with Ascended Masters or Jesus or Buddhas, we'll just say hello to all of them. Dear countless spiritual mothers and fathers, please come and bring your love, peace, and harmony to this collective field so we may all serve together as one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And just breathing a couple more times. We're just going to use sound power and tune in to the frequency and vibration of the sound that we're making. And the sacred sound for the message center is R, A-H, R. It resonates that heart space. It opens that heart space, creates positive connections. So the next time we're going to breathe in, and as we breathe light into that heart space, as you breathe out, make the sound ah, and see light just going everywhere, 360 degrees, out beyond the body. We're more than just our body, beyond, as far as the eye can see. Let's do that together. Ah. And just 2 more times, breathing in golden light. I'm just going to do it silently twice. And just really letting that sound go throughout your entire being and feeling it, focusing your heart and mind in the heart center and on that sound. 2 more times. We can put our hands together at our heart center and say, thank you, thank you, thank you. to all the souls who are here with us for this time together. I'm so grateful for everyone who partook in that practice with me. And the reason we do that, the reason that I've been taught in this way from Master Shah is everything starts at the soul level, which we're going to understand today is the information level. So to have a positive time, we can empower that more by making a heart and soul connection first. So it's amazing to make that connection with you. And now I'm going to dive into some of the wisdom. So as I said, we're talking about the universal law of Shen, Qi, and Jing. And this is ancient Tao wisdom. So just to give a little bit of a background of Master Shah's wisdom, Master Shah is a grandmaster of many of the ancient arts. He's a Tao grandmaster. He holds the lineage of Pengzu. So Pengzu was Lao Tzu's teacher. If any of you are familiar with the Tao Te Ching, you would know Lao Tzu. There's been many, many translations, and the wealth of wisdom in that book is infinite. And he's a master of Qigong, Tai Chi, the I Ching. He's a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He's a Western doctor. He's a Tao calligraphy master writer. He actually learned the Tao calligraphy lineage. He learned from Tai Shu, and Tai Shu was the last emperor's teacher. So he didn't learn from Tai Shu. He learned from Tai Shu's. Tai Shu taught the last emperor, and then he taught one lady called Professor Lu, and she became his lineage holder of Tao calligraphy. Sorry, it was called Yibitze at the time, one-stroke calligraphy. You can see it's one stroke. And Professor Lu was almost 100 when she handed that lineage to Master Shah, because she got told to wait to find the right person. And then when she met Master Shah, she taught Master Shah Yibitze, and that's now become Tao calligraphy. And Master Shah teaches Tao calligraphy to many people worldwide as an amazing tool for self-transformation, healing, blessing, and it's a carrier of this Shen Qi Jing field. So this is actually written by Carol, Master Carol Lu in Sydney, and she's Master Shah's only Tao calligraphy lineage holder. So everyone, it's a very, very interesting thing, but we'll talk more about that later. But for now, let's get into the actual Tao wisdom. So the universal law of Shen Qi Jing says that everyone and everything is made of Shen, Qi, and Jing. Without exception, everyone and everything is made of Shen, Qi, Jing. That's why it's a universal law. So that's us, that's our organs, that's Mother Earth, that's heaven, that's even businesses, buildings, etc., etc. This table, our phones, it's all made of Shen, Qi, and Jing. So I'm going to break it down. I've got a little whiteboard here. I'm doing things a bit old school today, so I hope you can see it okay. So I'm going to write it for you. Shen. I think it's okay. Shen can be broken into three things. It can be broken into soul, heart, and mind, or consciousness. So Qi, you've probably heard of Qi, Qigong. Qi is energy. And Jing is matter. So natural science, science as we know it, physics, traditionally focuses on energy and matter. I'll just turn that light off. It's reflecting a little bit. I think that's better, actually. Just let me know if that's okay, guys. If you can tell me. So traditional physics, as with Einstein's theory, E equals mc squared, it's about the relationship between energy and matter. Now, Shen has been sort of explored by many of the social sciences, religions, and all that sort of thing. Now, the key in many ways to unify science and spirituality is to be able to find an understanding that unites energy and matter with the soul, the heart, and the mind. And that's what I want to show you, that Shen Qi Jing does. So the soul, everyone and everything has a soul. So, you know, I'm hoping, hi John, how you doing? Nice to see you. What I'm hoping is that this, if anything, that this may demystify the soul a little bit, and the thinking behind soul, because, you know, whether soul exists or soul doesn't exist, I want to show you that soul obviously exists, because soul is information. So in science, in quantum science, we call soul information, message. I'm going to write that there as well. Information. I might actually put that in a different color. Just bought this whiteboard today. It's a new soul connection with the whiteboard. I like doing things old school, you know. I was going to do a presentation, but sometimes you can, there's just a bit more you can do when you got a whiteboard. So information or message. And I'm going to give a really practical example to help understand this in a moment. Now, in Tao science, we can also understand soul as the warehouse of information. It's the content of information. And we're going to get to a bit more of the Tao science theory shortly. So the heart, when we talk about heart in Shen Qi Jing, we are talking about the physical heart, but more so we're talking about the spiritual heart. And that's why everything has a heart. Everything has a soul, everything has a heart, because the heart is in fact the receiver of the information. If you imagine you've got like I like Nassim Harameyn's idea. I heard this years ago when he talked about the radio, and he said thinking like consciousness is limited to the body is like thinking that the radio presenters are sitting inside the radio talking like little miniature people. So the heart is the receiver. It could also be almost be understood as like the radio receiver in that sense. So the mind is the processor. Now, it's important to understand these three are Shen. They're one, but they can be broken down, as can energy and matter. All is one ultimately, and that's what the wisdom can allow us to do, is to bring Shen Qi Jing back into oneness and alignment. But to understand the different functions of the different aspects of Shen Qi Jing allows us to do that and empowers us in our own practice and our own alignment. So, energy, I'm going to get down to this in a minute when we talk more about the Tao science. But in essence, the soul, what is the pathway of information in the body, the pathway of manifestation? That's what I said I was going to talk about today, the actual manifestation. Where does it come from? The soul leads the heart leads the mind leads the energy, and the energy leads the matter. So I'm going to say it again, and say it with me, because actually, you know how I mentioned when I started that the wisdom and the practice are one? So to actually say this is actually bringing alignment and order within of your Shen Qi Jing. So the soul leads the heart. Say it with me. If you're not saying it with me, say it with me. The soul leads the heart leads the mind leads the energy, and the energy leads the matter. So Master Sha explains this really well, because he has the Chinese medicine background, he has the Western medicine background, and he has the soul, the Tao wisdom. So he talks about cells in the body and how healing and sickness occurs in the body. So if you look in the body, you have energy and matter. That's the makeup of the body. The body is made up of energy and matter. Now, energy and matter are actually the carrier of the information. So I'm going to make this really simple for you. If you look at cell theory, right? So I'm going to imagine this is a microscope and we're looking into the body, right? So you have all these cells in the body. These are all cells. Not a visual artist. Give me a break. Visual cells. Now, inside the cells, we have matter. We're able to look at that under a microscope and see, okay, there is a cell. Around the cells, we have energy. And actually, what's happening is these cells are vibrating all the time. Very, very small vibrations, but they are vibrating all the time. And what's happening when the cells vibrate is there is an exchange happening between the matter inside the cells and the energy outside the cells. So matter becomes energy outside the cells, and energy becomes matter inside the cells. And you can imagine this almost like a plastic bag sort of thing, or a balloon. If a balloon contracts, the matter inside the cell gets less, but the energy outside it becomes more. And then as the balloon expands, the energy outside the cell transforms to matter inside the cell. So why is this important? Well, health, being healthy, is based on the relative balance of the energy and the matter, the exchange of energy outside the cells to matter inside the cells, and matter inside cells to energy outside the cells. So traditional Western medicine is always looking through a microscope. It's looking at growths, physical blockages, things that you can see on the Jing level. Traditional Chinese medicine, they're looking at acupuncture points. They're looking at meridians through the body. They're working on the energy, using herbs to transform energy through the body. So they're both looking at two sides of the coin, and they're both doing good work. You know, I have complete respect for all types of medicine, but it's having the right type of medicine in the right place. So what is it that actually determines whether the exchange of energy and matter is in relative balance or not? It is the information. It's actually the information, if that information is in positive, coherent order, or if it is in disharmony, not incongruence, disorder. So actually, the matter and energy are carriers of information, and the information through the soul, heart, mind, energy, and matter system will determine whether you are sick or not. So this is why Master Shah teaches you heal the soul first, and healing of every aspect of life will follow. So it's very empowering because we can heal the soul of a particular organ. Dear the soul of my heart, you have the power to transform yourself, and you bring love and positive information to transform that. Dear the soul of my business, you have the power to heal yourself, do a good job, and so on and so forth. So I'll just break this down again for you. Often the analogy I use is we have energy and matter in the body, right? So we know we have a heart. So our heart is in the body. We know that it expands and contracts as well, just like the cells do. But what makes a heart a heart? What makes a heart function as though it is a heart? It's the information. So that's giving a bit more of the medical or healing aspects of the Shen Qi Jing theory. Now I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into the Tao science of Shen Qi Jing. And this is going to, this is about where science meets spirituality. So I'm going to dive a little bit more into that now. So I'll use a different color. Karen, can you just confirm for me? It's 5:15. What time am I to finish? Did we start a little bit late, or have I just been going for longer than I expected? Either is possible. So as I said before, the soul is the warehouse. Oh, that's not a very good pen. No, we're going back to blue. It is the warehouse of information.
Yeah, you can go over a bit, Alex, because we were running a little bit late, so you can cut into my time. No drama. Go over 5. Well, you're due to finish at 5:30, but go to 5:35, 5:40. That's cool.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thanks, Karen. So the soul is the warehouse of information. So our soul, I'm not here to change anyone's belief systems, but from my belief and understanding, we have many lives. And we go through those lives and we accumulate experiences. And the information, the warehouse of information, is an accumulation of those experiences that we've had over many, many lifetimes. So our soul is actually incredibly wise. It has a lot of information and it can make choices. It's when we're talking in the quantum field, if we're connected in with the soul, we actually become more flexible in how we choose to make our decisions. If we're stuck on the mind level, we're thinking, oh, I have to go left or right or do that. The soul is a warehouse of information, so it has many, many possibilities. Now, we have positive and negative information. So I'm going to get into that in a minute as well. So the receiver. So this is the receiver of the information, which I talked about before. The mind is the processor of the information. And the energy is the actioner of the information, which basically means it has like the power to action something. So it's got like the energy to do it. It's the actioner. And the matter is the transformer. So this is the process it goes on, but when we transform on the matter level, we actually transform the soul, heart, mind, energy, and matter as well, which is to give you insight into that from the wisdom. This is why we have two lives. Master Shah talks about we have two lives. We have the physical life and the spiritual life. And the purpose of the physical life is to serve the spiritual life. The physical, the matter level, does have the power to affect the soul, heart, mind, and body. So a really good way of understanding all this as we dive into the positive and negative here is frequency and vibration. So when you look at, they talk in quantum physics a lot about like the wave function now, that basically they found like here when we looked into the cells, that if we looked into the cells, we could see them, but then if we had another microscope, we could go deeper and deeper and deeper. And like the smallest measurement now is like a quark. And we can go all the way down to the nucleus level, which is sort of what they're doing in the Higgs boson particle accelerator, trying to work out what's in the nucleus. But essentially what they find when they go deeper and deeper and deeper, that the particles that they find actually function like waves. Now, what is a wave? A wave is always oscillating. So a wave can actually be understood as frequency and vibration. Now, a wave is actually a carrier of the Shen Qi Jing as well, which is when we get quantum on it, we realize that waves are not limited by time and space in the same way that we may think of, day-to-day life. We have, like waves on the ocean, we have infinite waves running through us all the time, always interacting, but interacting across all time and space, which is why when you understand the soul wisdom, you understand we're not limited by time and space, right? So Positive and negative. What does that mean ultimately? And how does that relate with frequency and vibration? We often hear people say, "Oh, you know, it's a negative frequency. I don't want to be around that frequency," or "That's a positive frequency. I want to be around that." So, in essence, positive frequency and vibration is harmony. It's connection. It's order. And if you look at something like sacred geometry is an amazing example of positive information because it can be so complex. It can go out and out and out, but it has order. And as with the Tao wisdom, you follow Tao, you flourish. You go against Tao, you finish. So if we are in positive order, we're part of that big geometric network. If we go against it, we finish. Now, negative information is disharmony, disconnection, entropy, disorder, basically. So that is the essence of negative information. Now, how does this relate to the soul journey? Well, we've had many lives, or even if we've just had these lives, we can relate this to ancestral memory and all this sort of stuff. Why do we get sick? Why do we have challenges? Why do we meet someone one day and think, I love that person, and you've only met them for a second, and then you meet someone the next day and you think, oh, don't like that person very much? That's information that exists within of your soul, your warehouse of soul. It's coming to your heart. Your heart's going, oh, you go into your mind, and your mind's going, oh no, that person's, smells, or that person's a bit ugly or something, not to be artificial about it. And then your energy will change. You'll move away from them probably. So there's information that actually exists in our quantum field, which is our Shen-Qi-Jing field. And when we meet someone, we're interacting with them across that infinite time and space. Positive information has the opposite. But what is our role? This is when the rubber really hits the road. Like, what is our role as spiritual beings, as, as manifestors, is to transform negative Shen-Qi-Jing to positive Shen-Qi-Jing. Because we all have a mix. We live in a yin-yang reality. We all have a mix of positive and negative. Now, the thing is, this for me, and what I love so much about this teaching, is its radical self-responsibility. Because you can meet anyone and you could make any excuse of why they're wrong, or why they stink, or why they this, that, or the other. But if you remember that positive information is of the highest order and of the highest connection, then you'll realize that that's negative Shen-Qi-Jing that exists in your soul, heart, mind, and body, and you will transform it. And there is a way to transform it, and it's forgiveness practice is the way to self-clear negative information in your field. And it's incredibly humbling because it says, I know that I have negative information here. If I have a negative thought about someone, I know that that exists in my field, right? And we can meditate, and like the mindfulness movement is very effective in creating a space between our thoughts and our awareness, or our consciousness, our heart, you could even say. But the reason that those negative thoughts that you're observing exist there in the first place is that you have negative information in your field. Now, positive information of the highest order is the qualities of the Tao. It's the qualities of the source. It's unconditional love, unconditional forgiveness, unconditional compassion, unconditional light, humility, and more. So we can actually bring that quality of source into our Shen-Qi-Jing and transform our Shen-Qi-Jing field. And that is the process of enlightenment. Master Shah surmises the spiritual journey into one phrase. He says, the total spiritual journey can be summarized in one phrase to transform negative Shenqi Jing to positive Shenqi Jing. There's a beautiful quote from the Tao Science. I'm just going to read it for you. From the Tao Science perspective that says the same thing. To reach soul enlightenment is to become totally quantum entangled with everyone and everything. It is to be connected and serve everyone and everything. So to be connected with everyone and everything is to serve everyone and everything, which is why Master Shah says the purpose of life is to serve. To be quantum entangled, to be in that great order, that great geometry, we must, within our own Shenqi Jing, be aligned with the 10 greatest qualities of life, or however you want to understand that, but unconditional love, forgiveness, compassion, and light is a great understanding for myself. And when we do that, we actually start to quantumly affect throughout all time and space. All, if we're healing a relationship, I often make this joke because I think Grandmaster, you said a question before about into like space and aliens and stuff like this, right? Like, I'm not going to go into any of that. But I remember this story, this analogy I'd given ages ago, and that is my website's just popped up there. It's actually not working yet, guys. I haven't got it going. So get me on Facebook is the best place to get me. Facebook.com/Alexander K. McPherson. Keith is my middle name. So the story was this, right? Imagine that we all used to live on different planets, right? Some of us lived in Orion. Some of us lived over here, the Pleiades. And every 10,000 years, I'm not going to use the Pleiades because everyone loves the Pleiades. Let's just say planet A and planet B, because I don't want to project anything negative on certain planets. So planet B travels to planet A every 10,000 years and has this big war, right? Tensions arise, the negative information flares up. Planet B and planet A have a war. And then 10,000 years later, planet A travels to planet B and they have a big war, right? So we may have lived on planet A and planet B, and we may be walking down the street one day and we may bump into some random guy on the street or some random girl on the street, and there's this moment and this choice to be made. You may be from planet A and they may be from planet B. You may have thousands and thousands and thousands of years of history quantum entangled in each other's field throughout all your ancestral lineages. But now you're on Earth, you can't fly your battleships and get out of there. You have a choice to make in that moment. When that emotion rises up, how could that person have bumped into me on the street? Look at the look that they're giving me, feeling the quantum entanglement and the quantum fields. Now you have a choice what you do in that moment. And if you choose love, unconditional love, and if you choose unconditional forgiveness, well, you may just be impacting time and space beyond what you could possibly imagine. And I find that so interesting about living in our third dimensional reality on Mother Earth. Lots of people say we live with amnesia, like we don't remember all these things, right? But the principles are still the same and they're still just as simple. Live with unconditional love and unconditional forgiveness for yourself and for everyone. And we're all going to be challenged by that, right? But if we can do that, the impact that we have throughout all space and time is very, very significant. And we can bring order into our own selves. Like there's the Tao principle, and a lot of people talk about this, enlighten your own heart and soul first, enlighten your family, enlighten your community, enlighten your country, enlighten the world and beyond. The beautiful thing is we can do all that at the same time. And in serving others through a universal practice, which we're about to do, then we get to actually increase this positive information at a more accelerated rate. So there you go. That's the essence of the wisdom. I hope you're able to follow that. And if we have a moment for questions, we might be able to take some questions. But we're going to do a practice, just a 5-minute practice. And you can see here, we've been looking at this calligraphy in the background the whole time. The calligraphy is Da-I. Da means greatest, I means love. So greatest love melts all blockages and transforms all life. So this, as we've discussed Shen Qi Jing, the calligraphy, we see the ink on the paper. That's simply the Jing. The field goes far, far beyond, and it's connected with very, very high frequency vibration of the source, of the Tao, and a portal to heaven and benevolent beings that all embody the greatest love. So we're going to do a connection practice now. So I invite you, I'll do it with you, put your hands like this towards the calligraphy. Even though it's here and you're there, you're still going to receive it. So put your hands, no time, no space. It's limiting us. And with your hands out, close your eyes for a moment. Now we've already connected with Mother Earth and heaven and the source and our spiritual mothers and fathers. And now we're going to connect with the Da-I in this calligraphy. So we simply say, dear the Shen Qi Jing of the Da-I calligraphy, I love you. You have the power to bring positive information, positive Shen Qi Jing into my Shen Qi Jing field to transform negative Shen Qi Jing to positive Shen Qi Jing, to bring health, happiness, connection, and order. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And always we can talk to our internal souls as well. So dear all of our Shen Qi Jing, you have the power to embody the greatest love. Do a good job. Thank you so much. Now we're going to use tracing power. So there's 6 power techniques that Master Sha talks about when you're doing a practice, a transformative practice. I'm just going to go straight to the tracing practice. Well, we'll use the mind actually. So we've done the body before. We did the say hello, which is what we just did then. We can use mind. So what we're going to do is we're going to visualize light coming into our body and make a request. Pick something that you're working on in your life. Could be heart issue, could be a headache, could be a relationship. If it's a physical thing, it's easier to sort of track progress and just quickly give that a score rating of what that is at the moment. I love you too, Pono. Thank you so much for your love and love you all. So give it a score rating. And what we're going to do is we're going to take our 5 fingers and we're going to trace the calligraphy. So as we connect with it, it's going to bring its field into our field. So 5 fingers brings the 5 elements together in your body, and just trace it with me. So we go down and around. This is I, love. And I hope you can see the bottom. Yes, I think you can. And we're going to involve sound power as well. So sound power is saying positive affirmations, mantras. So we're going to say greatest love. And I'm actually going to sing it for you. I'm going to sing it one time. I'm not the world's best singer, but everyone can sing with me. I'm going to sing greatest love, and we're going to keep tracing. Greatest love, 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 greatest love. And now, holding your hands out, closing your eyes, and just saying, continuing to sing silently, greatest love. Visualizing the golden light coming into your request, coming into your heart and soul. All your attention is on the greatest love. Making that heart and soul connection. Take another big deep breath in and letting it out. Bringing our hearts in front of our heart center and saying thank you, thank you, thank you to all the souls who joined us. Thank you to each one of you. Thank you for bringing more greatest love into the world. And I hope this explanation has brought a little bit more understanding on how that really is so powerful and so important. And I give everybody the opportunity, of course, to explore the tools and techniques of Master Sha a bit more. The calligraphy is an incredibly powerful portal of the greatest love, and there's incredible tools for that transformation process to happen. So you can check out Master Sha at drsha.com. At the moment, he's running Tao Light Massage. So if you are interested in the healing aspect or even just longevity, immunity, basically Tao Light Massage, you're in this incredibly powerful healing field. Lots of calligraphies. You lie down and you just like shut your eyes for an hour and just get blasted with light. So at the moment, he's doing them every week, and basically it works out to be Saturday at midnight. So it's a little bit late, but it's a nice way to finish the day as well. And if you want to understand, like I literally have just scraped the surface of the Tao science wisdom and the Tao wisdom overall. If you want to understand more of the Tao science wisdom, check out Rulin Shu, Dr. Rulin Shu, and she does all these online courses through the Tao Academy. They're all modulated courses, and she actually breaks down a number of universal principles. We just got the one today of the Shen Qi Jing, but there's many, many more that explain the creation process and how the Tao comes into being and returns. There's incredibly deep wisdom there as well. So I invite everyone to look up Dr. Rulin Shu as well and connect with me on Facebook. I'd love to stay connected with you. I'll be continuing to teach and run some practices as well. And I also run an annual event called Unity Festival. And you're welcome to come and join me at that. Thanks, Karen. Thanks for the extra time. I appreciate that.
I was just going to say, do you want to tell them about Unity? I'm going to post We Are Unity at Proton Mail. If you want to talk to Alex about Unity, do you want to have a couple of minutes to talk about Unity?
Talk about Unity? Sure. So Unity for me comes from understanding the Tao wisdom and putting that into practice, but it's actually a collaboration with many, many people. and it started around Sydney, but many people from Australia travel to Unity. So I run the event with my brother Ronan and Joe Figliano, who also runs Love Fest, and Raphael Gimmelstein. So the concept of Unity is together we have the power to heal the world. And it's all based on the same principles, that together, when we come together and we of course have a good time, but we make these positive connections and we bring them back out into the world, we can transform together. So it's a cultural event. We have a lot of people coming together. The symbol is like, it comes from Indigenous inspired symbol, that you come together from all the directions and then we rise up together. So there's a big Indigenous presence there. Each year we have an amazing welcome to country ceremony, which is much more than your standard welcome to country. It's about a 2-hour ceremony when you actually get engulfed in a lot of the Indigenous wisdom, and we have amazing elders. But we have Curran spoken there. Nicolas was involved this year. We have people from a whole wealth of background. We do panel discussions, environmental sustainability talks. We have party. We have DJs and music and bands. You can swim in the creek. You can have a good time. And we run ceremony and stuff like that as well. So this year we had more of the party type space, so everyone can go and dance and let off a bit of steam. And then we had a bit more of the sacred ceremony type space as well. So it'll be February, it'll be the weekend of sort of February 21st next year. And we may have some smaller events between now and then.
Ah, cool. Looking forward to it. What does Amanda say here? What are you saying here, Amanda? What was the Unity link again, please? Okay, let's put up that Unity link again.
You can join as well the Unity community. So if you can email us, but the best thing to do is probably, if you just want to see what's going on, to join the Unity community Facebook group. It's a private group. You just go there and we'll accept you. And
Facebook's changed there's something, if you have a private group, you can't actually find the group. You have to give people a link. I was trying to join a private group the other day because Facebook's changed the game with the privacy settings on groups. Anyway, let
me see if I can probably get it really quickly.
I don't know. Somebody said join my group the other day. It's a private group, and I went there and it says this page doesn't exist because it's in privacy settings. And I'm like, I can't join your group because it's private. Anyway, so I know that Facebook changed the game recently. They changed all the privacy settings on the group. So I really don't know how it works, but anyway.
Right. I put a link.
Hey, Amanda.
Put a link there for the actual thing, but otherwise get me on Facebook, Alexander K. McPherson, and I'll make sure I invite you into the Unity community.
Darling one, that was just awesome. You're beautiful. I love you so much. I really do. I just think you're just awesome. Love you so much.
Oh, thanks. I love you too, Karen. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to come on this expo. How much longer does it go for? Does it go?
I've got about 10, what have I got? About 15, 20 minutes left of the Australian leg. And then we've got the European leg, which is another 8 hours, which is actually going to be on another link. But you can find them on the Higher Self Expo Facebook page and the Higher Self Expo YouTube channel. It's going to be a different link for the European leg of the journey with Tanya Castillo and Rui Vasquez, who are the European hosts, and a whole load of amazing, another 12 or so presenters from across Europe. A couple of them I've had on the show. Dr. Irvin Laszlo, who's a complete legend, like he's turning 90 next year. He's like Deepak Chopra's mentor, incredible. Spoke to him on the show the other day. And William, I've gone blank on people's names, too many names swimming in my head today, but the schedule's there if people want to see it. I want to know if Geraldine's still awake. Ha ha ha, Alex says. I don't know, what time is it in the States now? I think it's morning already, isn't it? I think it's morning. I don't know.
I think it's like 4
a.m. 4 a.m. Because Zane was talking to me.
That's North America.
Oh, okay. But thank you, darling one.
Well done, Karen. Well done, everyone who's organised this. Thank you. And it's, I'll tune in for the rest of it.
Okay, hi.
Okay, see you guys.
Ciao.
See you, Alex. Bye. All right, well, let's not delay any more because we've got one more final speaker. We have Karen Swain, who is a spiritual teacher, mentor, spiritual channel and educator, inspirational speaker, personal guide to the awakening of new world teachers, as well as a radio podcast host for the ATP Media, also known as Accentuate the Positive, and an author of Return to Love and creator of the Awakening Soul Book series. So Karen's going to enlighten us to the power of your thoughts and beliefs and how they create your reality, and how to live in alignment with your emotional guidance system and extra-dimensional selves. Karen is one of Australia's foremost thought leaders and change agents, showing you the way to a happier, healthier, more connected, multi-dimensional life. Today, Karen will bring this segment all together and sharing some of her thoughts on science and spirituality with her guides, the mob, or blissful beings.
The mob.
That was a cool bio.
Did you like that bio? I don't know if I'm actually going to talk about any of that. I just wanted to wrap up what everyone's been saying. You're welcome to stay on with me, jump on, jump off. It's okay. Wasn't that awesome?
Give you the space.
Wasn't that awesome, Nicolas? Though it was. You know, I wanted to say to you, you were talking about Richard Bartlett, because the two of us did the Matrix Energetic course, I don't know, about 8 years ago now, was it? I don't know, 6 years ago, whenever it was, a few years ago. And Jerry Sergent, I think is how he presents his name, was speaking at the American leg of this journey. And he's another Richard Bartlett. He's Mr. Magic. This man is magical. He's like Richard without all the problems that Richard has been going through. So I was listening to him at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock this morning, and I'm like, oh my God, because I wanted to speak to Richard on the show, and Richard said, no, not coming on the show. And if you use any of my work, remember it's under copyright. So he's sending me all this stuff, right? And I'm like, are you serious? You can't copyright, downloads from the universe. But anyway, he thinks he can. But everyone's speaking about the same sort of energy technology, really. And when I was listening to Jerry, I was thinking, yeah, you're another Richard Bartlett. So, yeah, really cool.
Okay, I'll check him out.
Check him out. Yeah, what do I want to say about, well, have you all enjoyed it? Send me a thumbs up or a yes or a no or a thumbs down. Give me your questions. What have people been saying? I think that Alex and Nicolas and everyone was really clear about how all this works, right? So in order to change your reality, you can't change it from the level of matter. What is the level of matter? Matter is energy and information vibrating at a certain frequency, which is slower than the level of mind, which is slower than the level of spirit, which is slower than the level of soul. So in order, Henry says, very good, I've loved it. Yeah, me too. In order to change your life, change circumstances, change your body, change the world, change the government, change what's happening in the world, we have to inform the field. Everyone's been talking about the field. Nick talked about the morphic field. And when I spoke to Dr. Irvin Laszlo on the show, who's going to be speaking in the European leg, he called it the Akashic field. The Akasha. Akasha is an Indian word. I think I asked him on the show, what does it mean? Does it mean unity? And he said, no, it basically means God. God, the field of God, the field of soul. So if you want to change anything in life, you want to create, you have to inform the field, the infinite field of all possibility, the morphic resonance field, the unified field. There have been so many names given to this same energy or frequency. It's like the blueprint of who we are. First, it manifests in the field, and then you slow down the energy. And as you slow down the energy, it manifests in physical reality. So this is the science, right? This is the new science. This is the science of spirituality. We first have to be informed by the field. And how do you access the field? You access the field by getting into the spiritual realms. So what we've classically done in our world is we have classically tried to change things by changing matter. So you're sick, let's affect your physical body. And everyone that has been talking today has said the exact opposite. So this is the new science. You're sick, you're in a place of dis-ease. Let's look at the field and see what the information of the field is doing. and then inform the field. And as you change the subtle realms, the subtle energy, the spiritual realms, the level of soul, the level of God, the level of spirit, so many names for the same thing really, then that creates the manifestation in the slower realms or the denser realms that we perceive through our five senses as matter, as life, as earth, as governments, as pandemics, as illness in the body, as love is in your life, as whatever it is that you want to do in this realm, in this world, which I think, what's Tanya saying here? Which I think is, it's so beautiful. Everyone has said the same thing, and they've said it with their own spin on it, their own information about it. So we had people with tuning forks, we've had people discussing it, Roman discussing it, we've had people doing meditation, we've had people singing, like Alex, bless your heart, Alex, singing love. How do we access the field? How do we access the field? And spiritual gurus and people in the New Age community or the spiritual community have been talking about it forever. You access the field by creating a resonance with it. How do you create a resonance with the field? Well, you have to affect your vibratory rate, your vibration. How do you affect it? You affect it through mind. I think Alex was really clear with his demonstration and his little diagram on the whiteboard. So people have been teaching you to meditate, and people go, oh, I can't meditate. You know, they've been doing crystal balls, that, you know, all this stuff that looks like woo-woo to the scientists who want to think and be logical and work it all out. That's changing, of course. It's actually science. It's science. Music is science. Meditation is science. Mindfulness is science. It's all science. Inform the field, and this is how we're going to change our life. Quantum science or quantum physics has been talking about it forever. I remember talking about this on one of my shows, and someone was putting in the comments, oh, but it's just a theory. It's just a theory. You know, it's not real. It's just, it says quantum theory. Okay, if it's just a theory, test it out. Test it out. You know, as a teacher of deliberate creation, I talk about this. Change your mind, change your life. Change your thoughts, change your life. Change your vibration, change your life. Accessing the field of the morphic field, the Akashic field, the field of infinite possibility. Accessing the field and informing the field is that other people talk about it like psychologists or, you know, the Dispensers or the Bruce Liptons. They talk about your subconscious programming. So where does your subconscious programming live? It lives in the field. You know, people say, oh, it lives in parts of your body. We can't locate it. Where does mind live in the body? I don't know, in every cell. Nowhere, outside the body, in the body, out of the, nobody knows. But it lives in this field that informs and creates all life. And how do we access the field? By connecting with love, Judy. Absolutely. By connecting with love. That's how we access the field. It's real simple, isn't it? It's just, I don't know. I don't have too much more to say about it because it's so insanely simple. And everyone has been talking about it today. The new science. The new science is informing the field instead of looking at matter like we've been doing for, well, I don't know how many years. How long have we had, what do you look, telescopes, not telescopes, the little ones that you look in. You know, we've been trying to look at the cells, at the chemicals. We've been looking at the physical matter instead of studying the spiritual matter or the subtle matter or accessing the field. And it's so beautiful and perfect and amazing that there's just so many incredible teachers that are teaching this. As I said to Nicolas before, like Mr. Magic, what's his name, Jerry Surgeon, teaching it. And everyone that is speaking on the Higher Self Expo is teaching this in their own way. It's the same information, but coming with their spin on it, whether they're talking about the resonance, the human resonance, or whether they're talking about musical frequency or source energy or God or meditation or love or grace or joy or excitement. It's all the same thing. Microscope. Thank you. Who said that? Alex, thanks. Microscope. Yeah, looking in the microscope. Yeah, so how do you want to Grandmaster, exclamation mark, how do you want to change your life? talk to me. I want to talk to you. I have a badass microscope. Grandmaster UV, you've been tapping away on that comment section. Thanks for all your comments. But how do you want to change the world? How do you want to inform the field? And how do you think that you could do it? Let me know. Let me know your talks. I'll keep yakking while I'm waiting for your questions. But, you know, the reason when we first had the spec, Science Mixed Spirituality, I didn't think that I qualified to speak on this topic. And then I thought about my life and I thought, actually, the whole reason I came to spirituality was through science. I was pretty agnostic as a young girl. I couldn't come at any of the religious stuff. I just thought it was all illogical and stupid. So I ignored it. My mother's advice to me was, yeah, just ignore it, darling. That was my spiritual upbringing. Just ignore it, darling. But I started to study naturopathy, energy. I started to study healing, rather not energy healing, but healing from a naturopathy point of view. So it was still looking at the physical matter. But one thing that struck me when I was studying physiology and anatomy was the unbelievable intelligence of the creation of the human form. Like it's so complex and it's so incredible when you study, and especially physiology, how the human form works. All I could think was, who invented this? Like, what created this? Who, what, which, where? Who came up with this human form? You know, the religious people would say, well, God did. God created everything. But I couldn't come at that when I was, in my early 20s. I couldn't talk about God because I saw God as people that are knocking on your door and, you know, wanting you to join that particular religion. I used to call them God botherers. So, and then I was listening to Deepak Chopra talk about the unified field of infinite potential, the morphic field, if you like, the infinite unified field. And to me, that just made logical sense. Like that, this infinite intelligence, this infinite unified field of infinite intelligence and infinite creative potential. These are Deepak's words, infinite creative potential. And to me, I could understand that as God. So actually, science did bring me to spirituality, as many people who have been speaking at the Higher Self Expo. It was the opposite for Kaushik Ram, though, wasn't it? He had this near-death experience. He didn't explain it much today in his talk, but I had Kaushik on the show, and he told me that when he had this near-death experience, he had this experience he couldn't understand and couldn't find language to tell people about. And so he studied science, he studied neuroscience in order to find some sort of language in which to talk about his NDE. So it was actually his spirituality that took him to science and not the other way around, science taking you to spirituality. Like Tom said, that he was studying science and it was limited because it wasn't helping him in his illness. And so he had to look outside the scientific box to find something else. And that took him into spirituality. So it's so fascinating how we all come to what we understand as our truth. Annie, I want to manifest a job. This job I'm excited about. This is higher than top secret information. You're too funny. Okay, I want to manifest this job. This job I'm excited about. Well, how do you think you can inform the field? Another way you can inform the field is through thought energy. So as Alex was telling us, you know, thought informs matter. So if you go into, and we've been talking about this, Shakti Gawain was talking about it in the 60s, creative visualization. So you go into your mind, you bring up a picture of what you want, you visualize what you want, and then you put energy behind it, and now you're informing the field. So you think about what you want, and then you bring up a picture. What is it I want? I want to work in a place like this. I want to be in a beautiful environment. And then you put energy behind it. What's energy? Emotion, energy in motion. So you put your energy behind it. Oh, we're almost at the end. God, that went quickly. Do you want to come back on, Nick? Because we've got to say goodbye in 1 minute, 2 minutes. Put your energy behind it. So what does it feel like to have this job? Don't get too much into the details. What does it feel like? I feel freedom. I feel love. I feel on purpose. And then you evoke that energy, and that's how you're informing the field. There's me. I'm done. So that went so quickly.
Amazing.
I can yak,
well
but
done, Karen. That's great. Yes. So yeah, thanking everyone for being with us today for the last 8 hours. That went quite quickly, didn't it?
It did go quickly. It went super duper quickly. I'm amazed that I made it through the 8 hours. I have never done an 8 hour stretch like this before, hosting or so. How did you go, Nicolas? Did you enjoy it?
I did. I really enjoyed it. It was wonderful. Yeah, that was great. And I'm looking forward to tuning into the other legs afterwards. I'm going to have a bit of a break, but I'd love to check out the other speakers as well.
I know it's coming up to 6 o'clock here, so it's a bit of dinner time in Sydney, Australia, and in Europe. Rui, have to say it with the accent, Rui Vasquez and Tanya Castillo are preparing to kick off the European leg of the Higher Self Expo with some amazing, amazing speakers as well. I probably won't stay up until 2 a.m. when that finishes. But as we said before, there is a Zoom meeting for people that are watching this. I don't know how many Americans are still up, if it's 1 o'clock in the morning in California, as somebody said, probably not. But when the Higher Self Expo finishes, there is a Zoom room, and we'll put the links in on the Higher Self Expo Facebook page that you can join if you want to meet each other and chat about what you've learned. So it's been a pleasure. There's my alarm for 6 o'clock because we cut off right at 6 p.m. It's been a pleasure to be with you all today. Mwah, big love to you all. Remember,
many blessings. Thanking you.
Nicolas's website.
Over to the European segment.
Over to the European segment, and check out Accentuate the Positive on Facebook and YouTube with some of the conversations with some of our speakers, all the Australian ones, and a few of the Americans and a couple of the European ones as well. Big love to you all. Bye.